I'm from nightlife. I understand, like, people just fuck, right? And so now at age 40, yeah, I wouldn't, to me, there's really no difference between the two. Actually, the girl with no experience is guaranteed to be a terrible time for me. Right.
So,
like,
so you would pick the girl who slept with.
if I'm asking
1,000
somebody,
men.
I'm asking somebody to roof my house, I'm gonna go with someone who's got the hours versus some newbie. Right? If I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna pick the person who can get the job done. Right? Are you gonna ask a video editor who's never edited video, or are you gonna get a guy who's edited thousands of hours of video?
I don't really think that this comparison maps.
Yeah,
on
it does.
one-to-one.
Practice makes perfect, bro.
Then why can't they practice with you to make themselves perfect?
Because I'm not willing to sit there and fucking be your coach.
Yeah, okay, so, but if you were a virgin and you married a woman who was a virgin, why couldn't they continuously practice
You
by
can.
the art of
You
having
can,
sex?
dude.
Why
I'm
would
not
that
against
be,
that.
Why would
I'm
that
not
be
against
problematic
that.
in any
I'm
way?
not against that. It's not problematic.
Yeah.
That's what you wanted. That's cool. But some guys, like, I'd rather be with a girl who's been around the block.
Wait, but sex,
and that's okay
sex
too.
is not a
think most
complicated
men-
procedure.
I don't think most men are.
Sex
I'm not
is
disagreeing. I'm not most
a
men, dude.
complicated
Like, my
procedure.
girlfriend is not most girlfriends to put up with the shit I do for a living. You're asking, you're debating with a guy who's not most men.
Sure.
So obviously, you're probably closer to most men, right? You probably are,
I don't
right?
know. Maybe.
According to this and according to this podcast, right? So you're kind of. You brought, we're here, but we're kind of giving you a very different perspective than
Yeah.
probably most people will give you. So it's like you
think
can't.
that's
Yeah, that's it. Like, I have a weird relationship with sex. It's different to me. I've never had,
Are you like kind of more of a? I'm not trying to like
Yeah,
poke
go
fun
ahead.
at you.
You can
Are
make fun of me all you want,
um,
dude. I've
Are
literally
you more submissive?
sexually.
Yes.
I am. No, I'm not. But I'm also very boring in bed. Like,
What do
I'm
you-
not
what do you
like a
mean?
crazy guy where I'm like, oh my God, you got to do this and this and this for me to come, right?
Well, then why
So-
is this,
but
all
yeah,
this
so then why
experience
would
so
it- why
necessary?
does
It's
it matter?
necessary because I would like to. Look, I'm a piece of shit. Like, I'm not going to practice for the girl, but I would like a girl that has a little practice. You've never gotten a bad blowjob?
Sure.
Cool. There you go. Can't marry a girl that gives a bad blowjob. It's just like, that's it.
You could probably teach her how to do it. I mean, if it was that important.
You know,
to
Chris Rock once said, a man is only as faithful as his options, right?
But so from do you just
And
curious?
so at the end of the day, if your girl's not licking your asshole and that's what gets you off, guess what? Someone else will.
Well, if Chris Rock said it.
That's fucking disgusting.
Wait, so anyway,
I mean, hey, what's
Wait,
wrong
so-
with that guy?
and do you want to get married one day? Or
I don't. I think the concept of marriage to me is like, yo, if it's like for my wife, if she wants it, cool, I'll do it. But like, I don't
Yeah.
think I don't need to do like I have you, you have me.
Yeah, but you've been dating
You
a
had a
girl
jack, too?
For 8 years, going on 8 years,
And are you guys monogamous?
Mm-hmm.
Or?
completely.
Okay.
I'm a normal human being who has a weird job. That's literally it. And I have fucked up perspective on the world. That's it. Or
Wait, but
maybe
you
whatever.
for 8 years you've been with her. There's
Yeah.
not been like any periods where you guys broke up
Nope.
or were on a break.
Nope.
And but so I mean, as far as I guess going back to the whole this whole thing of just I want it for a long-term relationship. I can maybe I personally even for a one-night stand, which I'm not particularly inclined to have. I prefer long-term relationships. I prefer continuity. I have heard men say though, well, I guess for a one-night stand, it might be better if she's a bit more experienced. Even then though, even if I was inclined to have a one-night stand, I would prefer a virgin.
I mean, most
even
one-night
for a
stand,
one-night stand.
but most one-night stands kind of happen organically. I'm not getting your fucking Kelly Blue Book value, right? I'm literally meeting you at a bar, and then we fuck, and then it's like, okay, I'm not marrying you. Cool, right? That's it.
So I guess just for a long-term relationship.
For a long-term relationship, I also don't give a shit, dude.
Okay, so I'll just ask the
Right.
question again, just to put it out there. For a long-term relationship, would you prefer being with a woman who's a virgin or a woman who's had sex with a 1,000 men before you?
Okay, so but you're asking a completely, it's a loaded question. I'd prefer one with 100 bodies, but it's fine.
Okay, 100
Fine.
over one.
That's fine. I don't need 0 is says more about you to me than 1,000, right? 0 is like this girl has no sense of adventure. This girl is boring. This girl, what the hell? Where
I
did
thought
she
you
grow up?
like boring sex though.
No. I love a very exciting life. I don't
But I
want
thought
a
you-
boring girl.
Oh, okay.
I don't want a boring human, right? Like if someone's like, I've never had a sip of alcohol, I'm like, get out of here. Like, I don't want to hang out with you. Like, you know what I mean? So a girl who's like, hey, I'm 40 and I've never been fucked, you're like, oh shit. And at age 36, when I was single when I met her, dude, at 33, good luck finding a virgin at 40.
Yeah, sure. It's harder.
Right? So
It's
that's
harder.
it. So if I find a
And
40-year-old
the low
virgin,
body count.
there's literally a movie called 40-Year-Old Virgin. If I find a 40-year-old virgin, I go, bro, what is wrong with this?
Right,
girl?
but you can find a low body count woman.
Bro, what is she? I don't pull up the fucking hood and read the mileage. Right at the end of the day.
I don't understand. If you have to test drive the car first, wouldn't you also want to check the mileage?
No.
No,
Because
that's the one thing we're not going to check on the car.
Because a pussy doesn't
What's
break.
the gas mileage? What does it get on
Yeah,
the road?
because
but
that's
how
how
many
long
miles it's got on it. When that engine blows, I don't give a fuck.
You know
Right. Whoa. But now you're making a shitty argument and you're being funny, obviously, for the sake of the joke.
No, it's
but
not a
you know,
shitty argument.
What, a pussy's going to fucking, overheat? Like
No,
a car?
no,
I
so-
don't buy a car with a lot of miles because it needs
What
to
is this
last.
conversation,
My girl's
bro?
vagina's
This is-
not going to fall off.
this has gone
after
so
a
far off
year
the
of
rails.
being married.
But she's going to be the one chick.
could be a
There's
train
going to be the one
accident.
chick you're going to have a long-term relationship
Pussy
with,
falls off
who
in a
somehow
train
is not going to be able to figure out your sexual preferences after years of sleeping with her. Okay.
Well,
Do you
no,
think that
but
makes sense?
Well, what if your girl's not into that, right? Like, what if you find out your girl's like, I'm not licking your asshole?
Yeah, I think that if you
you like your butthole? This
guy's
I
fucked.
think that
Stay away
your
from
girl
me.
Probably wouldn't want to lick your asshole. Yeah.
Right, but there are plenty of girls that do. There's girls that love licking buttholes.
You must have some kinks, right? What do you like?
No kinks.
You just do all 3 positions, bing, bang, boom.
There's 3.
I like he like boring sex. Right?
Good.
I try to not let my
I don't need the rim job. I guess if that's not.
I don't need it, but I want it, right? There's a difference.
I thought you wanted boring sex.
Yeah.
Now you want.
No,
chips
I
and
do
cheese
boring
and
sex.
salad?
I do boring sex. I want you
They
not
bring the
to-
heat, yeah.
right? Like,
Health warning.
I can't
not
wait
gonna
to
make
stop
it.
Like, because the concept of sex to me is at this age, I'm just over it. Like, I don't care about it as much, right? Do you? You
But
seem to
doesn't it devalue the experience that you have, and the reason you value it less is because of how available it's always been to you.
No. Oh, because I have a girl that'll literally fuck me anytime.
No, not a girl that'll fuck you anytime, but if you've experienced and seen everything that you've seen when it comes to the sexual marketplace, of course it's not going to excite you. That's the problem with porn.
Oh, no,
porn
no, no,
itself,
no, it's
porn
not that.
itself, people's brains become rewired.
Nah, dude,
So
I don't
what
jerk off
happens
to
is
weird
they need,
shit.
and you know this.
Yes, this is
they
true.
need more and more
This
and
is
more
true.
and more crazy shit in
Yeah.
order to
Yeah, but
sexually stimulate them.
I'm just being real with you. Like, I know that concept. I 100% agree with that concept. That's how you get fucking billionaires fucking children, right? Because they need to satisfy
Yeah.
some crazy urges.
Yeah.
That they fucked everyone else already. I agree with you.
Yep.
I'm saying for me, it's not because I'm overstimulated. It's just I'm getting old. Maybe I'm fucking losing my libido. I'm just not a sexual
No,
guy.
I understand for you personally that could be the case, but you can understand from my perspective. I say, look, I'm always excited around my wife. I'm not overstimulated with needing more and more gradual crazy shit in order to fucking be sexually satisfied. That is the part of experience I'm talking about. It's
Right.
not just
I'm
the
just-
idea of getting in the car, right, and having to test drive it, but it's also the understanding of, wait a second, if I go and get into too many cars, now I can only drive a fucking Ferrari, or else no car will do it for me anymore. That's the
So
problem.
you're just lowering your standards. You're like,
not lowering the
yeah, you're
standards.
like, yo, if I don't experience a Ferrari, so you're kind of insulting your wife, honestly.
It's not a so the greater way to respect her is to go fuck a bunch of women and then come to her and say,
You're
"And
better
the
than
best."
them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's respectful.
Bro, I go eat at a lot of restaurants, but I go back to Avra and Beverly Hills. I'm like, I'm so sorry
Right.
for cheating.
Right. So
Like, you guys are amazing.
So your girl, right?
knows that I chose her.
Yeah, yeah.
And she chose me.
Has she ever told you that other guys she slept with are way better than you?
She doesn't need to, dude. I know I'm worse.
Right. You just assume it,
I
right?
know
You
I'm
just
worse.
assume it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if she had never slept with another guy, who would be the best guy she ever slept with? You.
Yeah, but my brain doesn't bother me that I'm the worst guy she slept with, right? Like, that doesn't hurt my ego. It might hurt your ego.
It's not egotistical.
My girl saying,
it's,
yo,
it's the longevity of a
if my girl,
relationship.
bro, if my girl fucked a black dude before me, I can clearly say that I'm not the biggest bitch.
What if she
she's been
did? What if she fucked 100 in a row before you?
Cool.
You don't care?
I don't.
Right. Well, so there's the thing, right? Is that I think that that's actually the more insecure than secure position.
Why
No,
is it insecure?
I disagree.
I'm insecure because what? I'm willing to.
Because
be with
you're
someone.
willing to settle for a chick who's been totally fucking run through with a high body
wait,
count.
wait,
Hang on. by 100 guys in a single night, that's what you say. That's an insecure position. A secure position is, I have fucking standards, and you need to not be promiscuous and a piece of fucking shit. That's the more secure position.
I disagree. I mean, it's pretty insecure to be like, I'm only gonna marry the one girl I fuck.
Why would that be insecure?
That's
You're
like
so scared that
That
someone
you're
else
like-
did it better than you. She needs to think I'm God.
Yeah, you're like, if I'm her best.
My below average cock
then
is the best one, right,
then
baby?
everybody should get with,
That's insecure.
So everybody should get with mentally ill patients, single
No,
moms.
that's you. That's what you're
No,
saying.
bro, they have to. If they don't, they're insecure because they haven't tested everything else out.
Nah, we're saying we don't give
Nah,
a fuck
you
who
are.
they've been with.
You are saying that.
No, you are. You're
you know
saying
what?
you don't want her to
You're
experience
saying-
other dick in case it's better.
Bro.
You're scared of that.
Bro, so
we're
you-
cool with it.
wait,
Go fuck
wait,
Dread.
wait a second.
Go fuck Mandingo. But you love me, baby. I love you.
Let me get this right.
I'm glad we experienced life together.
So then the question would come back to, why is it that you might have a preference against not marrying a single mom, for instance?
Oh, because she keeps trophies.
Oh, wait. So that's it.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, is
I don't
that
want. I don't want to
insecure?
have a.
The
No,
single mom
I
thing
just
has
don't want to
nothing to-
pay for a kid I didn't
Wait,
make.
wait,
it has nothing to
okay.
do that someone
Wait,
cream
wait,
pied her.
wait, it's
It has
fine.
everything to do with I don't want to raise someone
what
else's
was
child.
that?
Right. Okay. So let me get
Not
this.
that I even said that.
So let me.
I said
So
it.
so let me get this right. Just want to make sure. How could you judge that though, if you've never yourself been a stepfather and married? You have nothing to compare it to, right?
No, I have it compared to this. I don't want to spend money or hang out with a child. I just don't. I don't want to hang out with someone. I want to hang out with my girl and not be. Look, my girlfriend, when we first started dating, had a job where she had to be there 7 days a week.
Yeah.
Right. And I was like, dude, this isn't a relationship for me. And she figured it out, and she got her own different job. If I know I'm gonna go marry or hang out with a chick with a kid, I'm like, okay, there's gonna be a lot of obstacles in the way.
So-
it's like having a dog. I can't go on vacation
so-
with a dog. So, there's
so
no
it's a standard.
it's I just.
So
don't-
it's a standard.
It's not a standard.
It's not?
It's a convenience.
So you have standards based on your preferences.
Yeah, that's what we
So
all do.
then, if you have a standard based on your preference that you don't want to check who's run through, how would that ever be an insecure
Because the
position?
reason- the-
hang on,
but
let me
then
finish
why-
the question,
It's
and then
affecting your mind,
one at a
not
time
your-
answer.
your
One at a
presence.
time.
Okay, let me ask you. But you called me insecure.
It's a
first.
more insecure position,
You
I
said-
think, to just settle for anything, based on the
So
fact.
do you
yeah,
think that if
I think it is
that someone who's had a lot of sex is a bad person and I can't love them?
No, but what I'm saying is that it's a less secure position than a person who says, I actually have preferences and standards and stick to them.
Yes, and my preferences or standards
Or
are
whatever.
No, it's
Yeah.
a girl. No, it's a. Yeah, we're joking around,
Right.
but like in reality, yeah, I prefer a girl who's had some sex.
Yeah.
How much sex?
I don't know, but I don't care. I
But-
don't ask.
I don't
But is
wanna-
it less?
do you
but is
sit
it-
there like
but is it
I've-
less
that's-
body partners better?
I don't know.
Just don't know?
But dude, when I'm hanging out with a chick, I'm not like, yo, how many guys have you fucked before?
I mean, that
this?
conversation comes up. in
No, it doesn't.
relationships.
Yeah, when you're fucking virgins, sure.
Yeah, no, not
like
when
when
you're
you're
virgins.
21, dude. At 40, I'm not insecure. I know that you're a human that's lived on this planet. You probably got fucked, and none of it's my business anymore. I
Even
don't
if it's out there all over the internet, then it's your business.
Sure, but I have to want to sign up for it. Like I
Yeah,
can't.
but so is
but
that
I'm not signing up for it.
But wait, so the men who are though, how could you say it's a more secure position?
It's not. I'm not judging them. It's you're a person who just wants that. Can someone just like something?
They could, but I don't think that they're settling for that because that was their preference, that they wanted to run through chick who's now all over the
Right,
internet.
but
I think they're settling for that. Tell me how that could be wrong.
Your wife has been with guys before you, and you accepted that.
Sure.
That's it.
Right, but that's not.
That's it. You're again
Wait,
preaching
wait.
the different thing that you're doing.
Very strange, very strange. First of all,
That's it.
There's a distinction between a woman who has a super low body count, who you end up with, especially if you yourself are promiscuous.
Wait, did you and your wife
Stop,
discuss body
stop,
counts?
Let me
Oh,
finish.
I'm just asking.
So let me finish.
We're having a conversation,
Let
bro.
me finish, and then ask the question.
Okay, boss.
Otherwise, you shot. Well, if you shotgun, I can't respond, right? So there's a big distinction between having a low body count woman and somebody who's engaged in pornographic material, is engaged in OnlyFans materials, putting that out there, has had sex with many men, which usually determines loyalty. On top of that, huge distinction to be made between these things. My preference was always a woman with a very low body count. That's exactly what I got.
And I think that's because you're insecure that they fucked your girl.
I
better than
think
you.
I don't even think you're
I think
insecure.
it's
I think it's
insecure
the
the
person
opposite way.
I don't think
You know
either
what?
are
Agree to
insecure.
disagree.
I don't
Agree to
think you're either
disagree.
insecure. I think you wanted that, right? That's
Yeah.
what you wanted, and you found it, and you got it.
It
and that's it.
fucks your head up to think that like a guy rearranged your guts. You know, that's your baby girl, and some guy just fucking destroyed her. That fucks you up. Doesn't fuck us up. That's all.
Yeah, you have no.
And I know I'm not.
You're right. No standards.
No, we're just secure. We're like,
we're just
she's in bed with me. She's having
no
fun with me.
standards is the most. So,
You know what? I'm happy she got good dick
bro,
before me.
let me ask you a question.
I'm happy.
Hey, if that's
Go
true,
get it, baby. You lived a good life.
let's find out if that's true.
Yeah.
So you get married, you gonna let other dudes fuck your wife?
Nah.
You're insecure.
No, not at all.
No,
Insecure.
It's insecurity.
However, I just did an open relationship in the spring, and I loved it.
Hang on, why aren't you gonna let other guys fuck your wife?
Because I tried the open thing, and when I do get married, I think I'm gonna go monogamy. However, I'm open to open relationships leading up to marriage.
So
Nah,
you
they don't
would
work.
let another guy fuck your wife?
No way.
When I get married, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there. But I'm open to open relationships right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
You're open relationships because you're not in there.
No, well, I did it this summer. I was in an open relationship. It was fucking fun. We were having
So
threesomes.
I just want to make sure that I got this straight.
Yeah.
You are open to other men potentially fucking your wife when you get married.
When I get married, I believe I will go one-on-one.
Why?
I believe I will. Because
the thought of another
you're
guy
hanging up the
fucking your
hat.
wife?
No, then you're hanging up the hat. Okay, that shows.
Yeah, it sounds like you're insecure.
Nah,
Why would
that
she
shows
want
no,
if
when I'm
your
married
wife,
to her.
Bro, there's a difference.
Wait,
If she fucked
If your
before
wife
me,
wanted
then
to
I
go
go
fuck
fuck
other
her.
men, what would be the
Let me
problem
ask
here?
you.
Nah,
You're-
you gotta
obviously, there's a difference
A lot of
between
conversation.
having people fuck your girl before you met her and fucking your girl after you're dating.
Yeah, listen,
Huge
I'm
difference.
applying your standard to you,
I have
not
no
my
standard.
standard to you.
But the thing is, the standard.
trying-
I don't.
you're
My
trying to mesh
standard.
two
I don't
separate
have a
things.
standard in what I want a body to count to be. I have standards in other things I look
yeah,
for in a
but we're not
person.
talking about the standard itself. We're talking about
I have the 18 plus tag on, right? Just making sure. Nope.
whether or not you're secure by the standard itself.
Okay, so I
I think
don't
that's
think I'm gonna get married
dude.
for a
I'm an
while,
insecure
but
human being
Well,
in life.
So I
My
understand.
next
but,
girlfriend,
but
I
if,
want to
but
be
if the position is,
I'm gonna be open
it
with my
shows
next
that I'm the
girlfriend.
most secure
Probably.
because I'm willing to do the most degenerate shit.
Bro, do you understand? You're just beating your chest, being like, "I'm secure." Like, bro,
Yeah,
who
okay,
cares?
so anyway,
Like, you know
so
what?
back to the
Support my
argument.
boy Destiny.
So back to the argument.
My guy Destiny.
Yeah, your guy Destiny.
Love Destiny.
Yeah, remember how his wife got fucked by other dudes and she then divorced him?
I don't know what happened after.
Yeah, she divorced him.
Did she divorce him?
Yeah, she divorced him.
My bad, Destiny.
Yeah, it
My
sucks
bad.
for Destiny.
But when I met him, he was happy.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
happy.
he's not so happy now. Couple of years after that, that dude turned into a fucking like my man, not happy.
happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, divorce. But anyway, so
Didn't
back
know
to
that,
this.
Destiny. Sorry to hear, buddy. I love
Yeah,
you.
back to this, right? If you are making the standard that the most secure thing is to not give a shit about X, Y, and Z, and that's what makes you secure, then if I apply the same standard to, well, wait, suddenly we introduce another form of degeneracy into this, you don't like it, wouldn't that be the most secure position? Then it's, well, we can all have our standards. So you got to make up your mind.
I think you just need two people to meet who have the same, like
Boundaries and
and standards, right?
Yeah.
Like if I meet a girl who likes doing heroin, I'm not going to be able to date her, right? It's just that's never going to work. So you
I
met your
don't think
chick.
that's an insecure position.
That isn't, and you met your chick, and you're not insecure. I met my chick, whether she fucked 10 guys or 20 guys.
Yeah, you and your girl
I
get
don't
to
care.
talk like,
Because guess what? Because guess
Our
what?
combined body count's
So-
less than fucking.
So then,
Every
when
time-
you say,
and when
so
I
then when
wake
you
up-
say it's insecure, you're wrong.
No, but it's guys that
I don't think
are.
they're insecure.
Okay, you know what? I'll tell you this. Okay,
That's the point.
guys that like.
That was the point of the argument.
The Epstein shit. The psychology of that shit is they want to be the woman's, and that's fucked up. That is a fucked up way of thinking.
I think,
and I think it almost relays to I don't want her.
We can't dive into this, but on this
I
point,
want a young girl who's never touched anyone but me. I'm her god. Is where I think it stems from.
I'm going to totally agree that there are some men who are this way. There's no doubt. Okay? I think a lot of the times, like those fucking rich Bohemian Grove weirdos with the goat masks and shit like that are super
Nice
rich
try,
and just
buddy.
fucking bored. They're just fucking bored out of their mind, and they do all sorts of weird, crazy, insane shit because their life has no challenge, and they just do that shit. And if you read the writings, it sure appears that way. That really doesn't have anything to do, though, with the standard of the common man, of which,
You know what?
and just so you
I
know,
got one.
no matter how rich you are right now, you ain't fucking Epstein elite rich, and you ain't never gonna be. Those guys are in a way different category.
Yeah, those guys already fucked Scarlett
Hey,
they're in a
Johansson and
way
everyone else.
different
They've moved
category.
on to.
Let me tell you this. I will bet you there's a direct correlation of guys with small dicks that want girls with low body counts and guys with big dicks that don't give a shit.
Prove it.
I will bet you that.
Let's
because
bet.
I talk to my big dick boys and
What,
they
I have a
say,
small
"I don't
dick
give
and I love
shit."
a high body
She
count.
loves it. She loves it. Guys, the little dickers.
Disproven.
The little dickers running around. Oh shit, she fucked him. She's never gonna like me. I'll never satisfy her. That's the mentality. It's insecurity as fuck.
What?
I don't know.
Erroneous.
Yeah, you're
So,
fine.
you know what?
Blew your
I
It
think
argument.
sounds to
I
me,
think-
Andrew, like you're not packing, buddy.
I think insecurity stems from a lot of places. Like, yeah, I have a small dick. I'm sure by comparison to most men, I don't know, it
I
disappears
just
when I
want to
jerk
let
off.
you know that
but
one
like,
of the biggest feminist arguments that I've ever heard is men who concern themselves at all with the sexual history of women have small dicks. Biggest feminist argument ever heard. Ever.
I believe I back it.
What's wrong with?
I
a small,
fucking
what's
back
wrong
it.
with having a small dick?
Just
nothing,
saying.
nothing. But
What's
don't-
wrong with having a small dick?
No, but
Yeah,
there's
are
a
you dick
correlation.
shaming?
No,
Are you dick shaming?
Look,
Are you fucking body shaming?
I'm about to move to the
you
side,
body
dude.
shaming?
Look, I don't have- guys,
Grill's coming over
I'm
here.
the first to admit online I don't have a big dick. But I'm just.
But you don't-
But I'm
so then-
more open-minded.
So then,
But
if
wait.
the two people
But I'm
at the
open-minded.
table
I'm not
who
like the
claim they
rest.
have small dicks also want the high body count, wouldn't the correlate
It's
be?
not small
wouldn't
anymore.
the
I have a
correlate-
dick pump. Now it's average.
Yeah, so wouldn't the correlate be
just
that
to-
the men with
What
the
is
small
this
dicks want the women with the
conversation,
high
bro?
body count?
No, they don't because they're in. Oh, I'll never satisfy her.
their pussies
They're
strapped
embarrassed.
on their little dicks.
They're
man.
embarrassed. That's why they like them young. That's why they like them with no bodies.
That's why you just have anal, because it's always
So
tight.
guys that can fuck good with huge dicks, they can take a girl with 10,000 bodies, not care, and still feel confident in the bedroom.
That's why I stick to anal sex.
Agreed.
That was for you, Kirill.
Thank you. I didn't know you had a fucking button
I
for
got
that.
I got a little thing with the
Okay, I
sounds
like
and
that.
stuff. I'm gonna let some chats come through, guys. I paused it temporarily.
This is bullying. This is cyber.
We're gonna let some chats come.
Ah,
through.
you're fine.
Are you picking and choosing which ones?
No, they all. I let them all.
All right.
I let them all. So they're going to come in just a sec, guys. By the way, I lowered TTS just at the end here. If you want to get your last minute messages in, the TTS is now $69. $69 plus.
Oh my God,
TTS.
he's just like,
You wanna get a
that
nice
doesn't count as an
message
actual
for
fucking
real.
obstacle. Come on.
You wanna roast us? You
Shit.
wanna roast us?
Fuck,
You wanna
shit.
roast them?
Clarify
Thank you,
your
Tanner.
attitude is a
Robert Tanner.
slippery slope. Why do you think people
Of course
of
this
the
guy can
past did
shoot.
horrible things? Part of it was I can do whatever I want. It affects no one else. That was to the previous post.
That's true.
All right, thank you, Robert Tanner. Appreciate it. We have there's about 7 more coming through.
Oh, I love it.
They're
Can't
just
wait.
going to come right after one after the other. Thank you,
Hey,
Robert Tanner. Appreciate
get
it, man.
paid, bro.
Thank you. Look at
Bing,
the
bing.
fog rolling in.
Yeah,
Nice fog.
You're making.
You're a little prostitute over here.
I want Melons donated $69.
Brain.
Brain and Andrew, help me here.
Dirty.
How these two guys are lower IQ than the girls you guys have on. They need some help since they are hurting women more than they think.
Kid, I'm not getting insulted by anybody who uses the wrong then.
He also called it brain.
Yeah, he's like, oh, low IQ. My man's using THEN.
I mean, I actually wish some of the girls
It's THAN.
argued.
He had good arguments.
I actually wish some of the girls we have
Who?
on
You.
argued.
You had great
this.
arguments too.
you had good arguments.
At the
Like
end
you
of
guys.
the day,
Thank you.
I'm admitting that I'm an outlier.
Yeah.
My thoughts are not
Yeah,
like.
that's
Trust
fair.
me.
Me
Like
too.
I
I
can't.
don't
I
think
can't
everyone
talk to
thinks
my dad. Probably thinks like you. My most guy friends probably think like you guys. You know, you just
I'm
asked
so
the
glad
fucking
the
tiger to act like a
Not Dating
tiger.
donated $100.
I'm glad I'm not dating red
Fucking
flag.
gross lol. I bet neither of you have ever made a girl wet.
Bro.
You think you have. However, you're just slipping around in some other dude's bust thinking you're such
What
a
is this?
baddie.
What are they
You
fucking?
generate cuts.
La 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 la.
Do you hate that these are your fans?
These
sometimes?
guys fuck
my
so
fans.
much, right? They get
Well,
so
what is
much
this?
pussy.
Like, I don't want to be a
This
member
guy's a
of any
legend.
club that'll have me as a
This
member.
guy, I mean, I like
I'm
this
so glad
guy,
I'm not
though.
dating.
Hey,
Definitely fucks a lot.
He's a fan
I'm
of
so glad
whatever,
I'm
but
not
I think
dating.
he's
Send me
great.
a-
That guy.
Send me a DM on Instagram.
Oh man, I
send me a
bet you
DM.
he is
Send me a DM
swimming
on
in
Instagram.
pussy.
Send me a DM on Instagram. I'm so glad I'm not dating. Okay, let me
Swimming.
let these through. Oh, Robert Tanner. Sorry we
Man,
missed
you
this.
gotta. You need
Thank
to like
for the
get a
gifted
sign
50.
that says "I'm a feminist" and just stamp it on your forehead.
Robert Tanner.
Am I
Thank for the
feminist?
Totally a feminist.
You might be. It's
Total
okay.
white
We'll fix you.
knighting.
We'll fix your
all
Jesus
about
Jesus
him.
Force donated
You know, anything.
$200. Your arguments are baseless. Bashing Andrew for women saying he helped them. You brag about curing a man's cancer, which is back BTW.
back?
You only care about clout, which will leave you sad and alone in the end.
Yo, Jesus Horse. Thank
Wait,
you. For
is
the
his cancer
TTS.
back?
Thank you
So
for the TTS.
one of them is only 70. They had 3 cancers. 2 are gone, and then 1 is 70%.
Well, I feel like you omitted a big part of that story to make it
Yeah.
seem a
No, that's
different
facts.
way.
You want to call him right now?
Just
I think
saying.
you need to just have another sex tape to finish off that cancer.
You.
Oh, also,
We might do a
few
part
more
2.
coming in.
We might do a part 2.
We'll do.
Maybe he needs to do a gay
Bring
one.
Adam
Maybe
22.
that clear
Bring
up
Adam
that.
22. We'll get him again. There's a few more. Trunch.
Trump
Thank you, man.
donated $100.
Appreciate it.
Hello, sirs. New here. W. Andrew, W. Brian.
Thank you, Trunch. Appreciate the Streamlabs TTS message. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Bro, that's a lot of
Guys,
money to just fucking give
You're
up.
loaded.
Right?
Isn't that
This
crazy?
is, this is a pretty normal day
really?
for us.
No,
You make
dude,
like
props to you.
5K per episode.
It varies.
Let me ask you a question, just as like guys here. Like,
gotta
would you ever tip?
What's that? What?
Would you ever?
I send in super chats to shows I like. Yeah.
And then will you send money in?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Sure.
If I like
I'm just not of the culture.
If I like the entertainment and I'm watching it a lot, I want to support the creators.
I think Brian does it with chatters, and it's his own way.
These are all plans, is what you're saying? Yeah. These are all
Dad,
these
send a
people.
text now.
Mike Davis, that's I'm gonna actually.
Yeah, I
reveal
also
it.
like building other people's channels up. So
Trunch
I'll send
donated
audiences
$100. Hello, sirs.
Thank you, Trunch.
New
Appreciate it.
here. W.
Welcome, man.
Andrew,
Appreciate the
W.
support.
Brian. Rome is burning AMD. Some men are busy trying to sleep with your daughters as it does.
Yeah, thank you, Trunch. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the Streamlabs TTS. Welcome. New here, he's new. Welcome, man. And then we have Giovanni C. Guys, if you want, get your last call on the TTS. I'm going to put in the chat, last call. We're going to wrap the stream soon. You have a question for Kirill? Question for
Giovanni
Ryan?
donated
Question for me?
$69.
Thank you, Giovanni.
Andrew, you mentioned something along the lines of the writings on Super Rich Bohemian Grove type show they're just bored. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, go
I'm
to
gonna pee while you do that.
Go to Rachel Wilson's Substack. She has some articles on this, on some of the super elites. I'm actually maybe going to start a Substack so that I can write some of my thoughts on this from some of the writings that I've read.
What's the difference between a Substack and Twitter?
Substack is like a place for articles.
So it's like
So
where
like
they're bringing back
probably
like
just
blogs
long-
back,
yeah.
right? It's just blogs are back.
Yeah. Before we get into these last chats here, Nick, can you pull up Twitch really quick? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. Oops, my bad.
But I mean, the logic behind it to the super chat.
Sorry, let me just.
Yeah, fine.
Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Guys, it's been 11 minutes since we've had a Prime. If you're watching on YouTube, just open up another tab really quick. Twitch.tv/whatever. Just drop us a follow. If you have a Prime sub available, just drop us a little Prime sub. Guys, it's been 1 minute since a fat patriarchist. Okay, thank you, man.
Yeah, look at those
Kagraxis. Sounds like a dragon from the
primes are rolling.
Thank you for the primes, guys. Thank you for the primes. They unbugged it. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the follows and the primes over there on Twitch. Thank you, guys. And then we have. I'll let the rest of these chats come through.
I love the world of the vanilla fucking drop rates, man. They're
Sons of
fantastic.
Liberty donated $69.
Kill the same thing 10 times.
You don't have unique views.
All you need is legs.
You have
Bro, it has
typical
6.
degenerate
Wow, how do I not find a single one?
45-year-old man here with standards. Name 2 relationship standards you have. Projection, insecurity, strong with these 2 sins.
I don't like talking to faceless people who could potentially be pieces of shit themselves. It's very easy to
I
sit
went
there.
camping with that guy. He's chill. He's good.
Sounds like a gay dude.
Like the camping thing is gay.
With your fans?
No, it was like a chill camp sesh.
Okay.
Like big bear.
I would never want to hang out with my
Yeah, it's like backstage passes gay.
Dane _ Snyder
backstage pass is
$69.
mad gay.
Yeah, thank
First
you, Dan.
sign of
Appreciate it.
worthlessness was the grey beard and backwards hat. These fools are too old for minds this childish. If women disappeared, they'd lose all self-value. Dependent feminized makes.
In defense of Kirill, I requested he turn his hat backwards.
Yeah.
It was. You can blame me for the.
He did
backwards.
because of the lighting.
It was
Yeah.
the lighting. We typically don't like people wearing hats because it casts shadow on.
There you go. Any girls on this thing?
We got a little. We got some. Any ladies?
Just a bunch of dudes like these.
actually quite a
got
few
so
women.
many chicks.
A lot
man.
of.
No, I'm not just saying. But women just don't want to spend money, huh?
Polly donated $69.
It's kind of like
Low-life Kirill literally faked going to jail, closing ALF multiple times and even his own death just to sell more of his trash as Chinese products. Anything he says is irrelevant.
Yeah, I faked my own death.
Faked your own death.
Yeah, I faked my own death 3 years
How
ago.
did you die?
Getting a colonoscopy.
A colonoscopy.
Yeah.
That's a
and,
bad way
and
to
then
go.
donated $100,000 to colon cancer.
You went septic?
It's a bad way to
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. Faked my death for a week and.
That one fooled the world. Like we actually all thought he was dead.
Yeah.
He didn't even tell his mom.
Black Friday's dead, guys. April Fool's is the new moneymaker.
There you go. Thank you,
William Thomas
Appreciate it.
donated $69. I was questioning if you 2 twinks were gay from all the rooster talk. Now I'm certain you 2 will be tossing each other's salad after this.
Hilarious.
Ironically,
Gay
donated
joke.
$69 and using gay as an insult. Love it.
Yeah, so
I
Wait.
don't think that that's associated with homosexuality.
No, I just mean
69.
using gay as an insult.
Oh.
And they have two penises.
wait, Ryan,
you guys are
69
probably
has
gay.
2 dicks.
Yeah.
Wait, Ryan, no problem if you are. I saw a video of you kissing a dude on the lips.
Yeah.
Was it just?
No, I'm
Are
not.
you bi?
I-
Like, are you
no, no,
bi?
no.
HIV's insecure
I just do.
donated
I do gay shit for
$69.
reactions.
For fun.
These guys are the normal
I just
ones.
don't care at
They
all.
weren't homeschooled or Bible brainwashed. Every other citizen had to navigate the art of getting digits. Never asked BC customers.
There's way too many people here. I don't even see the fucking
35
centers. They're just
plus
getting murked
marriage,
immediately.
20 years. Word.
Word. Mature
that's the
versus
guy on our
insecure.
side.
Thank you, man.
Oh, there's a boy. Mature.
Yeah, see, they agree. He's your homie. He's
Fucking
the
right.
guy
Oh, you
who-
know that guy?
Nah.
I'm gonna.
I'm surprised Ryan didn't do that. Ryan sent that in the bathroom.
Reagan donated $69. You guys made the comment about alcoholism and the bartender being culpable serving a drunk. Couldn't we say the same about a sex worker being an enabler to someone with an
Copy
addiction?
pasted what Andrew said, but good point.
Thank
man.
you, Pagan.
Yeah, you can make that point.
Yeah, no, but that's what he said.
Yeah.
Could we say the same about sex worker being on?
Sure.
We probably could. We could say that.
I already went over
Yo,
that.
thank you,
Fromia
JJ. You
donated
can just leave it.
$69. I used to be a degen but have been single and celibate for several years. My self-worth has increased exponentially since then.
And it always will.
I just don't understand why self-worth is tied to sex.
It's not just sex, but sexual degeneracy seems to have a huge impact on people.
But like, okay, I agree with you on that. But can I just have sex and not be a degenerate?
Usually,
I'll have to re-trigger this one.
Are we on the
you-
right or left?
Right, like
I would say if you were in a long-term
We're on the right.
committed relationship
Right.
or a marriage, that would be way less degenerate than the opposition.
no, just being single.
But it's not just a matter
read
of
it
what
in
your
a sec,
personal
Dan.
actions are, but what you advocate for.
Oh, okay. I thought you guys were.
Oh,
okay.
hat and doors
Let me
is
read
for
this
boys
again.
anyway. I
I'm
like
gonna
that
pull
one.
it back up. One sec, guys.
I like being insulted.
Thank you, Bowie girl. Appreciate it.
I like a
Dane.
good insult. The gay
If you
one.
Oh, this guy
boiled,
spent again.
if you boiled these two piles of blank on the right down to what they were really worth, they couldn't make up a pimple on Brian or Andrew's ass, or fill a thimble. A hat indoors is for boys anyway.
What's a thimble?
I mean, I wear hats indoors, honestly.
I think
I'm
hats
literally
indoors.
sitting next to a sex doll, bro. Chill out.
But Dane, I appreciate that.
When my
Appreciate
grandma
the
can wear a
message.
hat
You
inside?
can pull that super up, Nick. Ryan, I asked this question to Krill, wanted to ask it to you too. So,
Hang on, we're almost done.
we're done. Yeah, we're
Oh,
gonna
okay.
wrap
I
it
didn't
up.
know if this was
Five
going to be a long
minutes.
one.
No, 5 minutes.
Okay.
Wait, so Ryan, long-term relationship, future wife, marriage. I don't know if you want that, but just long-term relationship. Would you prefer to date a girl with a body count of 0, a virgin, or a woman with a body count of 100?
Between 50 and 250.
So you'd prefer but you'd prefer a girl between a body count of 250 and
No,
or sorry,
no.
If she's
50,
49, are you
50.
like gross?
Between 50 and 250.
So you'd prefer a body count between 50 and 250 versus a virgin?
Versus you?
Yeah. Yes.
But why not
Okay.
20?
20's cool.
20's okay.
20's cool.
10?
Wait.
Yeah, that's fine.
5?
5, it's like, y'all good,
I
baby.
wanna know your age.
Yeah,
I need to know the
you lived
age,
your
too.
life, and what if they just, hit what the girls call hoe phase while we're together? She goes on a trip. Diplo invites her backstage. Now I never really did this, and she starts fucking Diplo. That's scary.
I saw a tweet. I think you tweeted about this too. Has Diplo?
He's fucked all the
your
girls that
girls?
ever. Yeah,
All your-
Diplo, Tyga, Chris Brown have had sex with every single girl on earth.
Yeah, as you would expect them to.
Yeah.
Yeah, rich guys having sex with lots of
That's
women.
not
is
new.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not new.
Yeah.
My girl actually cheated on me with Nick Cannon.
Really? And then you
I mean,
interviewed
I'm
him?
happy to
I think,
accept.
yeah,
And then you just interviewed him?
and I didn't bring it up to him.
What are you,
Happy
crazy?
to accept what is. It just doesn't mean I think that's the way it should be.
True that.
But
So
yes, rich, powerful guys been fucking.
But
chicks for a
Ryan,
long time.
you've got a good personality. You've got your own show, right?
Thank you.
You've got a lot of energy. You've got some charisma.
Dude, what the fuck is where the Satyrs at?
This
What
is
the
actually
fuck?
something that we
There's a
do
corpse
at
there with no
Some of
Satyrs.
the girls who do sex work. You could just transition into doing like normal kind of content without the involvement.
Yeah.
In sex work, you're an entertaining guy. You've got the passion for content creation, I think, right?
Yeah.
It sucks.
Why don't I put the challenge right here? Stop right here.
Where are
I love
they?
these girls, and I love my show. I I love it. And you know what? A lot of them tell me, man, I go on podcasts and they all say, what does your dad think?
Thank you, Robert Tam.
How did you end up here? You know, are you ever going to find a boy? They ask the same 5 fucking degrading questions to them, and I don't. So they come on, they have so much fun, and they all tell me, like, that was my favorite show I've ever done. And I stay friends with them, and I'll tell you, 90% of them are really cool-ass chicks. They're so down to earth because they're not fakers. They put it all on the screen. They have cum on their face.
Mine.
They have nothing to hide. So they really are themselves, and I fucking love them. They're my best friends now, and the dudes also are the coolest guys ever. Like, male porn stars are just not fucking clout chasey, loser, fake, yappy, asshole, LA fucks like everyone else. They're just laid back,
I'll give you
chill.
$60. Will you buy him a shirt in his size that says White Knight?
I'll go with
I'll
White
buy
Knight.
myself.
No, these girls are cool as fuck though, aren't they? Like to hang out with.
They're like,
they're
dude,
so fun, man.
It's just any industry you go in, right? If you like it, you're gonna meet friends. And
But I do
like,
wanna
dude, there's
try
tons
a
of porn
mainstream
stars I refuse to talk to, right? There's people in that industry that I don't want to associate with. I happen to hang out with. It's like you, right? You're like, I'm religious. I go believe in God. You attend a church, and you're like, I don't support churches that enable child blah 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 blah. Right? Same thing. Like I hang out in my pocket of the sex world. Where it's positive. I'm having fun with these girls.
Yeah.
No one's
They're so
being
fun to party
abused.
with.
Yeah, they have mental
My
illnesses.
birthday
but
party
so do I,
was
bro.
probably the party of the year, and it was all girls were sex workers, and it was just fucking fun. There's no fights, there's no drama, there's no bullshit. It
Finally.
was just happiness, and that's the vibes with these girls.
Right. The argument is, you broke it down in the beginning, is you're comparing lot lizards and you're comparing the 1% of OnlyFans girls. Right, is like at the end of the day,
Yeah, it's
we're
true.
hanging out with you're hanging out with the Diplo of porn. So am I, right? So do we get to see the underbelly? Not as much, but that's just what we see. Right? I see what I see.
Do you want to do a closing statement? Or
Yeah, well, just
before you make the closing statement, before we wrap up really quick, you guys, one
GM
sec.
Diggin donated $69. You two just need to forgive your parents, so you can stop acting like edgy teenagers. Acting edgy after 18 is just sad. Brixton, go to an Orthodox service with Andrew.
Yeah, I'm gonna go eventually, but this past week we've had Andrew here, week and a half. It's been super packed with stuff. So guys, if you want to learn how to become a master debater, you got it ready, Nick? Oh, okay.
I thought you.
Verbal
Oh, okay.
combat.
Guys, you got to go to debateuniversity.com. Jokes aside, if you want to learn how to think, debate, and craft arguments like Andrew Wilson, if you want to debate like Andrew Wilson, you need to get his course of verbal combat. There's about 6 hours of instruction, 80 plus different educational videos. You can find it all. Debateuniversity.com.
Question: if I pay you for this university, will you teach me how to debate for sex workers, or will you not bend your morals?
Actually, that's.
Teach me how to argue.
I
you.
always think that the best idea for people who disagree is to teach them the best ways to debate, because I feel like if they learn logic, they'll come to similar conclusions.
It's
as
just
me.
hard because this is less logic, and it's like, I
There
know
is
what you're
logic
saying.
to it.
There's to what?
to like the arguments we're having today.
Oh no, I understand that, but there's also a lot of emotional. Right?
Sure.
I can't change how I feel. Right?
You can change how you feel.
You can?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I can.
People change how they feel all the time.
I don't think I can change how I feel about sex workers. I just don't.
Never.
It's kind of like I can't change.
Is that rational,
I
though?
can't change how I feel about this iPhone, even though I know it's made by Chinese slaves, children. Right? Like,
If
it's just it is what it
if
is.
it's
Last
an
call on
arbitrary
TTS.
feeling, then it's hard for me to believe that you can't change it if it's arbitrary.
What do you mean?
Well, like, for instance, the first time I smoked a cigarette, I didn't like it. But the second time I smoked one, I liked it fine.
Right.
My feelings on it changed. You can definitely, through the course of doing something, right, change
Fine.
your feelings
Fine.
on it, or you can run into arguments or rationalities that make you change your viewpoints on
Cool.
things.
If 4 porn stars I found out robbed my house, guess who hates porn stars?
You?
Yeah. But I have a great relationship with them, so I have no reason to hate them.
Well, it's not.
And so my emotional
not a
attachment to
matter
them.
of
Rob Paladins donated $69. I agree with the feminists. I only shoot POV amateur style corn, as Brian can attest. You have to keep your labor costs minimal, just me and the girl, no crew required. Just like a prostitute.
That's
I
pretty
need to
funny.
set Paladins up with a custom TTS thing.
That's actually
That's my favorite, by the way. POV amateur.
Boom, huge. Okay, Andrew, you want to give your closing statement and then we'll wrap the show.
Yeah, so first and foremost, thank you guys for coming out.
Thank you
and
guys.
doing
Great.
this.
How'd we do?
Doing this
Did
debate.
good. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, it was good, right?
It was good.
It's the
None of
importance.
us are leaving any different.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see. But anyway, so the point is I do appreciate it. I do think you guys need to think about your positions on this because they're not great, right? And what I don't get is, especially for you, you deal with these sex workers all the time. You know none of the stats on this. You just don't really know any of this.
I'm a golden retriever. I live in a happy little bubble. I don't watch the news. I
You
just
don't want to do any of that.
I wake up, I smile, and I have a great day every
But
day.
also, like, who wants to sit there and be like, this is what I do for a living, so let me break it apart about how bad it might be. Versus, like, guess what? I'm doing things that I think are good and fun. And I'm using people and hanging out with people that might be influencers, porn stars, musicians, whoever crosses my path that I kind of fuck with. That's it.
Yeah,
they
but
just happen to be
My
porn
life
stars.
is this
Isn't
happy
that-
little Truman
Just
show.
Dude, I
But
hung
isn't
out
that
with
a good
you.
way to never question your own worldview? To
No,
know if
because
it's true
look,
or
I hung
untrue?
out with you. I'm not walking out of here being like, that was a waste of my time. Cool, had a great
Yeah.
time, moving on.
Sure.
You're just another person I ran across, just like a porn star might be. I don't care that she took 100 dicks. If in the moment she's nice and fun and kind and we can do something fun together, like, I don't give a fuck what you do for a living.
And I know that there's issues in the industry, and I'm happy I get to bring a light to it. That's what they all say. Ryan, you bring such joy to our industry. We needed you, and that makes me happy.
Okay. Well, I was able to demonstrate pretty easily the great harms of this industry. I don't think my opponents were able to demonstrate anything to the contrary of that. And their
don't need to.
arguments,
Porn speaks
their
for
arguments
itself.
essentially just came from emotion, which is fine. I understand why, right? You're not debaters. I get that. And I didn't go hardball on you, right? I did want to get the viewpoints out. So I appreciate you guys coming out. It was nice of you to do, and we made some good content today. You're definitely both fucking degenerates. There's no doubt about that.
Not insulted.
But hopefully we can do something again.
Great.
All right, cool. Let me just make sure.
You don't mean that.
I do mean that.
You really want to hang out with us.
You guys want? We could do it again.
You know, it's
You guys wanna
interesting.
do it again?
Over
We'll do it again.
time,
I'm gonna take
I've
his
changed a
debate
lot-
school and
lot of
come back.
minds. I might just be able to change yours.
DebateUniversity.com.
But do you want to hang out with me to change my mind, or do you want to hang out with me because you want to hang out with me? Because I don't want to hang
No,
out
he
with
says
someone.
make content together again. It's
Right.
more-
Like at the end of the day, like I don't want to hang out with people that
Sure.
just want
we
to
don't get
change.
closing statements.
Why not?
What?
Those are the best kind of people.
Yeah, we would like.
Yeah, but
closing
what
statements.
if you change me for the worst, dude?
What if I change you for the better?
I'm not willing to take
Not
that risk.
interested. Hey,
That's fair.
No,
I don't want
closing
any change,
statements?
dude. I eat the same
Okay.
shit every day.
okay.
What's your closing statement?
My closing statements are: Brian, wish you spoke more. Nice guy, like your vibe, chill.
What about the yelling at the chick for the cell phone thing, though?
Yeah, where was that?
Yeah.
I feel like that
I'll
was
find-
fake
I'll
now.
clip
But
that for you.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us. Good time.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Andrew, good debater. You're good at getting points across. I feel like if we switch sides, yeah, it's your job.
Bro,
And
you
you're
left
good.
the robotics for what? Sorry.
When
mean
I
the-
look and
the-
I
the-
say, you know, I see your perspective on some perspectives, but don't make your kids virgins, bro. That's like, let them fuck a little bit, man. You know, let people have fun and let people live and do what
It's
they
maybe
want.
like the most horrible
and
thing
focus
anybody's
more
ever
on
said to
creating focus more on creating safe and healthier environments than hating on what people do. And when you do hate on the girls, go easy on them because
What
their
do you
mental
want?
health. It's people like you.
You want attention, but
if,
then
if you say the wrong thing and it
She
goes
just wants to
viral,
play, dude.
that's what fucks their fucking things up, and that's what's causing a lot of depression, maybe even suicide. So go easy on the girls. They're just trying to live. They don't worry about you. You don't worry about them. Live and let live. Happy world, peace and love.
Anything from you, Carl?
Guys, you can buy my merch at assholesliveforever.com. Hey, you plugged him. I'm plugging me. I came here for free.
Shameless
I'm
shilling is
kidding.
fine.
Dude, I don't have a closing argument. Everyone online is literally gonna think what they think. You think what you think. We'll all change eventually. Maybe.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like that guy a little bit. He says what's on his mind. He doesn't really think about it too much. It's fine. I can respect that.
Not. I see myself getting older and changing all the time. But honestly, I don't think I'll ever change my stance on people having sex. It just doesn't concern me. It doesn't. I don't care what you do with your dick. You do, or whoever in this room fucks this thing.
Sure.
I guess I'll take this then.
You
No,
probably don't want to.
What
Can't
is
take
that?
the blue pill, bro.
Is that
Can't
Advil?
take the blue pill. You gotta take the red pill, Ryan. We'll fix you. We'll have you back on the show. Anyways, I think we're all caught up on the chats. Keep the like thing up. All right, GG. Well played, guys.
Keep sending
well played.
Brian money. He lives in a mansion because of your comments.
Bro, you know how expensive it is to buy whatever.com?
Are living
It's
a
a-
rich
it's a
life.
lot.
Do you know how expensive whatever.com is?
You can't get a single bedroom apartment in Santa Barbara
It's
for less than
crazy.
500,000
Yeah,
a
can
year.
we talk about
What?
fucking that shit?
I would like you guys to pay
That's
my
why people are
$10 Tesla
selling
charge.
their buttholes
wild.
so they can
That's all
afford
the money
rent.
you made.
All right, so GG, well played, guys. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and
That
supports
Jay-Z?
the show. You don't know H to the Izzo?
Oh.
Oh wow. Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna tell you guys the title so you guys know that you probably need to run away far away from this one. 1v1 debate: Andrew Wilson versus they them leftist feminist vegan. That's a lot of red flags. Holy shit. That's a lot of red flags.
Welcome to a special debate edition of the Whatever podcast. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. I'm your host, moderator, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of soup chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is going to be $99 and up. We're going to read those in batches at a couple different breaks throughout the debate in intervals. There will be no instant TTS. If you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, you can do so through Venmo or Cash App. We're also live on Twitch right now. You can pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, and drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Also, we have Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. Now, I want to pull this up here. So that is discord.gg/whatever. Now, on Sunday's show, which Andrew was on, we had a female individual who he a squirrel, I guess, I don't know. Chipmunk, who attacked Andrew, viciously attacked. Luckily, I was there to protect him. But she attacked Andrew. We had to kick her out. She started hurling obscenities at me. I was capturing it all from my cell phone. I posted the my point of view, the footage to our Discord in the behind the scenes tab. She's yelling at me, yelling at Andrew, says some very unsavory things towards me, which isn't captured during our live stream. So if you want to support the show, you can join our Discord, discord.gg/whatever, if you want to see the behind the scenes of what happened on our Sunday stream, where this woman, I think it was an assault, Andrew. I think she assaulted you.
It was assault and battery.
Was that the?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Anyways, so if you want to see it, the behind the scenes, that's on our Discord, and because a lot of people were curious, what happened with the kick out. So, without further ado, I'm going to introduce our two debaters. I'm joined today by Andrew Wilson. He's the host of The Crucible. He's a blood sports debater and a political commentator. Also joining us today is Anne. She is a leftist feminist debater. She's an outreach coordinator for Planned Parenthood, and she will be receiving her bachelor's in psychology.
May.
Which university, or if you don't want to? No worries. She will be receiving her bachelor's in psychology in May. We have a few topics and prompts for today. We're going to be talking about feminism, body count, and abortion. We'll go over the prompts in a moment, but you each have a 5-minute opening statement, and then the rest of the show it's going to be pretty much open conversation except for those prompt changes, and we will have a couple breaks for messages to come through from the audience. Andrew Wilson, you're going to go first with your opening statement, and then after you, we'll have Ann. You will go. So go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah. So I appreciate it. Thanks for coming in for this debate. And then, did you want to read the prompt so that there was no confusion on feminism?
Yes. So the
Twitch
prompts
keeps logging me
are,
out, man. What
is
the hell?
feminism good for society? Most abortions are permissible, and you shouldn't care about body count if you want a relationship. So those are the 3 prompts.
Got it. So let's start with my first. So I have multiple arguments. I brought about six arguments to whether or not feminism is good for society, taking the affirmative claim that it is not. The first is that feminism erodes the family, and that was always its stated goal. So from the position of original feminist thought leaders all the way into modern feminist thought leaders, the idea of eroding what the family is has been a primary goal of every single individual wave of feminism, starting with the first wave on. My second argument for why it's bad for society is that feminism has switched women from duty to materialism. You see that in the holding of debt by women. This was all accumulated in about 100 years since the 19th Amendment was put into place, and since feminism became a mainstay, it has switched from the duty-based, duty to family, over to pure materialism. And
I've got 4 already. Whoops.
Good, which is
Probably should have used
horrible for
those.
society. 3, that feminism has not increased female happiness at all. You can find this. There's a now famous study called The Paradox of Declining Female Happiness. It's a good one. It's by Justin Wolfens. It was followed up later on a study by David Blanchflower. And in The Paradox of Female Happiness, it states that as the material conditions for women opened up due to the fact that we had a more egalitarian society, they have become far more miserable than ever, and male happiness outpaces theirs significantly in almost every single department. And this is over all socioeconomic divisions. This is over all people groups in all places where this has been studied. Feminism has not done anything to increase female happiness, that's for sure. 4, feminism leads to male resentment and the use of force doctrine. We can touch on that. It's not an argument that I'm going to focus on, but it is one that I'm sure that we will touch on. My 5th argument against modern feminism is that the language of indoctrination is psychology, which I argue is not only a soft science, and I would even say pseudoscientific, but a linguistic indoctrination program, and I can demonstrate that pretty easily. My 6th argument against feminism is force doctrine. The idea is that my opponent, like most feminists, is likely a moral relativist. Though they never claim that they're moral relativists, they always end up being moral relativists when you get into it. And if that is the case, there's really no argument which can be made from the moral side why men don't just use force to enslave all women, which they can do. And there's really not much that women can do about that, except we just don't. We just haven't done that. But in most parts of the world, where that is done, there's very little that women can do. So essentially, feminists are always appealing to men and men's force in order to protect their rights. The very same patriarchy that they're against is the very same patriarchy they necessarily have to appeal to in order to have rights in the first place, and so the patriarchy will always be in place. I think that this is a logically consistent view, and the feminist view that the patriarchy needs to be eroded, even though women cannot force their own rights, absent men, is inconsistent and illogical. So those are my 6 baseline arguments against feminism, and we can stop it with that and move over.
All right, Ann, if you'd like you to respond with your opening statement.
Yeah, well, I'll make a few points, I guess, if we're just starting with feminism right now. Feminism promotes individual freedoms, which I think at a baseline is what the government's job is to do. And so if you're looking at feminism from a legal or a political standpoint, it's quite literally the government's job to ensure that, the type of feminism that I advocate for, which we can kind of get into later, is, implemented into policy. Now, the second thing that, you touched on, and I'll kind of give a little bit of a response to just quickly is about the waves of feminism. I probably think that you find modern feminism to be the most problematic. However, modern feminist lens are more of it, what we would call a critical feminism. That's what I would probably subscribe myself to, where the goal of feminism is to look critically at the types of structures that exist in society still, whether they are legal, if they're not legal, whether that be social or within family structures, et cetera, in our institutions and our daily lives. It's to look at the things and the ways that we interact with other people, and what types of things should be deconstructed, and what types of things are still being used to oppress women, even in a subversive way. Now, you often talk about this whole notion of egalitarianism, and we can get into what you mean by egalitarianism, but I suspect that you probably mean something like equality of outcomes and not equality of opportunity. I would probably advocate more for something like equality of opportunity versus outcomes. I don't think that men and women will ever be exactly the same, and I don't think that that's the goal of most feminists. In fact, I think that might be a straw man of what most feminists are trying to do. So what I would say is that when we look at people in the workforce, the goal isn't to have the same amount of female doctors as male doctors. The goal isn't to have
I wish Draenei was
the
out
same
yet, man.
amount of
Fuck.
stay-at-home moms as stay-at-home dads. The goal is to
That
give
is the
people
class,
opportunity
no,
to do those
the
things
character,
if they want
the
to,
race I wanted
because
to be.
We
so.
agree that personal freedoms once again are
Should be good with the
for
mage.
society, and they are good when they're able to be pursued. It's not necessarily that people have to pursue those things. It's just that they have the ability to. And so that's what I would say so far, and then we can get into more of like the terminology stuff.
My goods are of the highest
Yeah, I mean,
quality.
maybe we can define some terms a little bit here. I mean, there's
It's for the semantics.
like feminism, patriarchy.
Well, I had a few
sure.
of the semantics I wanted to clear up because I'm not sure exactly what you mean by them, and I can tell you what I mean by them too, if you'd like.
Sure.
So let's start with feminism, right? My definition of feminism is the movement towards an egalitarian society, deconstructing the patriarchy.
What do you mean by egalitarian?
Just basic equality between men and women.
But that's why I made the distinction earlier. So equality of outcome or equality of opportunity? Because my goal would be equality of opportunity.
I even think opportunity would be fine. I would just grant it.
Okay, sure, yeah. So
And
then if it's
the deconstruction aspect is the patriarchy.
I need to add another
I
bar.
don't think that that's a necessary
that
part.
again?
I think that when most feminists are talking about fuck the patriarchy. Sorry, I don't know if I can say
Yeah,
the
you
word.
can say that.
Okay. Smash the patriarchy, screw the patriarchy, whatever. I don't think they're meaning literally, men can't have power. Men can't have 51% of power or something like that. Do you think feminists are saying that?
Yeah, are women, if feminism is saying that women are collectively oppressed, who are they oppressed by?
Well, yeah, most feminists would say that men are
So that
typically
would be the
oppressors.
patriarchy, right?
Okay, but so you're saying not just men having power. Maybe we should define patriarchy then.
From the father, rule of the father, men in
Minus
in the position of
350.
power, yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I don't think women are trying to, especially feminists, are trying to abolish men out of power positions.
Can men be oppressors if they don't have power?
No, of course not. But they're
Well-
not trying to rid the power. They're trying to get rid of the oppression.
So, okay, so you don't think then that power necessarily is oppressive?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, power not oppressive. So
Right,
what,
like if you would ask a typical feminist, like, would it be oppressive if we had if Kamala would have gotten elected? Would
Yeah.
that be like an oppressive matriarchal system or something? They would say
Got it.
no.
So
it's not
then-
just the power.
So then feminism to you is to try to get men to use power oppressively.
Feminism's trying to get men to use power oppressively?
No, to not use power
To not use-
oppressively.
Yeah, I believe that feminism is about the norms about how we should act. You don't think that feminism's just a descriptor of the world, right?
Yeah, I think it's just a descriptor.
Do you?
Well, in the context of us doing the semantics, I'm just talking about the descriptor.
Right, but
You're asking within the descriptor, can you make ought claims? Sure, you can do that with anything, I guess.
right, but feminism is like a philosophy about the
Fuck.
way the world should be, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's a set of
Yeah, but right
things-
now we're just talking about the
goals.
descriptor itself.
I don't know what you mean by feminism as a descriptor then.
Well, so
Wait, what?
Right now we're just untangling semantics, right?
I don't lo-
So I
what?
just wanna know
Why
what you
is it
mean
still
by
doing
the
that?
thing. If you're saying that feminists can make ought claims, sure.
Right, but feminism itself is a set of.
You shouldn't
ought
guess
claims.
that.
Feminism isn't just men
okay.
exist and they have power. No feminist.
Well,
would claim
feminism
that.
to you is this.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So feminism to you is, so I'm just trying to get a definition because it's somewhat proprietary still. I just want to make sure feminism to you means that a group of women are oppressed, the oppressor are men,
Right.
the men in a position of power.
Bro, it
their
moved
power is
again.
fine. It's just them being oppressive towards women with their powers not fine.
So the way that I look at feminism, like I said, is the push towards equal opportunity for
Okay.
both sexes in a society. That doesn't necessarily mean that those sexes will take advantage of those opportunities, but that those opportunities are available.
Okay, so feminism to you just means equal opportunity.
Sure.
Push to equal opportunity in society.
Right.
Okay,
That
gotcha.
itself is a normative claim. That's not a descriptive claim. That's a descriptive claim about what feminism is, but feminism itself is a set of normative claims.
Yeah, that's fine. If you
Okay.
if you consider
Why?
it to
I'm
be
a
a
rogue.
normative ethical worldview, that's fine with me. I'm just trying to make sure I know what it is when you say
Does it even do anything for me?
And then what is harm?
What is harm? There's a
No.
few different accounts of harm that
Fuck
you
off.
kind of would find sufficient for different instances. So there can be harms of deprivation, like I can deprive you of something that's harmful. I can give you examples of things that would be harmful, or accounts of harmful. There's things like counterfactual accounts of harms where, imagine in another world you would have been better off had something not happened to you. That would be harm in that instance. There's all sorts of types of harm.
Well, okay, I guess I should just ask this basic question first. Do you base your ethical system around harm?
Do I base the entirety of it? No, of course not.
Okay, so if you had a core principle, would it be deontological or consequential?
I think it's fine to use a mixture of both.
Like threshold deontology, something like that?
Well, I don't subscribe to a particular normative framework. That's why I'm saying I'm fine with using principles of both to
So it's
kind of
just
make
relativism?
the argument. Do you think that if not deontology and not consequentialism, then relativism?
No, I think
Is that what you're saying?
if no normative framework, likely relativism is what I think.
I probably lean towards relativism.
Okay, gotcha. So inside of the principle of harm, since it's proprietary, I actually don't feel like I got a definition from you. If you want to look a definition up, because it's really hard to find words on the fly, I'm actually fine with that.
Well, what I'm saying to you is that I find multiple types of things to be harm. So it's not just that I have one set definition that fits all sets of things that I count as harm. Do you
Yeah, but that
understand what
doesn't tell me
means?
what harm is, though.
Yeah, sure. I gave you, look,
That
harm
just tells
could
me that
be-
you think lots of things are that.
I gave you 2 examples of definitions. So the first example would be if you have a counterfactual world. Do you know what that means when I say counterfactual?
Nope.
Okay, so imagine there's a possible world where, X action or X thing had not occurred to you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're better off in that possible world where that thing had not occurred, then you've been harmed. So that would be like a
okay.
counterfactual
Gotcha.
type of harm.
And you
There's
believe
harms
that?
of-
And you believe that?
Sure, yeah, I
okay.
think that is the case in some cases, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, and then what's the other?
There's harms of deprivation.
Okay.
And that kind of ties into the counterfactual.
Can I
account,
have a
right?
space in
Like
my
can
name? I
say,
can't, right?
If you were going to inherit $1 billion and I took that $1 billion, I'm depriving you of that thing that you already had claim to. So that would be harm. There
Deprivation,
can be
okay.
deprivation harms.
Gotcha.
There can be psychological accounts.
Yeah, sad.
Okay, and then my next
What's up, Ice?
semantic question for you is...
So
what is
your
a woman?
never was very
So I
quickly
think a
relayed
woman,
because I can see
do
you're
have a
already
definition
playing.
written down, but is someone who has
On an A.
dispositions towards traits that are associated with females.
Okay.
Typically associated with females, maybe.
Largely based around
Asterisks.
self-ID?
What does that mean? What do you mean?
Like,
Self-identification.
yeah, self-identification?
No, I know what ID means.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking, what do you mean when you say that definition is based
Well, you
around
say it's
self-ID?
traits around what is feminine or what is female?
Traits that are typically associated with females.
Yeah, so I don't know how you would make the determination that you would associate with those except by self-IDing that way.
So that's a epistemic claim. That's not a problem with the definition. Right? Like that's a question about.
You've been
how
playing
do we
last
find
night as
out
well.
If someone is this thing. That's not a question
Sure,
about
I'm just
what this thing is.
Yeah.
I have
but
you
I'm
on
just
BattleNet, bro. I
asking
can
because
see
you
you're
said
online.
traits.
You're online
I'm
right
just
now.
figuring out
Right?
what traits are.
So okay, so you're asking me how
Come
we
on.
determine what the traits
Come
are.
on.
No, I'm just asking what traits are.
You're asking what traits are associated with females.
No, just what traits themselves are.
You don't know what a trait is?
Well, no, I'm asking you what a trait is.
A trait is a property of a thing.
Okay. So
And-
then the property of the thing,
Yeah,
in this
typical,
case,
typical properties of the
it's
thing.
whatever the association with the feminine or female is what makes woman.
With females.
There's no way that
Okay,
doesn't
got it.
exist.
And that's just one definition. There are sufficient other definitions.
And then what is a woman in the context of women's rights? And then I only have one more to clear these up.
That's actually a really good question. It's highly contextual. So if we're talking about like women's rights not to be maybe like essayed or something like that, obviously that's going to encompass people who are perceived in society as women.
Oh, maybe I should have checked how it
because
looks
those people,
like.
one, have a
Whatever,
right not
cares.
to be, essayed. And two, those people are perceived in the same way that females are perceived in that instance.
PJ works because it's a gnome as well. It's fantastic.
Places of the world. With their obsession for developing radical new technologies and constructing marvels of mind-bending engineering, it's a wonder that any gnomes have survived to proliferate. Over the years, the gnomes have contributed
Why is he laggy?
ingenious weapons to aid the Grand Alliance in its fierce battles against the Horde. Thriving within the wondrous techno-city of Gnomragon, the gnomes shared the resources of the forested Dumora peaks with their dwarven cousins. Yet recently, a barbaric menace rose up from the bowels of the earth and invaded Gnomragon. Aided by their dwarven allies, the gnomes fought a valiant battle to save their beloved city. Nevertheless, Gnomragon was irrevocably lost. The surviving gnomes fled to the safety of the dwarven stronghold of Ironforge. There they remain,
Tomorrow.
devising strategies to retake their city. As a gnome of proud standing, it falls to you to answer the challenge and lead your curious people
Literally tomorrow.
to a brighter future.
What do you mean your other accounts? You have the same stuff for EU and NA. If it's on your Battle.net account, you're good. If you have a different Battle.net account, there's no way. Yeah. I mean, you probably don't have the Midnight expansion, which you can pre-order, but I recommend you probably don't.
But if we're talking about something like, if I want to say, well, women have the right to abortions, I'm talking about people specifically with uteruses that, can get pregnant and can have abortions.
Okay.
So it's contextual.
Gotcha. And then last, do you believe, in this case, standpoint theory? Do you know feminist standpoint theory? Are you aware of standpoint theory at all?
Can you describe what you mean?
It's that the history should be told through the lens of women, not just through the lens of men.
Through the lens of women, not just men. So it both included in the
No.
history, or?
Nope. It's that because women have their own their own experiences when it comes to A, B, and C, that history needs to be revised also through the view of women.
That would depend, and I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that enough to commit to that.
No big deal. I just wanted to ask because I would have had a few semantic questions there too. So that's it. I'm done with my inquiry on semantics. I just wanted to clear up a few of those things.
Sure. Okay. And the main one that I wanted to get clear on was the egalitarianism, because I hear you say that a lot, where you say like, oh well, it's impossible,
Right.
whatever claim you make about egalitarianism.
Well, for the purpose of this, if we're talking about
Well, you're definitely
feminism,
expansions
I
behind
do
on that
think
one then,
there's many
right? Depending on when you made it.
feminists who do move towards the claim of egalitarianism being equality of outcome. But if you're saying that you're not one of those feminists, it's not really
Right.
worth harping on. So I'm fine
Sure.
with this definitionally just including for egalitarianism the idea of equality of opportunity.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I have no issues there. I don't know if you had any other semantics that you wanted to clear up before we got into the debate.
I'm assuming for woman or gender or whatever, you just take the biological definition, adult human female. Okay, that's fine. So do you want to get into like open discussion or?
Yeah. Yeah, now we can move into it. So I'll go back to my first argument here. Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
First argument
Yeah. See,
being that
very far
feminism
behind.
runs the family. And
You
that
can't-
was its
you
stated
can't
goal. Are you
combine
pretty
them.
familiar with early feminist writers?
It's not gonna
A
happen.
few of them, yeah. So early feminism, the first waves of them started in like depending on what country you're looking at, but mainly in America in the late 1800s.
Agreed.
And then it moved into the early 1900s. And that focused around kind of economic equality, the right to own property, the right to vote, etc.
Yeah, well, it
Yo,
depends
Marvin,
on
what's
if
up?
it was communist, but focusing on America, yes, largely.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea was to erode the traditional family, or the idea of a patriarchal family, where the man was at the head of the family
Yeah.
unit, the woman operated in a support role with children, this kind of thing. Would you dispute that eroding that was a
Yeah,
goal
it's
of
been like an
feminism?
open secret for a while now.
That would be an empirical claim that I might not be able to say one way or another. There might be feminist theorists who say, like, yes, we want to completely erode every single patriarchal family. And there are some feminist theorists who say that.
What's the countdown?
A lot of those are later feminists. But some of them would go, all we want is for women to have, the right, like I said, the right to vote, the right to own property, the right to get equal access to jobs, equal access to education.
Yeah, but if you know it's a
Okay.
countdown, then you know how long the
Let's
countdown is,
jump
no?
to modern feminism, then. I think
So
it's-
you're fine with that? You're fine with
So when
granting
does it
that-
end?
That version of feminism that I just presented to you, the historic
it's
version.
not going to hurt my argument at all.
No,
So,
but that I just want to get really clear that feminism is good for society.
No, that's not good for. Still not good for society. And,
So then why are we
But that
jumping
would
to
tie
modern
into
feminism?
that would tie well because if you're talking about feminism and modernity, so my argument's basically that feminism erodes the family, and that was its stated goal. That's my first argument. So right now, I'm giving you my argument.
Interesting.
that feminism, in modernity at least, we can agree, is attempting to erode at least the traditional family unit, what you would call the cross-generational or nuclear family.
Who's feminism, though? I mean, you can argue with like hypothetical postmodern feminists, but if that's not me, then
Then I'll argue directly with you.
Okay,
Do
that's
you
fine.
promote alternative family units?
do I promote them as a better alternative? Like as
That'd be
better than a
cool,
patriarchal
right?
family?
But I feel like that's too big of
Or
a
even
project
equal
to keep
sure, right?
secret.
I think in some cases they're
Okay,
equal,
well
some
then-
cases they're better.
If you had government programs which promoted the nuclear family or the cross-generational family at a propaganda level, national level, like we would do with patriotism during a war, things like that, do you think that we would have more or less as it came to traditional family units, more or less?
More or less family units if we put out propaganda? Well, I mean, it depends on how effective the propaganda is, but sure. I mean, we probably would have more traditional family units.
Right. So then if you do a promotion for alternative family units, that would erode that, right?
For alternative, you mean,
Well, necessarily, if it's going to increase the amount
Mm-hmm.
of traditional family units, if there's national propaganda to move
I didn't
towards
say
that,
necessarily, I said likely, but
okay, but even likely, then it would be likely the other way around. If
sure,
you-
it would be likely the other way around that if we put out propaganda for something that people would latch onto it, as
yeah,
people do.
Sure. And do you agree with me that alternative family units is the propaganda which is now produced mostly out of leftist institutions, out of feminist institutions, and out of feminist propositions to government?
Well, remember, we're talking about my version of feminism, not
Your version.
You know,
Your
right.
version.
You
does
see my
that,
name yet?
right?
have I given you much of like I don't think I've told you much about my version of feminism.
Yeah, I think you have. your movement. So you just got
The regular
saying that
PJ was
you
taken,
would
and I thought,
propagate
wait a
or
minute,
you
I'm
would
playing a gnome.
support,
I'll just
government-
change one
the
E to an
government
A.
itself,
Boom, perfect.
Pushing propaganda for alternative family units, right?
Wait, that's
Hilarious.
not, no, I didn't say that. I mean, we
wouldn't?
can watch this back, but what do you mean by that?
Like at the national level, the government doing things like putting LGBTQ flags all over the White House, maybe putting the White House in an LGBTQ flag, perhaps having NGOs, non-government organizations, which are left-wing think tanks, working hand-in-hand with government to push alternative family units, which are staunchly feminist and psychological institutions, things like that.
Okay, so I mean, we could bring up psychology, but I'm not sure what that had to do with that. But look, so we can say, you know, these are fine. These things are maybe working towards normalizing those types of family units. Calling them propaganda seems like a loaded way to say that, and that's fine. If you want to use loaded terms like that, you can. That's
Well, we
whatever.
can unload it. I agree with you. Propaganda has a negative connotation. I just don't know a
Right.
better way to say it that people understand.
So you think that the normalization or the attempt to, you know, normalize.
I forgot how to
something
how to
is
see the fucking
necessarily
things on the map.
propaganda, or you think that there's a difference there?
No, I just said I think propaganda has a negative connotation, like
Right.
definitionally a negative connotation. But when I say the word propaganda, I think most people understand what I mean by that word, meaning there's a national campaign towards X.
A national okay, I mean, if all you're saying by a national campaign towards X is that people want people to be accepted as being gay, or people want to be seen as normal for having a gay family where they have, you know, two parents of the same sex and children that live in that household, if that's what you mean, then sure, I'm fine with the United States doing things like putting flags on their building, but not for that purpose. The reason that I'm fine with that, you know, something like putting a pride flag up during Pride Month, is because that's a representation of civil rights. Actually, I spoke, by the way, a little plug for my YouTube channel. I spoke at the Florida Senate about a month ago about this. It's an infringement on constitutional rights to not allow government entities to do that. Historically, the Supreme Court has ruled that way, by the way. But
Apparently it's Questy.
that is a promotion of the civil rights of those people, not a promotion of their lifestyle. Now, while it might also
Wait, hang on,
do
back
that,
up for me real quick. Did you just say that it's unconstitutional to govern for states to govern?
Show
what
Quest
now?
on map. Yeah,
Flags?
there it is. That's
Back
the
that
one.
up. I just want to make sure I get this right.
Right, yeah, it's so in the instances, and this is just a descriptor of historically how it's been, the Supreme Court has ruled it unconstitutional to regulate the types of speech that government entities can employ.
Government entities being.
Do you know what a government entity is?
I'm just asking you so
No,
that I
I'm just
understand.
curious, like, I just didn't know if you genuinely didn't know what it meant.
You do realize that you could have proprietary definitions of things that may
Well, sure,
not
I
may
could,
not.
but
yeah.
I think it would be charitable to assume, you know, that we're kind of using similar terms. But that's fine.
Well,
I
hang
think a
on.
government
do you
entity is
mean state government? Do you mean federal government? Do you mean local government?
Historically,
do you mean,
both, the Supreme
right.
Court.
So when
Historically,
we say
both.
government entities, I'm just trying to untangle it. That's it.
Sure, I mean, okay, sure, yeah. Government entities historically, both on the federal level and the state level.
Okay. So like the Confederate flag,
Historically, the Supreme Court has ruled it unconstitutional for that to be infringed upon.
Okay.
Now, the issue there can be a different argument against maybe why we shouldn't allow them to do it. Maybe it's not because it's unconstitutional, but maybe there's some other reason why we should infringe on their free speech.
Do you think we should?
On
The Confederate flag?
that would be a conversation about, you know, what's the usefulness, what kind
No,
of
it'd be a
violence
conversation
could
about whether or not you're consistent in your view that because states can do this, they should be able to do this, or they should do this.
Do you? Okay, that's not true. Look,
That
what
that
I
is
was
true.
saying. Well, what I was saying was that take the instance of, you know, putting up can I say the word swastika?
I would just say Swazi.
Swazi, yeah. Take, you know, I put up a nice 1942 flag up, you know, on the state building or something like that, and that causes some riot or that causes some violence or something like that. There might be an argument there to
Swaziland.
say, well, because it's had this specific negative outcome, then we should restrict. it.
Swazilia.
However, that's not the case with the symbolization of, you know, Pride Month, the gay flags that are put up on buildings. The intention there is to represent the civil rights of those people. That would be like saying you can't put up American flags.
This is a civil rights issue on either end.
do you think that the Civil War was a civil rights issue?
No, it's a civil rights issue on either end for the flag itself. So you can't say, so if you say, well, this is negative, right, or this is positive, just because one is negative doesn't mean it's not the same civil rights issue that you're pointing at here. So if you're pointing at states historically can't say anything, or government entities can't say anything about what types of flags are put up on but is it state property? Is that what you're referencing?
Right. So government buildings.
Yeah, government buildings. Then it would still be a civil rights issue if you're saying that they shouldn't put up the Confederate flag. That would still be a civil rights problem.
When I asked you, do you think that the Civil War was a civil rights issue, do you think that the Confederate flag represents the civil rights of African Americans?
No.
Okay, right. So that's the symmetry breaker here. And then there's also the
Well, what do you think a civil right is?
do you think that the
Don't ask me a question before you answer my question. What do you think a civil right is?
Look, a civil right is, something, it's actually, I think, pretty vague in our legal language, but
yeah, so
a civil right is something like a human right that most people would call.
So, like, you have a right to put that flag up. Okay,
no,
great. I have a right to put that flag up too.
Okay, see, that's where the confusion is. So I'm talking about when I say, government entities have the right to put up like pride flags. The pride flag is the symbol of the civil rights of gay people to get married, own property, not be, have their house raided while they're having sex or something like that.
Well, okay. That's an assertion. So let's start with this. So you just making the claim like it is true that this flag represents this. That's great. It represents that to this group of people. I would make the same argument with the Confederate flag. Same exact argument. That's great that it represents a negative thing towards this group of people, but it represents a positive thing towards this group of people. It would be the same thing with the LGBTQ flag. It'd be the same argument both ways.
No, look, the problem here is that the condition that I gave for, it being fine for them to use this form of free speech is the fact that it represents the civil right of that group of people. But the Confederate flag doesn't represent the civil rights of who?
It would represent the civil rights of any people who wanted to see consistency so that they can have their flag up if they so chose. That would still be a civil right.
That isn't, maybe there's some vagueness on the civil rights thing, but I don't think that you think that, putting a flag up wherever you want on whatever property you want is a civil right. You don't believe that, right?
I think that if you were going to be consistent with your view, you would need to believe that.
That's not. Okay, this isn't answering my question.
Bro, I don't think you were here
a civil right
when I read the title of this YouTube video and warned everyone, get out now or it's on you, right? The title is Andrew Wilson versus They Them Leftist Feminist Vegan.
To display.
Warning.
It's a civil right
Warning.
if you put up a gay flag
I'm not sure
on
why you
government
interrupted
buildings. Well, I'm trying to answer the question because you said I wasn't answering it. If you put it up on
I
a
have to
government,
re-ask it for you to
if you
answer
put
it.
it up on a government, you didn't ask me a question.
I was in the middle of asking you the question.
You said I'm not getting the answer, so I was just giving you the answer.
So look, the question was, do you think that it's a civil right to see your flag equally displayed? Because that was what you started to say.
No, I think that it would be equally consistent to say if you can have an LGBTQ flag flying on some state building and that's constitutional, then you'd have to say the same thing about a Confederate flag.
That the argument was from the fact that that flag represented the civil rights of that group.
That's nice.
It looks
What
like
I'm
you
telling
think as
is
well.
That's an assertion. Like, demonstrate the assertion.
That's an assertion based off of the Supreme Court historically ruling it that way. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not making I can make a moral claim, and we can talk about like why people shouldn't, because I think there might be like violence ensued by one versus the other, etc. But
Okay, so why should you be able to have the gay flag up but not the Confederate flag?
Because I think that
Those
one
glasses
represents
are,
the civil rights of a group, whereas the other one doesn't.
bit of a giveaway.
One is more likely to incite violence. I don't think that the pride flag being up is more likely
do you
to
think
incite violence.
heritage is part of civil rights?
I think that I think heritage is part of civil rights?
Yeah. When you're talking about the historical use of the LGBTQ flag, for instance, this is going to have some type of like historical meaning to the people in which that flag represents, right?
Right.
Okay, isn't the Confederate flag going to have the exact same thing? It's going to have some kind of historical meaning when it comes to family lineage for people who live in the South, for people who you know, they had ancestors who fought in this war, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to be part of their heritage and history. So don't you think that that would have specific meaning to them as well?
Right, but there might, like I said, be overriding considerations, like if hanging that flag caused violence or something like that. Obviously, you would say, like, okay, if we started hanging up Confederate flags and then more violence ensued against, like, African Americans, you would say we probably shouldn't hang it, right?
So then, by that metric, are you saying that if LGBTQ flags
Oh,
incited
crap.
violence in people who were not LGBTQ, we should not hang LGBTQ flags?
Incited violence because of the flag itself? Like, if
Yeah.
it would have to be a
That
large
would be the
amount-
same thing. They
It would have to be a large amount of violence. It
Yeah,
would have
so
to be
as
a lot
long
of
as, so
violence.
basically what you're saying then, just to make sure I got your view right, what you're actually saying here is as long as people who don't like the LGBTQ flag being up go ahead and commit a bunch of violence, they should probably take the LGBTQ flag down.
There would be multiple solutions to that, but that could be one of them. Yeah, if there was, like, let's say that was the only way to get people to stop being violent, that might be an alternative. Now, that's saying that that's, like, necessary to do to stop the violence. Now, if there's other things where we can preserve, you know, like the protection of the displaying of it for civil rights purposes, for the representation of civil rights, and at the same time lower the violence in some other way, then yeah, we should do that alternative. Do you think that's controversial?
No, but now you're just switching the position because initially what you said was this flag, if it's causing violence because it offends them so much that they can't help but become violent at the very look of it or whatever it is, whatever it is that makes them respond negatively and commit violence because of this flag. All that would actually be doing is incentivizing people who are oppositional to the LGBTQ flag to commit violence because then you would want to take that flag down, right?
Well, for one, I would say, listen, I would hold the same standard. Let's go back to this, because I would hold the same standard if we had a rule where we said, okay, we can display the Confederate flag and we can display the pride flags, whatever. If there started to be violence committed on one end because of the Confederate flag, I would say, like, okay, well, before we move to, you know, taking the flag down, we should move to stopping the violence to whatever metric we can. Now, there might be other reasons why I think, like, maybe we shouldn't display a Confederate flag. I think the Confederate flag in and of itself represents the negative part of the history that shouldn't be displayed as if we're proud of it. I think it represents slavery. You don't think it does?
No, it doesn't represent slavery. It represents the heritage of people who had family members who died in war on behalf of their beliefs.
And their beliefs were?
Well, the beliefs were to their state, being loyal to their state. Most Confederate soldiers didn't have any views on slavery, really, one way or the other. This was the higher-ups who had views like this. So the average soldier, in fact, there's one famous case of them saying, why is it that you're fighting in this war? You're so poor, you can't own a slave. And the response was, because y'all are here. So what that means is that as the North was invading the South, there was a lot of incentive for people to go and fight against it. They called it the War of Northern Aggression. And many of them had cause. They got their houses burned down, things like this during northern marches to assist in combat in that war. And yeah, I'm sure that people are very proud of the heritage.
Many more
of the
reasons than
country
that, but
South,
yeah.
from people fighting for the core beliefs and on behalf of their families, even if you don't like the cause itself. The cause itself is still very much baked into the American history, just like for instance, I couldn't ban the LGBTQ flag because of HIV, right? I couldn't be like, well, that's a stain on our history, the fact that there was a bunch of gay sex parties and giving it to each other. I couldn't do that, right? I don't think that you can make a good, honest argument as to why it is that people couldn't be proud of the heritage of their family fighting in the Civil War.
Look, the flag is a symbol of the leaders of that war, right?
No,
the,
it's
the
not.
people, you just admitted this, the people who respond in that way, oh, well, we're fighting because you guys are here, they're there because they're there. They live there, they're trying to protect their homes and properties. That's perfectly fine. The problem is the people who were starting those wars were the ones who were using those flags. That's like saying, like, well, you know, so-and-so wasn't a Nazi and, you know, well, I don't know if I can say that word, fuck. You know, so-and-so wasn't a, you know, Nazi in World War II. They just had families that were, you know, Nazi members. Or maybe they were just fighting because they thought it was, like, a good thing. They were fighting the other powers that invaded. You wouldn't say certainly then that, like, they should allow, you know, Nazi flags.
Want to buy
If
wands.
if the standard is that we're allowed to put up the flag of our choosing because it has some representation value that we see it as, like, let's say the people saw the Nazi flag as being something other than I Heart Hitler, I wouldn't see a problem with that. No, of course not.
Okay, so even though that it is linked to that, it is linked to support of Hitler and the
And the
Nazi regime.
LGBTQ flag is linked to HIV.
Okay,
That's how I mean.
just to be
People see
clear.
it. People see it as like, oh wow, AIDS, right? They see the rainbow flag. I think a lot of people think AIDS.
yeah, that's fine, but there's not like gay leaders that are out there
Yeah.
pushing for AIDS.
Yeah,
There's
YouTube,
not,
man.
Like, anybody out there pushing for the Confederacy?
YouTube.
Who's pushing for the Confederacy?
I live in the deep south. There's people pushing for the Confederacy.
Who? Give me a single actual institution of any kind, anywhere, or any real body of people.
It's like the Busta Rhymes song, "Break Your Neck." Break your neck, and everybody fucking knows the word that comes next. And on the radio, it's like, "Come on, break your neck, come on, motherfucker." That's not what you said the first time, right? It's so stupid, dude.
Anywhere who's pushing for the Confederacy.
What do you think that, I mean, there have been moves historically to cede some of the states again.
That's
because
not the
of-
Confederacy.
Because of the, I was speaking, but
You were.
there have been moves to cede states again for those particular reasons and go back to having the Confederacy again.
No, there's not.
I live in the South. I'm well, yeah.
There's not in modernity. No, there's no
You
serious.
can just say no, but you don't.
There's no serious movement. Demonstrate it then. Show me a serious movement in modernity.
I mean, you could take people like the Proud
Anywhere.
Boys.
But the Proud Boys don't want the Confederacy. What are you talking about?
They are, tons of them do.
No, they don't.
Tons of them
I know
do.
Gavin McInnes personally. I know for sure that he had no plans to institute the Confederate States of America with the Proud Boys.
and by Confederate States, you mean-
Enrique, the former head, by the way, he's, I think, half black or half Hispanic himself. He has absolutely no plans to move towards the Confederate States of America. That's absurd.
They might not have practical plans to, but you couldn't ask
Am I in the wrong
some of these
cave?
people. Like I said, I live in the South. I mean, like, we can table this here because if it's just going to be like, oh, this is an empirical claim, there's absolutely no one that's pushing for the Confederacy. I think
mean,
that's absurd.
They
No,
damn
that's not what I
leftist
said.
feminist
What did I
vegan.
actually say? What was my actual
That much was implied.
My actual position was there's no serious body anywhere, not an NGO even, that I'm aware of, that is pushing for the reinstitution of the Confederate States of America. Not a single one. And that the Confederate flag, the only thing you seem to be able to appeal to is, well, because in the South there was slavery, and this was a flag that the South utilized, that means therefore that it's a symbol of slavery. That is not only is that not logical, it doesn't follow, right? But you haven't even demonstrated that the people who want the flag there view it as a symbol of slavery. They clearly don't. Only the opposition does, right?
Are you guys okay if we move this back to feminism, though?
Yeah,
or do-
this-
But
do
this
you
is
want-
part of the consistency of the worldview.
I just want to make it very clear that Civil War was fought over slavery.
Well, that has
the
nothing to do with my
Confederate-
claim. What
the
does that have to do with my
Confederate-
claim?
The Confederate leaders of the Civil War were fighting for
When did I make the claim
slavery.
that it wasn't over slavery?
I'm just making that clear for this conversation.
Yeah,
and
but
for
when
the
did I make
audience
that
in general.
claim?
You
So
have
what are
made
you
the claim
arguing
that the
against?
That the people who were fighting in the war, most of them weren't just fighting for slavery.
They
But
weren't.
but the leaders of those armies were fighting for that.
Some of them were, and some of them even were abolitionists in their own right. But I do agree with you that generally speaking, leadership there did want to keep the institution of slavery intact. I'm not disputing that. What I am disputing is that when Southerners see the Confederate flag as a sign of their cultural heritage, which comes down to their family members defending their homes when the North came in and started burning them out, amongst other reasons, that they want it there as a symbol of slavery. And that's the argument you're actually making.
That's not true. But
Then why shouldn't it be there?
I said that, well, one, there could be an argument that it incites violence, because it does in some instances. It's used as a symbol when violence occurs, especially in the South a lot.
Great, so we have to capitulate to people who become violent because of a symbol.
Capitulate to people who become violent because of a symbol? They're not violent because of the symbol. They're violent because they share the values that that symbol represented during that war.
So then therefore violent because of symbol.
No.
No.
How did you get that from that?
Well, because I don't understand. Why are they being violent because the Confederate flag is there?
They're violent because they share the same values as the people who flew that flag in that war.
No, they don't. What values are they sharing? They own slaves?
There are people in the South who want to own slaves. Yeah, I don't.
How many people in the South do you think want to own slaves?
There's Look, there's groups of people that doesn't matter.
There's no significant movement anywhere in the South to own slaves.
Even if they don't desire that particular portion of the negative ideological, set of things that people in the South believe during the Confederacy, there is lumped in with that racism because of the fact that it was
This lady has
school
impressive
for
headcanon.
slavery, right? So that
The
they're
North
sharing
was
those
racist.
values. I understand.
So why do we fly the American flag?
It's like a joke.
No, it's not a joke. It's not like a joke. I really don't understand the position. The position of but they see it as being racist. They are linking this symbol to their feelings. We're not going to capitulate.
This might kill me.
You honestly are trying to advocate that people should capitulate to symbolism under legal expression because it makes them feel bad.
And by capitulate, you mean
Take it down.
so you're saying that
Yeah.
I think that we should take down Confederate flags if they cause violence, and if
Well,
they
they're
are
not causing violence.
and if they are if they are linked to people who are causing violence, right? Because they share the same values of the people who initially flew those flags. But yeah, I think that's totally reasonable.
but
I would really
that's
hope
an
you would say
absurd
the
claim.
same thing about the Schnazi flag.
This
I really
is
would hope
this
you
is a
would.
totally insane claim. So, if somebody's flying the Confederate flag and it's offensive enough, you keep on acting like, well, if the flag is causing violence, the flag doesn't cause violence. The flag is nothing. It's a piece of cloth. It has no ability to cause anybody violence. People would be causing violence on behalf of they don't like that. They don't like that flag. So all you're doing is making an argument saying we should capitulate to mobs who don't like things and are willing to cause violence by taking down the thing.
That's not it. Look, I think that's a complete straw man of the argument. The argument is multi-pronged. It's not just, if people don't like thing, take thing down. That's not the argument.
It sure
at all.
sounds like that's the argument.
That is
Which part of it am I straw manning?
That is a consideration into whether or not we should allow something or not. Right?
Okay.
There can be multiple considerations. That's one of them.
Okay. Well, I guess we can move on to the second argument then if you want to move past this one.
Sure.
Feminism has switched women from duty to materialism. Can you
explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, I can't think of a single. When you talk about egalitarianism being, so let's start with this, I guess. Are rights real?
Real in what sense?
Do they materially exist anywhere, or are they concepts of the mind?
Yeah, rights are concepts of the mind.
Yeah, so they don't actually exist, right?
No, something that's a concept still exists.
Where?
Yeah, like feelings exist, thoughts exist.
Where?
They exist within the mind. You just said that.
Yeah, where's that?
In the mind?
Where is that, though?
In brains?
So the brain exists inside the mind?
The mind is constituted of the brain.
The brain is the mind, then?
That might be a semantic thing, but I'm fine with saying however you want to parse out those terms, that yes, concepts come from minds. Minds either
what?
are or
I was
come
supposed
from
to spawn
brains.
here. What the hell?
So, wow,
that fucked
is
me.
the mind the brain?
Look, that's a complex question I don't have the answer to.
I don't either. So I just want to make sure that I understand where concepts exist.
I mean, look, if you just want to say the brain just for simplicity, that's fine. I'm not sure. Like, are you well versed on philosophy of mind or something? Is that
Actually,
I'm not trying to move you into philosophy of mind. I'm just trying to ask you about rights being a concept. Because when I say that they're not real, you say they are real because concepts are real.
Right.
But I don't understand
Spawned me
how
at the wrong
concepts
fucking
themselves are real.
Yeah, they're real.
Graveyards, that
things
sucks.
that are
Should
from
have just
the
walked
mind.
out.
Okay. So,
Thoughts you wouldn't say a thought is not a real thing. A thought is a real thing.
well, when you say objective or subjective, what do you mean by objective or subjective?
I didn't use those words, but usually in philosophy, objective means mind independent,
Yes.
and subjective means mind dependent.
Okay, right. So concepts then they're dependent on a mind.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so they don't exist absent a mind.
They don't exist absence of minds? No.
Okay, so if all human beings were gone, rights would not exist because the concepts would be gone, right?
Well, I didn't say human minds. There could be, some alien, the xenomorphs or whatever come down and they have their own concepts of rights. Then, yeah, I mean, that's still a mind. They have rights, etc.
Yeah, no, sure. If there was aliens, they okay.
Just
but
to
if,
clarify, it's not just human minds. It is just, minds that can conceptualize of rights.
whatever those minds are.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So when we're talking about rights, though, you exist, they don't exist in any sort of material reality.
That question hinges upon the is the mind the brain or not.
You
But
can't taste them, touch them, smell them, see them, that kind of thing.
sure, no, of course not.
Yeah, okay, got it. So rights, for all intents and purposes, are just things that we make up.
Sure, and that doesn't make them any less real.
Well, I guess we're going to have to clear this up again then. Real how? Is a unicorn real?
Well, as a fictional concept, yeah.
As a concept, it's real.
As a fiction, just to be clear. There's a way that fiction is used in a technical sense. I'm not super familiar with it, but you can point to things that are fiction and things that aren't fiction. So it would be like, well, maybe Spider-Man is real in a sense, but he's real in a fictional way. He's still real, right? There's still a book, there's still movies about him, there's still actors that play him. In a sense, there is...
Well, he's real in your mind.
Spider-Man, right? Well, there are material things tied to Spider-Man, right? But there is a real concept of Spider-Man. He's just real in a fictional sense.
Got it. So then for you, rights actually do exist as more than... They're not... When you say concept, you actually believe concepts are real in some sense.
I think they're real in a mind-dependent way.
Mind-dependent.
When you say, so I think what you're doing here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm making sure we just don't equivocate.
But it seems like what you are doing might be a little bit of that, but it might seem like you're saying something is only real if and only if it's material. Do you believe that or no?
I don't. No.
Okay.
I'm just making sure that we get the view clear.
Sure,
that
yeah.
we're
So there can
talking
be real
about-
things, even if we don't have a specific definition, there can be real things that aren't material.
Yeah, concepts.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, got it. So rights are a concept.
Yeah, they are a concept, but they are real. But in the sense that non-material, real
concepts,
things.
yeah, in the sense that concepts are real.
Right, just like your feelings are real, just like your thoughts, your dreams are real.
Got it. And concepts are changeable, right? Just like rights.
The concepts themselves, yeah, the way that people think of things, yeah. Those things can change, sure.
Okay. So we've established that rights are just concepts. Concepts can be real. I'll just agree in that sense because, again, it doesn't really matter, I guess, in this particular confine. So when I say duty you would have to exist, or you'd have to admit is also real then as a concept.
What do you mean by duty?
Obligations that you have absent entitlements. And I would classify rights as being entitlements you have absent obligations.
So you said a duty is an obligation absent an entitlement?
Yeah.
And then you said that, what was the second?
That for a right, it would be an entitlement absent a duty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I still running the right?
I don't actually see any duties women have in modernity. None. Like no actual duties.
Duties to what?
Yes.
Anything.
You don't, like in a moral sense or?
No, in any sense. So I see a lot of entitlements, rights, entitlements absent duties. So you have the right to vote, no duty to vote, right to own a gun, no duty to own a gun, right? You have the right to or not incriminate yourself, but no duty to incriminate yourself or not to incriminate yourself, right? Every one of these rights is an entitlement. There's no duty which comes along with it. So I think that in the time before feminism, let's say, especially the 1900s, that instead of women and men in this case moving towards a materialistic outlook, they focused a lot more on duties instead of entitlements themselves. And I think that has been very bad for society, the focus on materialism from feminism.
Okay, maybe just to get more clear on that term duty, being an obligation absent entitlement. What you're saying is that, somebody should act or needs to act, right, without being given anything to act?
No, they could be given orders to act. That could be...
No, that's not what I'm saying. No. Okay, maybe there was some miscommunication there, but something that, you should do whether or not you're rewarded for it or something like that. Is that something like what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So
some obligation to do, some obligation absent entitlement to perform X action.
Okay.
Now that's not a perfect definition, but I think it's a workable one for the purpose of the conversation.
Okay, so you think that, women don't have any duties, but they do have.
But I think men do. I think men have duties.
Can we get clear on if you're making a descriptive claim or if you're making some sort of like prescriptive claim?
Descriptive.
Descriptive? Okay, so you think that men have duties and women don't?
Yes.
And that you think that women have rights and men don't have rights, or they do?
I think that women have more rights than men do. So this would come down to my argument for conscription. It's very simple. Men have a duty and obligation to sign up for the draft. Women have no such obligation or duty to do so, but women can still vote to send men to wars and then not fight in them because they can't be drafted. So I would consider that to be an extra right that women have that men do not have, because they are they actually have to sign up for and be conscripted during wartime.
Okay, sure.
And absent wartime.
Okay, so this is argument feminism bad because men have to go to the draft and women don't, and they both get the right to vote?
No, this is an argument for materialism. I'm just expressing that when we moved away from a duty-based society for women, I can't think of any actual obligations that women have as far as duties to society, but I can think of actual obligations that men do have still as a duty to society. And so it seems that women themselves actually have more rights in modern society than men do. And also, right, that a lot of this movement towards the idea of more additional rights comes from materialism itself. Everything seems to staunchly revolve around I want, me, I want, because it feels good.
Okay. Sure. I'm not sure. Maybe we could get more clear on materialism there. I'm not for the draft. I am for people voting. I think people should vote. So if you're making descriptive claims about like, okay, well, you think that this moved towards materialism, and I'm thinking maybe you're talking about like Marxist materialism, or do you mean something totally?
Well, this
like,
sucked.
do you mean materialism in a totally different field?
Yeah, in this case, very simple, right? I'm just using materialism in the sense of
Shouldn't have died. Oh, damn it. But it said die.
Stuff
And
in the
fucking
replacement
drops me
for
off.
something that is
Middle
not
of fucking
stuff.
nowhere.
Like, for instance, if we're talking about concepts
Bugger
of
off.
God, of country, of nation, of state, things like that, which could be fulfilling, and materialism.
I
would
know,
be
right?
The idea that like stuff.
Yeah, I
can
read
be
that too.
fulfilling, like actual material goods, things like this can be
These
a
people,
form of fulfillment.
bro, this is one of these
So
freaks
materialism,
brought her
from what
baby to
you're
a goddamn
defining is that
protest.
Material goods can be fulfilling.
Yeah,
Okay, this has to do what with feminism?
that what feminism has done is move women more towards materialism than duties. Duties would be this idea of the conceptualization of I ought to do things outside of because it feels good, whereas materialism is I'm going to get this stuff because it feels good.
Right. I mean, I can think that people should do things because I think it would have good outcomes for them. Like, I think that people should
ridiculous.
vote because I think that that
Confidently
helps them pursue
moronic.
their political goals more. And I think that people enjoy freedom. I think that's good for people's well-being, is to have personal freedoms.
Doesn't seem to be.
Oh,
It seems to be
okay.
that limiting people's personal freedom
Check the
is
name.
good for their well-being.
Well, it seems okay. Well, in some senses, you would agree with that. In some senses, you wouldn't. I assume.
Yeah, in some there you can make
Right.
you can make delineation thresholds, but everybody voting has
No,
been a
I'm just like
disaster. It's
shopping
been
around,
terrible.
man.
What do you mean by that?
Like
I
I'm
mean
waiting for
that, by
literally
everybody being able
tomorrow,
to
the day
collectively
after
vote rather than
tomorrow,
people
after
at
the
stake in
fucking
system. What's been able to happen
maintenance.
is that the Treasury has been able to be robbed by the collective power of
The
vote.
Draenei
So
come
what
out,
happens
man.
is politicians end
That's
up
what I'm waiting on.
creating blocks, voting blocks. They pit the voting blocks against each other. And all of these various blocks are trying to raid the Treasury essentially for their own personal agendas.
Also, I've basically
Every
made
single block that I
a character in each starting zone. That's pretty much what I did.
can think of, in fact, is trying to raid the Treasury based on an agenda.
Right, but presumably you think some of those some of those agendas are good, and two, you think that generally there's also good outcomes from everybody voting, right?
No, there's generally not good outcomes from everybody.
There's not a single good outcome,
I
or
didn't say there's not a single good outcome. I'd
Well, that's a
never put it in
question.
a monolith, but
What's a question?
Like, I'll be a
just to answer the
mage.
question, I would say
Dying is going to
not
be
say that there's
priest.
Never a single good outcome.
Meta
right,
is a
so
druid.
you just happen to believe that the good outcomes don't outweigh the bad outcomes.
Well, yeah, that's how I would weigh
You could still
anything
be
when it
shaman.
came to the political process, right?
Right. So, okay, I mean, we can just take, for example, you think that it's generally good, just prima facie good, to protect individual freedoms, right? Like people.
To a degree.
Well, I think I can probably give you infinitely many cases where you would say it's good to protect infinite.
I think I can give you
personal
infinitely
freedoms.
many cases in the opposition where you would think it was really good to limit them.
Probably not in the real world. Like I can take, for example, okay, you waking up and breathing this morning. That's a right that's a personal freedom that should be protected.
Me waking up and owning a machine gun, is that a personal right that should be protected?
That's gonna hinge on like an epistem. That's gonna be some like empirical claim that I don't.
It's not an empirical claim.
Like whether or not you.
What do you mean?
No, whether or not I think that that's a right that should be protected is gonna hinge on empirical data. So whether or not that causes
How about a nuke?
more bad outcomes.
Can I own a nuke?
I think probably there would be really bad outcomes if you
Yeah,
owned a nuke.
probably. So you'd want to limit that, right?
Right.
What about a battleship with like Uzis strapped?
Yeah, which is tomorrow, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, are you not listening? Like, I literally just said that.
To it that did a like 360 turnstile, just mowing everything.
Like
down.
verbatim, I literally just said that.
Right, or
Jordan come out
dangerous.
tomorrow.
Right, and those are instances that we don't currently
Like,
have. I'm
that's-
talking about
I literally just
from
said that.
You breathing,
I feel so
to you sitting
unheard
at the
sometimes
table,
in
to
this
you
fucking
holding a
channel,
pen,
dude.
To you, on the show, to you being in the studio, to being in America. Ooh, sorry. To you being able to drink
That's
water.
funny.
All of those things are personal freedoms, and you believe that all of those things should be protected. And there's probably less of those like insane scenarios than.
Breathing's not a right? What do you mean? You don't have a right to breathe. It's a function. It's a function of what you do.
You have a
There's
right
not an
to life.
empirical right to it.
Right, but you have a right to life, and stopping you from breathing.
Do
would
you
be
have a right to
stopping you.
life, or do you have a concept that you have a right to life?
Yeah, but they
Yeah,
do,
but-
starting
yeah, the
tomorrow.
con- the right is the concept.
Hence, you could still be the
So
shaman.
The idea here is the concept. Yeah, I'm not sure that people have a right to life.
That's
Like,
why
if
I
you
brought
steal
it
my
up.
TV, I don't think you have a right to life
Well, sure, those rights can be overridden. Those are overriding
because they don't
considerations.
exist. That's why
That doesn't mean that
there's
they-
not really anything. So the concept here, right, can be overridden and changed because the concept itself is flawed. The idea of rights themselves are flawed. So
I just realized the nameplates are off.
Your like First Amendment right or something like this. When you talk about freedoms in general, yeah, I think that we have all sorts of duties which override those rights all the time.
Right. So, but you have to make the case that this is one of those instances where you should override somebody's rights. So when
Yeah, since
you say,
women
well,
started voting,
hold on, don't
well,
interrupt me. That's
you just told me to give you the instances.
very impolite. Very impolite.
Do you think that
But
I'm the only one cutting in?
I think I've probably cut in far less. But look, so you think that there's all of these instances where like you shouldn't
So the answer is no. You're not the only one. Gotcha.
have your right to breathe infringed upon. You shouldn't have your right to XYZ. That doesn't mean that those things aren't real just because they can be overridden. I don't know what the argument for that would be.
What that? So the concepts themselves, right? These things are changeable concepts, right?
Yeah,
All of them are changeable.
the concept itself is.
And where does the concept exist? Does it exist in all brains, or does it exist in one brain?
Well, I think that people.
I'm gonna make. Hang on. I love that it's the StarCraft 2 Terran fucking cruiser. Who called in the fleet? Just making sure I wasn't dying.
doctor. I'm in so much pain. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Help me.
So dumb.
People have different concepts of rights.
Right.
But what I am saying, though, is when people say, I have a right to life, they're not saying, I have a right to life in every single imaginable possible scenario. Do you know that?
Do you know that when you express things that you should express them precisely so that I know exactly what it is that you do mean? So when you when you say do you know when people say X, what they actually mean is Y? It's no, I don't actually know that, because from what you're saying is when people say X, this is it. You just leave it on rights. That's what people say. And it's now you clarify and say, well, when people say X, they really don't always mean X. Fair enough. I can grant that is true, but you didn't really make that case before.
You're not just granting that it's true, though. Here's what happened, though, is that you said that, there's instances where these rights can be overridden, right? So you do recognize that people, when they say you have the right to life, they aren't talking about the right to life in an absolute sense.
No. That's a pedantic way to look at my words. Maybe my words were sloppy there, right? It's just a way for me to categorize the words that you understand what I'm saying. So I can say override or something like this. If you want to pin me on it, I can use a different word. But the entire idea here, though, is that these are just concepts. Because they're just concepts, they're very changeable in the human experience as concepts. And they only exist in single brains. They don't exist in collective brains, right? They can't. Every single brain has to have some variation of this concept, right?
Sure, but people have general, agreements on what a concept means.
Sure.
So they can approximate as close as they can. But when somebody says, like I said, they have the right to life or they have the right to breathe, I would think that you know that they're not saying, and also just to reframe this, because you said it's when people are saying they're X, you're saying they actually mean Y. No, I'm saying they mean something like X asterisk, to the right-hand corner.
So
or
actually
something
Y.
like that. That's not what I said. I think that's kind of
it can't be X and not X. So it has to be X actually means not X.
Right, but it could be X with an additional clause that's understood to be true. When you have conversations, there are things that you understand with people. There's social cues. People, I think people typically
I agree.
rights aren't
I'm
absolute.
just making sure that if there's a meaningful distinction, we untangle the meaningful distinction. If there's not, we don't.
Sure. Okay. So when people talk about rights, because I guess we'll just get 100% clear on this now. When people talk about rights, they're typically not talking about some absolute, ability to do anything, some entitlement to do anything no matter what.
Okay, I agree.
Sure. So
But I never thought that was in dispute. What was in dispute is the concepts themselves, right? So the idea is, well, I have a right to do X, and then somebody comes along and says, no, you don't, and puts a bullet in your head, right? Did he have the right, or did you have the right?
Yeah, I saw him.
Did the person who put the bullet into somebody's head have a right to do that?
Yeah.
Not per the person who they did it to.
Right, exactly.
I picked up
these
the
are just concepts. They're individual.
The second game when it was massively on sale when Joey picked it up.
They're not even collectivized.
Well, there can be rights that we agree upon.
Sure,
it's $5.
You can agree to them, right? But you can't really say that when somebody else comes along and says, I have a right to violate your rights, that they don't have a right to do that. That's the problem with them, right?
They under your frame of rights, they don't have that. Per your standard, they don't.
Maybe we can play that a little
Yeah,
tomorrow.
but per
I don't
their
know.
Standard, they do.
Yeah, that's just trivially true. If you're,
We'll see when the game goes down.
And trivial truths are true because they're true. So the thing is yes, it's trivially true, just meaning it's true, that if a person says, well, I have the right to kill you, and you say you don't have the right to kill me, right? I just want to know who actually here has the right to do what.
actually has the right?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Who here actually has the right to do something? Who here actually can actualize this right?
Okay, the question is, who has the ability to do what they want to do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously the person with the gun. Do you think
So
that's in dispute?
what right did that other person actually have?
Well, the person. Okay, maybe we should get clear on what you mean by a right. What do you mean by right?
I've already told you like 50 times. It's entitlement absent of duty.
Yeah. So okay, they have the right, and these rights are, you know, like I believe that I have an entitlement, you know, to my life.
Believe.
Right.
Yeah.
So if they believe that, to them, they had the right. To the other person, they did not have the right.
Right. So in this case, really what it boils down to is your rights are just force, right? Rights
Your rights
just
are
come
just
down.
force. Force
rights-
is the way that the rights are protected.
Well, it's the only way they can really exist.
No, they do exist. You admitted that concepts exist, right? So like somebody can.
I can grant that they exist, sure.
Right. So they do exist without force, quote unquote.
Well, no, not actualizing them though.
Actualize. So you didn't get clear what you mean by actualizing.
Yeah, so if you want to have the right to freedom of speech and there's nobody around, I suppose you would have the right to freedom of speech because you're the only mind which has this concept in it. But if you come into contact with another mind who says you don't have the right to freedom of speech, right? How do we determine which mind actually has a right here and which one doesn't? We can't, right? We just say you have a concept in your mind and you have a concept in your mind. But this rights thing, right? This thing doesn't really exist. Just this concept is what exists.
See, you keep saying it doesn't really exist. Of course it exists. Like you said, if you're on the island and nobody's there to infringe upon that right, even if somebody does infringe upon that right, you could still say, well, that person has the right to life. They have the right to speech.
Then people have the right to kill other people if they want to.
Well, that's not what I said. Per that person, they
No, it is
would,
what you're
They
saying.
would
It's an
to them
extension of
that
what you're
that
saying.
statement would be true.
Okay.
To them.
If it is the case that collectively society decides that they have a right to enslave women, they do in fact have that right in reality to do that, don't they?
If you're saying that they're acting on what they believe is to be a right, then yeah. That's what they're doing. That's trivially true.
So then what
but
is...
that doesn't... So,
so
these
then
are
what is-
descriptive claims, though.
Yeah,
I'm not interested
well,
in
right now
descriptive
we're just
claims.
making sure that we have this. So I just want to make sure I got this right, and that we're not speaking past each other. Rights are real as concepts. Concepts are real. Yes. So therefore, if it is the case that conceptually people want to enslave all women, and they call that concept a right, then they would have the right to enslave women, and that would be a real right that they would have, right?
To them,
Yes.
what you're missing is the index. So, like, when I say I have a right, I am talking, like I said, about more so a belief or a value, sometimes is what I'm referencing. So when somebody says, like, even if someone was in prison wrongfully, maybe, like they didn't actually commit a crime, but it was believed that they committed a crime, and that person said, I have the right to be free. Now, they're not saying something nonsensical. You understand, like, what that person is saying. They're saying, you know, I desire to be free. It's wrong. And what they mean by, you know, it's wrong is it goes against their values. For them to be imprisoned.
It goes against their preferences, right?
In that case, so that statement is true.
Yeah, sure, but it's equally true to say, no, we're going to keep you a slave.
Not to that person.
Yeah, not to that person, but just to the other people.
But once again, not to that person, and not to me, certainly.
But if it is the case that rights themselves being a value of the concept of the mind, these concepts are real, then that would mean that all people who were slaves had the right to be free. That's true. But also that all people who enslave people have the right to enslave them, and that's also equally true, correct?
If what you mean, like, we can substitute...
No, this is what you mean.
Yeah, if you let me finish sentences, I can do that.
Okay.
So when you have the people who are enslaving other people, if what you mean by those people saying, I have the right to enslave these people, is that those people are, you know, substituting out their words for, like, I have the value that these people are enslaved, then to them that is true. They do, in fact, have that value.
So for you, a right is simply... Wait, I'm confused now. Now I'm actually confused on your view. You said a right is just a belief?
Yeah, I think, well, when you were talking about, like, concepts, yeah.
Okay, if it's just a belief, then it's an equally true belief that these people over here, their right to enslave you exists.
It's equally true, and because the wording, I think people use this wording in a weird way sometimes. What would be more accurate to say is that that person desires this, they value this, or they prefer this.
Okay, so what gives them the right to something?
That's what I'm saying that the right is. So, like,
So
usually
it's just
when
a
you...
belief.
talk about, you could talk about rights as social contracts, and maybe they're violating a social contract in that way. But when I say, like, I have a right to be free, a lot of the times what I'm expressing is, like, a very strong desire or something like that.
Yeah, just a belief that you have.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what those people are saying. So if you're just saying it is true that those people, to them, it is true, I have the right to enslave this person, and if you substitute what they mean by that by I desire to enslave these people or I have a strong will to do so, then that's trivially true. You don't disagree with that, certainly.
Well, with your view, no. This is great. You have to concede that the right is real, that people collectively have the right to enslave people, and that is real. Concepts are real.
And what you
this
mean
belief is real.
by right is it's real in the sense that they do in fact believe or value that thing. Yeah, that is
now,
true
is
that they in fact believe and value.
Is
those
that
things.
belief that you can hold people in slavery? Is that a belief which I mean, obviously you're against it, right? I'm not saying you're not.
Of course.
But that belief, this value which is real, this concept which is true, they actually do have the right to do this. Is that morally worse than your view that they shouldn't?
To me, yeah.
To you. And that's it, only to you, right? Because it doesn't
Yeah,
make you feel good, right?
If I'm, you can say words like that, like you can say, doesn't make me feel good. That would be more in line with somebody who takes some like emotivist view on that type of thing. But I'm fine with saying that, there's a proposition that, that is wrong. And by that, I mean that, that's something that goes against my values.
Got it.
My desires or preferences
So
in a very strong way.
now we've untangled all of that. This argument actually becomes much easier. So the goal of feminism is to push people or push women specifically towards materialism and not duty. And I think that the belief of people in duty is much more important than the belief of people in materialism. So I think that the idea of having duties to nation, the idea that having duties to family, the idea that having duties to community far outweigh the idea of the right to pursue whatever trivial, meaningless material pursuit that you have. That duty should come first, and that society would look better if they did.
Well, that's okay. There's a few things here. That moves from a descriptive claim to like a applied claim, or like an order claim, or a pragmatic thing. And then there's the other type of thing where it's like, you say feminism has like pushed us towards these things, towards these material.
Yeah, do you want a demonstration for that?
Well, really quickly, you think that feminism is pushing people towards subjectivism, and that's bad. Like there's a two-pronged claim there, right?
No, less so towards subjectivism, more so towards materialism.
Okay, well, it kind of seems like you were doing a little bit of equivocating here.
What's the equivocation?
Between subjectivism and materialism. But if you're not, then maybe we can kind of like go back through that.
I didn't bring up subjectivism there, just
well,
materialism.
That was what we were just talking about.
No, what we were talking about is after we untangle all of the concepts, all we're really talking about is just everything reduces to beliefs. So all of these concepts of rights, everything else just reduces, at least to you, to believe. I believe thing. Which is fine. It's just equal for me to say I believe opposite thing, and those are just as morally valuable as the other, at least from your view. Well, that's all I was establishing.
No, that's not true. That's not true, actually. So that's a misunderstanding. So when you say that they're equally morally as valuable, well, they're not equally morally as valuable to me.
Yeah.
And then there's a pragmatic claim where we can kind of discuss after that, like, okay, well, let's say we have conflicting values. Then what? What the fuck do we do?
I've said it before, I'll say it again. I have no good answer for his question. And I'm supposed to be on her side on this topic. I don't know how to answer that.
It's more so we can then look at, okay, well, what's maybe some underlying values that we share where we can build off of that.
I'm aware of all of that, but no, that would still reduce to relativism then. Right? Like, how can you make ever a claim that some other mind, whatever their moral proposition was, if everything is just based on your preference is less good than your preference? How I don't even know how that can be done.
You don't how you just explained it, where you're saying that the things that are good to you aren't the things that are good to me. So you might say, well, these are subjectively good to me, and therefore they're equally as good as the things that you believe. And my response to that would be, no, I don't believe that, because the things that are good to me are my values. Your values don't meet mine.
Perfect. So then you believe that you are the architect of all morality.
And by that you mean?
Everything for which you believe is the ultimate form of morality.
Ultimate form in what way?
There's no other, and no counter moral claims made to you are ever going to be as good as the moral claims you make.
There can be counter moral claims that are made to me that appeal to my values that maybe I'm not aware of, or that I have like conflicting underlying values
they're
that
only
I'm not
good
currently
because you then prefer
thinking
them.
about that.
Right.
Sorry?
The only thing that make them good is that you then prefer them.
Yeah, there could be something like that.
Yeah,
where
so then you would be the ultimate.
if I adopted them for my morality, right? Like that would make that thing good
your
to
morality
me.
is the only thing that is good, though.
To me.
Well, what else is good except good to you?
So look, I just said that. It's the thing that I am arbiting is my morals, my moral stance.
So then the only way we can have good is if it's good to you.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
so then if that's the case, then all things, you are the ultimate arbiter of goodness.
Of my standard of
There
goodness.
can't be any other standard of goodness.
There is. I agree. Do you think that I am denying that other people have their own
you're just,
standards?
this is circular. I'm
What's
making
circular?
the argument. I don't know why you're not agreeing with it. Only things which are good to you are good.
The things that are good to me are good to
Nothing
me.
else is good except things good to you.
Nothing
else is good except things which you find
Well, there can
good.
be other people who agree with
That's
the
not
things
my
that I find
question.
to be good.
What's
So
my
then
question?
those things are good to me and good to them.
Yeah, but they're only good because they're good to you.
They're only good because they're good to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's things that are good to me, and I can convince other people that they should
No, there's
also
only
find those things to be good.
Can anything be good unless it's good to you?
Are you saying that, can I approve of something?
She doesn't even understand what he's asking. The answer is yes. We are essentially our own god in that case, in that sense.
And not approve of something at the same time? Well, no.
Yeah, right. So then all goodness comes from you.
All goodness comes from me?
It would
No.
have to.
That my standards of good come from me, of course.
Is there any other standard other than yours which is good?
Relative to me?
No.
Unless it aligns with my idea or value, then no.
Then you are the ultimate arbiter of goodness.
Of my own.
That's the
What's
only kind
confusing?
that there is. There is
No.
no other kind.
No, there
We've
are.
reduced this like 6 times. It always comes
Look,
back to
if we
be
look
good.
at good as values, right?
Yeah.
I'm not denying that you have values. I'm not denying that Brian has values. I'm not denying that, Joshua down the road has values.
Yeah.
So there are things that are good to those other people. But relative to me, unless they align with my values, they're
Oh,
not
so
good.
then you are a moral relativist.
Look, I'm fine with if you want to call that moral
Well,
relativism.
what else would it
that's
be
fine.
when you say it's relative to you is relative to me?
So where does that bring us? Look, if I just say, look, I am a moral relativist, fine,
That
whatever
would be,
you want to call it,
yeah,
what
that
label
would
you
be
want to put on it.
fantastic. We at least make some headways, because what I'm saying to you is that from a prescriptive claim, then, if it's all just relative, then you can't really say that Islam enslaving women is morally bad. It's just morally bad to you, right? And
No, I am
because,
saying that.
and
It is morally
because
bad
it's-
to me.
And because
Yeah.
you can only say it's bad to you, but because it's relative, right? You can't.
Probably bad to a lot of other
But you
people
just
too,
said,
but it is bad to
but
me.
you just said that it's relative. Like, you can't make the claim, really, since it's relative.
Wait,
They're
why?
good to them, it's good to me.
Why?
Well, because otherwise, then just admit you're the ultimate arbiter of all goodness.
Look, that even if I accepted that semantic
Yeah.
usage,
I
there,
would.
that I'm the ultimate arbiter of goodness, which
Yeah.
I would add that.
Can you be anything else? I can only determine for myself what I find to be good or evil. I can be swayed by arguments and logic and reason, but at the end of the day, I am still the only one that decides what is good and not for myself, right? So I get where she's coming from. I feel like I feel, yeah. See, I have a really hard time like expressing the proper argument.
That asterisk on the end that, like, no, I'm the ultimate arbiter of my moral values and my goodness, I mean, that's fine. That doesn't bring us anywhere else. I can still look at people and go, the things that they're doing don't match up with my values, and that to me is bad.
Yeah, but what my claim is that it would have to then necessarily be, and at least it seems to be from all the questions you've answered, that if they don't match up with your values, period, that is what is bad, and only things which match up with your values are what is good, and nothing else is good.
To me.
And well, but
I don't disagree. Do you think
if
that
it's only focused on you, who else can it be focused on?
Do you think? Well, those people have their own values, and to them, things are good. So to them, those things are good. To me, those things are bad, and they don't meet my values.
Okay, got it. So then, when we're talking about duty, right? And here's my claim. Then, I think that duty to materialism makes things bad. That's my claim. I think that, or I'm sorry, materialism itself generally makes society worse for people to live in. And so I'm going to try to appeal to your values here and ask you, do you think that materialism itself is good for society? Or do you think it's bad for society? The way that I framed materialism.
Material goods can be fulfilling?
That the movement towards materialist goods being fulfilling over other things like duty is bad for society.
I'm not sure what it means to have something like a material good. Maybe you can give me an example of that, a material good being over a duty or something like that. What do you mean?
A material good being over it? Well, so a duty or a value of a duty be some type of conception of a thing that you feel you must do, even if it doesn't give you any sort of pleasure. There's nothing that you gain from this, right? Generally, materialism is the opposition to the pursuit of material things for the purposes of pleasure or fulfillment or something like this, right? These would be the distinct differences. So duty is not actualizing some pleasure center necessarily. So it's an obligation you feel like you have. So a good example of a duty would be like, you have a child, right? That you're in charge of. Let's say you're babysitting or something like that. You have some sort of duty to make sure this kid is fed, even if you have a bad headache, or even if it causes you pain, or even if you don't like doing it, right? The pursuit there is something greater than yourself, not just to material goods.
So this is an empirical claim as to whether or not it would be good for society, and it seems like you're kind of
Why would it be empirical?
intermingling. Well, I can answer that question, but it seems like you're intermingling the idea of materialism with subjectivism. So if we say the pursuit of material things is good for society overall versus people believing that they have some duty outside of themselves, outside of their values or something like that.
Yeah, well, what I'm drawing is a contrast between how people lived pre-feminist, which was in smaller societies, smaller communities, where duty was something which was focused and pushed on, versus a modern materialist society where duty is not a thing which is pushed out at all, not by modern feminists at all. This is the contrast that I'm showing.
I actually would disagree that, like, feminists, at large or something like that, probably don't say that you would have duties. Like, I think that, like, feminists think that, like, women shouldn't essay other women. I think that they believe that women have that duty, whether or not they're talking like a subjectivist or whether or not they're talking like an objectivist or something like that. I think that they do believe those duties exist, and that is another empirical claim as to like what they actually believe. But if we're talking about my version of feminism, right? Like my version of feminism would say, hey, I think that, because of my values, I think that you have reasons to do X, Y, Z. I think you have, reasons to go vote. I think you have reasons to do, whatever.
Okay, so I think that it's fair for you to hyper-focus on your version of feminism. Obviously, I'll start caveating questions with under your version of feminism, is this true? Because otherwise I don't know. Under your view then, this argument may be moot. Do you think that women ought to have some duties to society?
Some duties in under my worldview, yeah. I think that women should do things that are good for society per my values.
What?
Yeah, I think women should vote.
They should?
Yeah.
Or they should have the right to vote?
Well, I think both things can be true.
Sure. Yeah. I'm just asking, should they actually go vote? Do you think they should go do that?
Yeah, I think that women, oh my God.
Like, do they have a duty to do that?
That noise is so loud. Do they have a duty to that? Would I prefer them to? Yeah. I would prefer them to go vote.
So they have a duty to vote. should there be any consequences?
No. She said, "Would I prefer them? I prefer them to vote." No, you have to be. If it's a duty, then it becomes like here in Belgium. Well, it's not. I guess since the last election, it's not. You have to go vote. All right. It's not like a right. It's a duty. You have to go vote, which I think is fucking terrible for our for our country. But whatever, right? Because that means a bunch of fucking imbeciles just go there and that one, right? Fucking hell.
If they don't vote.
What's on your mind?
No.
Okay.
So then it's not a
no
duty.
Enforcement of any duty there.
No legal consequence, no.
Okay. So then I guess what duties should women have where there's an enforcement behind it? Like you don't do
What?
this.
No, you guys have the right to go vote. But you don't have to go vote. Over here, if you don't go vote, you get fucking punished for it. Well, you used to get punished for it.
It's duty, there's a consequence.
Yeah, the same types of ones that men have. So if you have a child and you don't take care of it, you leave it malnourished, I think that you have a legal duty to do that. You should be punished in the same way that a man should be.
Okay.
So that's one example.
Okay. So they have some ethical duties. What about societal duties?
Well, that would be a technical societal duties. Maybe I'm not clear what you're looking for.
Oh, I'm just looking for like jury duty's a duty, literally, right? As his name implies,
Sure.
that's like a
No.
civic duty. Or
You do not have a duty to go vote in the United States.
duty.
They might have a legal duty to do that. Now, do they have like
Yeah.
a moral duty?
That's why only 80 million of you vote. And the vast majority just sit there at home doing nothing.
Are they doing something like
Correct,
bad
right?
to
That's
me?
why I'm looking at.
I'm like,
is there
eh.
a
Actually,
distinction?
it's probably 80 million per person, let's say. Let's say half of you vote. 150 million, 160 million.
there between the
I want to know now. Let's find out. Kamala versus Trump vote result. 75 million votes, 77 million votes. Yeah, half of you vote. The rest stays home.
ethical and the
Little
civic
under,
duties.
actually,
So I'm just
40%.
asking, what duties do you think women socially should have in society?
Legally or ethically?
Legal, or well, both actually.
Well, those are going to be two different answers, right? Like,
Well,
I
let's
think.
start with legally then.
Okay, sure, yeah. I mean, they could be things like legally, I think people should be held to go to jury duty. Legally, I think that people should be, prosecuted for crimes. I think they have duty not to commit crimes against
Okay.
other people, and that's both an ethical and a legal one. But the ones that apply to men generally too. So I'm not sure what this question is getting at.
Do men have a duty to protect women?
Sure.
Okay.
I think people have a duty to protect other people when they can.
Do women have a duty to protect men?
Yeah, when they can.
When they can, as they can. Okay.
Of course.
And this makes society good, right? Or
Yeah, I
better.
think people protecting people makes a society good.
Okay. Do women have a duty to not be promiscuous?
To not be promiscuous?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by promiscuous?
Have sex with lots of different partners.
That I'm not sure of. I don't know if people would probably say no.
I'm asking you.
I'm not sure. The answer was I'm not sure.
You're not sure if they have that duty?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they have a duty to society to not, sleep with multiple partners.
Do they have a duty not to do sex work?
That one would hinge on some empirical facts, like maybe if it caused like a lot of negative outcomes or something
It
like
does.
that, and maybe like the benefits didn't override those negative outcomes. That might be one reason why I would say like, okay, well, they do have a duty not to do sex work.
Do they have a duty to stay with their husband even against their own happiness for the sake of their children?
I would probably say no in a lot of cases.
Why not?
Because I think that infringes on people pretty severely when you're in a scenario like that. I mean, there could be some negative outcomes for kids. Once again, that would be an empirical claim. That, like, the answer to that would hinge on some empirical facts.
So if I were to give you empirical facts, and of course during this little 2-hour debate, it's going to be impossible for you to go through any empirical data I would give you in a very wide overview.
I'm too small,
right?
I
But
couldn't
if you
see
were
me.
given facts that if women did stay
This is because of the two
with
fucking
their
steps,
husbands,
man.
even if
Fucking
they
bullshit.
fucking fell out of love with them, they didn't really like him that much anymore, right? Or they really just didn't want to participate in the marriage, but they had children with him, right? And we saw the outcomes for children were way better if they stayed, even if it was at the expense of their happiness. Would you then advise women to stay?
That depends on how much of a toll on their happiness it would take. I think falling out of love when someone...
Let's say it takes a big toll on their happiness.
I'm not sure that that's something I can give you an answer to, whether or not they have like some ethical duty to do. That is probably going to be a case-by-case thing. Like, I would have to look at, okay, well, how miserable is this person staying with this person, and how much of a
How can you
benefit is it
quantify
gonna
that,
give their
though?
kids? And do they have access to the knowledge of how much benefit it'll give their kids to stay?
So you don't know if they...
I think in the general cases, they don't have an obligation to stay, because I think the type of things that lead to divorce are pretty severe, and in a lot of
It's
cases...
usually irreconcilable differences, not severe.
I'm sorry?
Like, I don't think it's severe usually, actually. I think the things that lead to divorce or irreconcilable differences are not abuse, and it's not even money usually. It's just falling out of love. They just don't like this person, or I don't like their habits anymore, or things like this. But
well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure falling out of love is always reconcilable. In fact, that sounds kind of
not
weird
asking
to try to force yourself to love
not
someone.
asking it to reconcile and fall back in love, but whether or not they have a duty to stay with their husband for their children, for the sake of their children, because their children get far more desirable outcomes if they do.
Right, but I think that there's probably something like empirically there, like there's probably a lot of distress that it causes somebody to stay with somebody that they don't love and to not pursue somebody that they would in fact love.
I agree, it causes them distress. That's what duty does, right?
Yeah,
Sometimes
so
you have duties
I'm just
to
making
things
an
which
estimate.
cause you distress. Yeah.
I'm just making an estimate that no, they probably wouldn't have an obligation to do that.
Now, you've dove into the stats then, so that you know probably that when it comes to abuse of children inside of the home of single mothers, are you aware of where that usually comes from?
Where the abuse from single mothers comes from?
For the children.
Sorry,
the
I'm not
children,
sure.
the children in single mother homes, the abuse rates that happen to them, do you know where that usually comes from?
The boyfriends.
You might just have to give the answer. I'm not sure what
Okay,
you're asking.
so here, easy. Kid gets abused inside single mom home. Who usually abuses them?
I would assume the parent or other siblings.
It's usually, see, in these cases, most often step-parents in the single mother homes.
Okay.
Right? Puts them far more prone for abuse and for all sorts of different things. Now, this isn't to say that step-parents are bad, because they're not, right? There's tons of great step-parents out there. Nobody's making that claim. Only that if you are with your biological partner, right, or the parent, the biological parent of the children, that the rates of abuse drastically decrease inside those homes for those children, period. Even if the parents stay and they're out of love with each other, they don't even really like each other. You see this often in religious marriages, religious institutions, where they'll stay on behalf of the children. The children's outcomes are generally speaking far and away better.
Really quick, in 5 minutes, we're gonna probably do a prompt change, and then we're gonna read some chats.
Okay.
Yeah. So continue, but in 5 minutes, we're gonna let a couple chats come through.
Okay.
Sure. How long have we been on?
About
90
over
minutes.
an hour, just a bit over an hour.
Jesus.
Yeah, it takes a long time just to untangle worldviews. It
Yeah.
does. There's nothing you can do about
We
it.
can stick on the feminism for a bit longer, but in 5 minutes,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
let some
No
do a
problem.
little break.
I need to have a smoke anyway,
Okay.
so that's all
We
good.
have some Zen coming too.
Good.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. So the problem there is I think there would probably be a data collection problem there. When you have people who are remarried, it's probably easier for kids to report that a step parent is committing abuse versus a biological parent. A child might be more trusting of their biological parents, especially if they're still together. There might be covering up of abuse that's occurring, so that I might have some issues with like gathering that data and actually coming to like a conclusion there. But I would say that
Would something like multiple meta-analyses on that data do something to assuage your doubts?
meta-analyses on the data that says that
Step parents are more prone to abuse than the biological father.
sure, I mean that's fine, but there once again I would need to see that data. I'd have to go through it, see what kind of methodological problems exist there, because I would suspect that the abuse would go a lot less reported, because that's something that you can't account for. If a kid's not going to report it, a kid's not going to report it. But you can make an inference and say like, okay, well, kids are typically more trusting. Kids come out years later and say, hey, my biological parents abused me and I never told anybody. And sometimes they don't even tell teachers.
Well, I mean, a lot of these studies are they're going over multiple decades, right? And so is the meta-analysis.
Sure,
going
that
over
doesn't get rid of
multiple
the problem.
decades,
That
which
doesn't-
it gets rid of some of those problems, but doesn't get rid of all of them. I agree.
Not the data collection, not the issue. It doesn't make that type of problem go away.
Which
Why
type,
would gathering
which type of problem specifically?
the problem of abuse being covered up or children being more trusting of biological parents?
So that could be the case. I was just talking when you were saying like children could come out later and discuss abuse rates or something like that. It's like, yeah, that's true, but one way that you could compensate for that is to have longevity in your study, following these same people, and then getting back with them 20 years later or whatever, so that you could make these determinations. So that would be one way that you could compensate.
Sure,
for that.
and it might still not fully compensate for it though. If that person still is more trusting of their biological parent.
Yeah,
so it doesn't fully get rid of that
I don't
issue.
disagree. I was just saying that here there is some things that you could do, but I agree, right? But I would say that a meta-analysis, multiple meta-analysis, that would at least be something to look at.
I want to make it clear, the claim that I'm disputing isn't necessarily that step-parents don't abuse their children more than biological parents do. That could be very well true. But what I'm saying is, when we do have an issue finding that out, we have an issue of children trusting their biological parents more. But we also have the issue of sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'm really thirsty. That might be a good time for a break, but we do have that methodological issue. Over time, it doesn't really get rid of it, though, if children still trust their biological parents more. And it could be the case parents are covering it up for the other parent, whereas they wouldn't cover it up for a new spouse or something like that. Or they might cover it up to keep the family together. That could also be a case that I would say would cause a lot of issues collecting that type of data.
Okay.
And those reasons the abuse might still not outweigh the type of harm done to the person staying with the person they don't want to be with.
All right.
Andrew, you get to stay just while the chats come through,
course.
and then I'll
have
go
a
over
smoke
some
and we'll
other
finish,
things
yep.
just for a little smoke break.
Sure.
Firstly, I'm going to let some of these chats come through. Guys, if you do want to get a chat in at this moment, you can do so via streamlabs.com/whatever. Read is
You got my
$100 and up.
attention.
One quick question for you.
All right,
Some
lads.
people in the chat were commenting, are the glasses prescription?
They are.
Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause they are casting a bit of a glare.
A glare? Oh, my
So
bad.
if you can.
I don't know. Maybe if I need to clean them or something?
No, I think it's just the natural glare.
Sure, yeah, they are prescription.
Okay, so you do
will
need
be
them.
blind,
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, then keep them on. All right, I'm going to let the chats come through. We have
KK1213 donated $100.
How the fuck do I get
Are the
there?
glasses functional, or are they intended to make you seem more intelligent? Because the latter ain't working. Sorry, missed the last streams. Had to work.
We all got to work, man.
Yeah, no, they're totally fake. I'm just wearing them to look intelligent.
Thank you, KK. We have Lucas here. He says your incitement of violence argument against the Confederate flag is garbage. You're conveniently omitting the part that use of the flag has to be directed to inciting imminent violence. Continued, where he says, just one moment, while we're waiting for his second one to come up, where he writes, in other words, the use of the flag has to be intended for the purpose of violence, and the violence has to be imminent, that is, right away. See Brandenburg v. Ohio, and oh, by the way, I'm a lawyer. I don't know if you want to respond to that.
I mean, there's not much to respond to. I don't disagree with it. I'm not sure if that just
Sure.
clear.
Okay. It is
Claim donated $200.
Fucking dog
Thank you,
mugged
Clint.
me,
Pretty
dude.
sure you could have paid a tree to make her same argument. All hail xenomorphs. Andrew, I owe you a bottle of red breast having to deal with this. She does not even understand the arguments.
She's done better than most of them, Kanan. What do you like? She's done pretty good.
We have Ogle here.
She's at least engaging. She's only done the tone policing a couple times, so that's pretty good.
And thank you, Claim, for that. Ogle coming in here. Thank you, Ogle.
Ogle_glue.net donated $200. A+ debate tonight.
See? Ogle
The
likes
guest
it.
for once is giving Andrew some strong opposition and can keep up with him intellectually. One question. Do champagne pop donors work in the debate series? Half bottle each.
I'll leave it up to the two panelists.
Yeah,
so.
send in the champagne pop. She doesn't have to have any, but I'll drink
Do you
enough
want
for the both of
some
us.
champagne if
Sure.
they pop the ball for us? Okay, Ogle,
Pop
that's very kind of you, Ogle.
Appreciate it.
And Ogle, we do have the regular champagne bottle option, and we do have the ETH champagne bottle option for a bottle of Cristal. So those are the two options available. We have Super Korean here, and he writes, don't vegans have a moral obligation to not only exterminate all invasive species, lionfish, python species, feral hogs, etc., but consume them to prevent them from destroying native species? And you're a vegan, right? So
Yeah. That's a position some vegans take. That's not a position I hold to.
Got it. Okay. Well, that is it for the chats. Andrew, if you want to take your smoke break,
quick smoke.
and I'll go over a couple things just while you're gone smoking. So, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the debate, and you want to ask a question, you can do so at streamlabs.com/whatever. Read is $100 and up. Also, guys, if you are enjoying the stream, like the video, please. And those of you watching on YouTube, if you could do us a massive favor, go to twitch.tv/whatever. I'm for example, individual of the so Andrew here in course on how you two can share time. Andrew's almost done with his cigarette, guys. Some you yeah. Quick maths. It's been a while, since you KA thank for the membership, Ray thank for the membership. We do have our panelists rejoining us at this moment, so do appreciate it, guys. Last reminder, guys, like the video, and also if you want to send in a Streamlabs message, that's streamlabs.com/whatever. $100 and up. $100 and up. Oh wait, holy crap, wait. One moment, guys. Lucas, he says, to the gal's credit, she's no dummy, just young and misguided. What is your professional background? Are you in law school, ? A lawyer?
I mean, I'm flattered that you think I'm in law school. I wish.
Psychologist.
I'd probably make a lot more money if I was in law school.
And then apparently, hold on, Ogle is saying.
Ogle_glue.
Wow, he did send in the Ethereum. Okay, we're gonna pop a ball of Cristal.
Nice.
Wow. Okay.
Checketh address, Brian.
All right, guys. W's.
Bro, isn't that like $3,000 fucking
Can we
dollars?
get some W's in the chat for Ogle? He's been a longtime supporter. This show is viewer supported. We wouldn't be able to do the show without the very
$2,700 today
of our viewers. So big thank
What was
you
it
to Ogle.
a
Guys,
year
W's
ago?
in the chat
And send in
Ogle.
2650. Yeah, it was. That's basically $2,500
We
and
have,
just
I
send.
think we have, if you really want to see Andrew,
Cristal, champagne.
just obliterated, tanked, and blasted.
Well, I do got to fly out.
1/10 of what he sent for the bottle. So there's like
But
so
there's
much
the
profit
other
these guys
champagne
just
pop
made.
option too. So okay, Ogle, thank you so much again. I'm gonna get that sorted, and these are some Twitch subs coming through, guys. Again, if you want, that's twitch.tv/whatever for those. I'm gonna get that bottle going. So. Guys, do you want to continue on feminism, or would you
That's
like
crazy.
to switch to? We have the body count discussion.
Yeah, we can
and the
move.
abortion.
Yeah, let's move. We'll move the topic.
Do you have a preference on abortion or body count, or
We'll
just
do body count.
We'll do
first.
body count.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, Anne, it's kind of your position. Do you want to go for it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, when
Why
we
can't I
look
zoom
at,
in on this one, man? It's annoying.
people's happiness in their relationships versus like the comparison with the amount of people that they've had intimate relationships with, there tends to be a lot of variation in the long-term happiness or success of a relationship.
You talking marriages?
I'm sorry?
You mean like marriages?
I believe the last time I looked at the statistics, it was looking at people who were in marriages. So on the lower end of the spectrum, if you tended to have less bodies, and I believe the number is somewhere between like 1 to 3, you tended to have less successful marriages. And then as those numbers kind of get up a little bit and a little bit, those are where you kind of, it stabilizes, you get like more happy, more successful marriages or relationships. And don't cite me on the marriages thing, it could just be relationships. It's been a while since I've looked at that data. But then on the other end, where you get into the, the higher numbers, what people would call more extreme numbers, more, more promiscuous people, their marriages also tend to be less happy. So on both ends of the extremes, you tend to have less happy marriages. And then somewhere in the middle, you tend to have, more happier marriages or relationships. Those relationships are more successful.
Yeah, I think I'm familiar with what you're citing. I think, now, again, don't quote me either because we don't have the data in front of us, but
Right.
I believe that this was based around marriage. And now, you're not talking about Pew, you're talking about, I think there's a specific study on that. I just can't think of what it is. I'm sure we could pull it up or have Brian pull it up, but did this account for secular versus non-secular marriages?
For what? Sorry, what was the word?
Secular versus non-secular, so like religious marriages versus non-religious.
I wouldn't know. We'd have to look at the data.
Yeah,
Because once
so
again, I'm not even sure if they were talking about marriages.
Well, can we agree that at least according to modern data and including Pew Research did a bunch on this as well, that people who are in highly religious marriages, they tend to divorce less than people who are not in highly religious marriages.
Sure, yeah. There might be factors that account for that. Like maybe it's looked down upon in your culture to get divorced, even if you're going through something difficult like abuse. Because I mean, just to get clear on this, you think that people who are being abused should leave their partner, right?
Depending on severity, not necessarily the first order, but if there's, depending on severity.
Do you think that people who are being physically abused should leave their partners?
Again,
Same answer?
It would depend on severity.
Okay, so you think even if there is physical abuse present, that someone
Yeah, I
should
think
stay?
that two people can get drunk, right? And like a woman can smack a dude in the back of the head. That would be considered physical abuse, and then just never
Sure.
do it again the rest of her life. I'm not going to tell that woman to like run out on her marriage.
Okay.
Right? I don't, or
Interesting.
tell that guy like, oh, something like that. Or here's another thing that's really common. So, and you see this in just normal relationships all the time. Like a guy will make a snide comment, and like let's say they're watching a movie or something, he'll make a snide comment, and the woman will kind of like smack him on the arm, you know what I mean, or something like that.
Right.
Is that physical abuse? I guess it could be considered that. So, but it's severity. It's up to severity.
I don't know that I would call it in a case of abuse. Like if you were messing around with your wife and she like smacked you upside the head as a joke, I don't think you would call that abuse. I don't think most
wouldn't
people
call
would
it
be.
abuse.
Right.
I wouldn't.
Okay. So just for the sake of this conversation, actions that weren't intended to be
Again, I think it
harmful.
depends on severity.
are okay. Well, I mean, I think for the sake of this, we can exclude those cases. We can exclude the cases where someone just like
I still think
jokingly pushes you.
I still think that it would depend on severity. Like, I also think a woman can get really, really upset, and one time she slapped her husband because she was so upset. Or let's say she threw a plate across the room and it broke.
Okay.
Something like that. I think that there's some of these things are pardonable and you can work past them. I don't think that those are necessarily they could be red flags for sure, but I'm not going to tell a person that they need
This
to
thing
give up on
resisted
marriage.
twice in a row.
Sure. Do you think most cases of abuse like are worthy of kind of
It
divorcing
ate
the
both my
partner?
adults. You're like,
Just
fuck
out
off.
of
Like physical abuse, maybe. What is
Right.
considered emotional abuse, probably not.
Right. We can exclude it to like persistent emotional abuse would be something you would say you should probably end a relationship over. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We can agree
Wait,
there.
persistent emotional abuse? Depending on how it's categorized.
Health warning.
What do you mean how it's categorized?
Well, it depends on how you would categorize emotional abuse. It's very evasive.
Okay, I mean that's fine, but we can just say like you think that the most times when people get divorced over emotional abuse, they're usually talking about those like severe cases, right? Like they're talking about like
No.
persistent.
No, I'm not. I'm
Interesting.
not at all convinced that when people say they're, especially women, that they're getting a divorce based on emotional abuse, that there was anything other than she just wasn't happy based on other circumstances. They called it emotional abuse because it's such a nebulous term.
Okay, that's fine. I might actually be fine with that. I think there's a problem with psychology where the average person has adopted terms that are specific psychological terms.
Like narcissists.
Everyone's a narcissist now. Everyone has autism now. Everyone is, BPD now. So whatever term. Everyone's gaslighting everyone. I understand that. I think there is some truth to that, and to the extent that there is truth to that, it should be like handled and understood by people generally. But I would say in a lot of cases that's the case where you have like severe emotional. What you would categorize, we can just use whatever your standard is.
For severe emotional abuse.
Sure, yeah. Whatever your standard is for severe emotional abuse
Sure.
and severe physical abuse, you would think that would be more likely to be covered up in,
Health
let's say,
warning.
like religious families, right?
No,
Where there's
I don't think it's more likely. In fact, I think that the reason it works is because you're more likely to get help. So because you have an ecclesiastical structure and traditional church functions, you have a community which is there that's able to actually assist inside of these relationships for these problems that come up, whereas a lot of other people don't have resources or they have secular resources. So
you think that, okay, I mean, maybe that's like an empirical claim, once again, because it's kind of hard to just say that, like, oh.
Well, there's a lot of good evidence for this. So the fact of the matter is that you would just logically agree with this, probably, that if you have community which you can turn to for assistance in your marriage, that's probably better than not having a community to turn to for assistance in your marriage.
Yeah,
like, that's probably always the case.
But if that community reinforces ideas that, like, you know, men are supposed to have power over women, and in sometimes a physical sense,
that shouldn't
in the
be
same way.
problematic if, within the view of the religion, both partners believe that.
Right. Sorry. I'm going to wait for him to do that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're like scaring me. I'm like waiting for it.
apologize,
It's like someone's popping a balloon.
don't
I'm just like waiting.
You guys continue. All right.
Okay. Sure, there can be these structures, but if these structures reinforce the idea that it's good to stay with your partner no matter what, like there are sects of like Catholics who believe that you should never get divorced. Like it's bad any time that you do it.
No.
There are sects of
No, that's incorrect.
Baptists
So
or Protestants.
Catholics are under one single ecclesiastical church authority, and the doctrines are uniform across Catholicism itself, or you're not in communion with the church. So that being the case, their ecclesiastical authority is going to be an unchanging standard from their view. So it's not going to change. It's going to be, and if you're not part of that, you're not part of the Catholic Church. And it would be the same thing with like Orthodox Christians. You would not be a part of this body itself by its own ecclesiastical rules.
That's like church politics. I mean, that's fine. You can say that, like, okay, well, if Catholics claim this,
you'll be all right.
That was underwhelming.
okay. I was like,
don't worry, I had my.
You like hyped it up too.
I had my
was like,
hands on
please
the.
don't
He
shoot me
did.
in
He
the
brought
eye.
it up.
These glasses are real. Please don't test that.
Thank you, Ogle. Appreciate it. I'll get you guys to go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but you can boil that down to like church politics. Like they can call them like not real Christians or not real Protestants, not real Catholics, whatever. If they choose to, you know, follow this doctrine that says
Protestants
that, like,
can
it's
do
okay.
that, yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's fine. You think that there's some like pretty blasphemous or like unorthodox
that's
Catholics?
I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about. So not every single church authority has an ecclesiastical or governmental structure. So you violate this
Bro, this
structure.
thing murdered me
You're not
again.
Part of this. That's really
What's with these
clear
winter
guidelines
wolves,
for what
man?
makes you the thing or not the thing. Like we have clear guidelines for what makes us the United States of America. So there are church authorities which have very clear guidelines to what makes you a part of that authority. If you violate it, you're not a part of it. That's
Right. You can say that they're not a part of the head. Like they're not under, you know, that domain anymore. That's fine. But they have all of the other properties that go along with that.
no, they don't, or they would be part of the thing itself.
I think this is just semantics.
No, but it is
getting
semantics, but
pedantic.
it's really important when we're talking about this because what we're discussing is, you know, if you're a part of this religious denomination and it's giving you kind of this bad advice, et cetera, should you be relying on them as a community? And then when you bring up Catholicism as an example, it's like, well, I want to make sure that you're not strawmanning what Catholics believe before you make whatever the empirical claim
I'm
is.
not.
That's
I'm
all.
just saying you agree that there are some.
Yeah.
So we'll do a quick cheers.
Cheers to Ogle.
Ogle, thank you for the Cristal champagne bottle pop. Salud.
Salute. Yeah.
Cheers.
So there are people who still claim that, though. They still claim the church, and then they go against maybe some, you know, typical teachings of the church.
They just
That's
made
fine.
But
2.5K.
When they say
Not bad.
Catholic, right?
Yeah, I
think
get
they're
the
just
health.
lying, or you think-
No. When
I
they
had
say
it, and then I
Catholic, I'm just
died
saying
because I
there's
was
actual
priest.
specific criteria
Priest had
for
given me
what
his.
makes you Catholic.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's
that
buff,
doesn't
that's gone
change,
now.
And none of my argument hinges on that. Like none
Okay.
of the questioning we're talking
Just
about hinges
clearing
on
it
that.
up.
Okay, that's fair. But yeah, look. So if these certain sects of Christianity, whether that's Protestantism, whether that's, you know, some weird off-brand Catholic that is claiming they're Catholic and you don't really believe that they're Catholic, or they're, you know, in fact not Catholic, if those people are in those situations where those ideas are reinforced, that like you should stay together because marriage is holy, you shouldn't violate marriage, you should, you know, uphold these like beliefs about staying together for kids, like you know, that maybe their religion promotes like nuclear families, and so they hold that above, you know, like severe physical abuse. Like you think that that's wrong, and you think that that's probably more likely that they'll stay together.
I think it's unlikely that you're going to find any mainstream church denominations which uphold abusive relationships.
They don't necessarily have to overtly uphold them. They can do it in subvert ways. Like reinforcing, like telling their members privately to, you know, keep this private. We don't want this to look bad on the church. We don't want this to look bad on your family. It looks bad on God.
So yeah, secularists do the same thing within their own family dynamics and be like, well, we don't want this to get out. It could be embarrassing, et cetera, et cetera. So my whole point, though, was that if there is a community present, right, for marriage, generally it's a good thing. And it generally helps marriages, doesn't hurt them. And so one of the things that we see is that people who are rigorous with their church authority tend to stay married longer. And it's exactly because of those concepts, in fact, that is reinforced by the community that's so helpful to these marriages.
Right, but there could be concepts in the community, like no matter what, it's still bad to divorce your partner, even if they're abusing you because it goes against God's will, because it goes against XYZ, insert whatever religious reason that they want to give. So gathering data on that is going to be really hard. That's the only point that I'm making here. Is like gathering data on whether or not they're actually having a happy,
but gathering data on almost anything is really hard.
There's some instances where it's exceptionally hard, and that is one of the cases.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's one of the cases. Like when we're talking about, I mean, there's exceptional record keeping kept, especially by things by like Catholic churches. It's so exceptional, in fact, that they kept all the records of like the abuses that happened with underage kids and this kind of thing, right?
Jesus.
They do pretty exceptionally keep records, and they do get
well,
reviewed
at least
by the priest parishes,
you are
by bishops, all sorts of different things.
At least you got your spirit animal, the fat one.
And it's like, I think that if such things were happening in mass, we'd be hearing about them. Not saying that some churches may not have things like this going on, just like some secular families could, based on, I'm an internet personality, I don't want it to get out, or I have a big reputation, I don't want you to, you know what I mean? It's the same.
The right answer was, I'm not fat, I'm big boned.
I think that happens where they go, well, we don't want this movie to look bad, so let's cover up this thing that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard did.
Just
like,
you ruined the moment.
No, I agree.
Whatever. So, but
the church is not exempt to that. So when you say like, oh, well, people in religious institutions tend to stay married for longer, there might be some issues with that because of the fact that there's this image to uphold for religion itself and for the church and the institution.
But they wouldn't be the only ones beholden to it, and the correlate there is so strong that the more rigorous. So here's the thing. We know this because we can look at people. Various churches have different sacramental or religious, functions that you need to follow. The more you follow X function, the longer you stay married, right? Sure. Now, is that causation? Probably. There could be other things.
That's actually a good fucking point. That's a good thing. I haven't actually canceled it yet. See, had I not made the fat joke, I might have actually had forgotten it. Yeah, the web browser's on the other screen. But good pointing out, I forgot display capture was. Dude, the website's going so fucking slow. Yeah, nice my ass. Oh, in the doxing thing. Yeah, the doxing thing is right. Yeah. I was about to say, you were fucking hoping that I was gonna spend extra money, and because of that, I actually remembered I do need to cancel that. Right? So that's not nice. That's like incidentally nice, you know? That's you doing a drive-by and then accidentally shooting a burglar, right? Instead of me, right? Like, yeah, you helped out, but that wasn't your intent, was it? Right?
Factor is going to be.
I actually like that analogy.
But it's,
You're doing a drive-by on my
really
house, but you shoot the
strong
burglar
point
instead.
there.
that was going incidentally in the same place.
Marriage, like a long-lasting marriage, and a happy marriage.
Imagine.
And even here's
But
there's a few
happiness
problems.
is done by self-report,
Well-
right? So.
Well, that's probably one of the best ways that we have access to people's happiness. Yeah.
Yeah. And so these people are self-reporting happiness as well. In fact, women who get married as virgins, their self-reported happiness in their marriage is much, much higher than the opposition. And the most recent study that I read on that, so the reason is because there's no sample size for comparison against that. So if you've only ever slept with one man, essentially you don't know what you're missing, if you are missing anything. And so you're just kind of happy and content. That seems like it's pretty good for society.
It might be good, but you could say something like there's wrong under, there's something bad happening in like a counterfactual sense. Like maybe, their happiness level is maybe like an 8 with this person that is the only person that they've ever met, the only person they've ever interacted with. And then you could take, there's a possible world where they meet somebody who's far better. Maybe, they like the temperature the same, in the house all the time or something like that.
But
or
that argument
they want the
would-
same amount of kids or something like that. So
What?
that's
You can
what
make that argument for everything.
There could be. Okay.
Yeah, you could say, well, Andrew, you're in a very happy marriage and you're very happy with your marriage, but there could be a world which exists somewhere where you could have met a woman who was even better than Rachel. And so, you can apply that universally to every marriage which exists currently, every relationship which exists currently across the board. I'm not sure how that would be helpful to this.
Right, but so remember what we were talking about was the sample size for the individual being very small. If you've had a larger sample size, then that kind of mitigates that factor there. So when, like, you look at somebody who has maybe 2 partners that they've dated before and they're marrying their 3rd partner or something, they at least have a data set to look at, like, okay, well, here are the possibilities of things that I like and things I don't like, and I've kind of been able to weed through and have the opportunity of having a more fulfilling relationships with a 3rd person because I have been able to weed out, these are the type of people I maybe am not as compatible with.
Right,
Whereas
okay.
that person, the person who hasn't had any other experiences, and I'm not saying that that's a bad thing.
No,
I'm not saying it's necessarily bad.
Well, it's actually strange, in fact, because they would still be at the mercy of the same thing. Perhaps, though, if they hadn't gone off and had the 2nd or 3rd relationship and had only stayed in the 1st relationship as a virgin and had nothing to compare it to, then in an alternative world, they would have been much happier by that standard. And that's like, it would be the same thing applied here.
Yeah, that. I'm fine with saying that those people in those relationships are happy, but there could be something where they are happier once they have a bigger data set. So it's obviously with more knowledge about the world, like you have the ability to pick and choose better, like you're more informed on the things that will make you happier, right?
Well, you become, I would agree that you gain more experience in the things that are happening around you, perhaps, but that doesn't necessarily mean that those are positive experiences or that you wish that you had known them.
Yeah, they don't have to necessarily. I'm just saying that with the bigger data set, you have more of a likelihood of finding the thing that's going to make you more happy.
But wouldn't this imply that the data set which was done on virgins and their happiness is somehow smaller than the data set which is done on people who've had 2 or 3 partners? Unless you're just saying, well, it's just trivially true that the people who've had 2 or 3 partners have had sex with more than one person, so we can just view them in a different light. It's like...
No, maybe just to clarify, I'm not talking about the data set. Do you mean the data set of people like surveyed? Like are you saying that you think that I'm saying that?
No. I think what you're saying is that women who have had 2 or 3 partners necessarily have more experience than the virgin. And
They
so
have a bigger
because
data
of that,
set, yeah.
they don't know what they're missing.
They don't, the virgins, like people who are virgins, don't know what they're
Yeah.
missing? Yeah, I think they have less of a data set. That's,
Yeah, but why would... Okay. They have less of a data set when it comes to sleeping with more people, right?
Sure.
Yeah, but why would that be a bad thing?
Right, because they have the possibility of looking for people or things that they're more compatible with. So let's just say, like, the virgin, this person who's dated one person only has access to the data set of this person that makes them like, 8 out of 10 happy or something like that. Whereas the person who's had access, and engaged in
2 hours, I'd be like level 25 on retail, dude.
They have access to data sets of people who make them like,
It's crazy how much squish there is
like they have
in
more
retail.
they have access to more data.
And it's gonna get worse with the next
that
expansion.
individual has more access to data about what causes
Even
them
more
to be
worse.
happy in a relationship.
Okay, but again, couldn't I just apply this to anything? Couldn't I be like, well, there's not enough of a data set for us to really determine that if people don't drink gasoline, that they wouldn't be happier if they didn't have the experience of drinking gasoline before.
We do have we unfortunately have data on that, and it turns
data
out
on
really,
virgins
really
too.
bad.
And it's a pretty large sample size of virgins.
Okay, so what's being confused is not that the amount of people who are virgins.
No, it's not being confused.
There is, because you're saying the sample size of virgins that we have.
You're equivocating.
Hold on. Breathe.
Yeah.
You're saying
equivocating.
right now
I'll show you.
that the amount of virgins that we have is less. I'm not saying that. We could have 50 virgins and 50 people who have had sexual
I know
experiences.
you're not
with
saying
one other
that. What
person.
you just got done saying was what we do understand the correlation between gasoline and people's happiness. And it's like, okay, but we do understand the correlation between virginity and virgin's happiness in marriage. It's the same thing back and forth. What would be the experience differential there? Why shouldn't I go drink gasoline to know that drinking gasoline, it probably is going to make me happy?
Okay, so let's get this clear first. I will say this: the person who decides to go drink gasoline, let's just say you have two people, one who has never drank gasoline, the other person is going to. Both of them have the same knowledge about the facts about what that would do to them. But there's also, some like non-zero probability that they could
Love it.
live a happy life and love drinking gasoline, and
Sure.
that's their thing.
Which there are people, I guess, who do. But
there
anyway,
there
go
are
ahead.
freaks. But yeah, look. So these people, the person who did in fact drink the gasoline, and regardless of whether or not the outcome was good, if they hated it, if they loved it, whatever, that person does in fact, whether that's for the worse or better, have a bigger data set to go off of. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Yeah,
But should they do it?
Should they? No, obviously not.
Well,
Because
then
we
we're
know
back to
about
this.
we know about the significant negative outcomes.
Same.
Of that.
I would just make the same argument back for this: that if they shouldn't drink gasoline because we know that there's significant bad outcomes for that, but your argument for they should have more than one sexual partner, even though we know the negative outcomes for that, and you say, but there's a possibility that they just don't know what they're missing. I just make the same argument with gasoline.
Well, just to be clear, because going back to the prompt wasn't that people should have multiple partners. The prompt is more so about, and maybe you can read it back specifically, but it was about the fact that if you're looking for a partner, the main concern shouldn't be the amount of partners that person has.
I don't think it's the main concern.
The prompt was you shouldn't care about body count if you want a relationship.
Yeah, shouldn't.
Right, and by that I mean that shouldn't be your main concern. I mean, I'm allowed to clarify, right?
Sure.
Okay, sure.
I think that's totally fair.
warning.
So, yeah, so you're not actually saying that shouldn't
That in no
be a
case
factor.
you should ever care. Yeah, no, you
Yeah.
should care in some cases. Of course.
Yeah, like, so if it is the case that I have good evidence to support that a woman staying a virgin, right, and she's religious, like, for instance, let me give you an example. If you're a religious man, right, and you would have certain virtues which are attributed to your religion.
Sure.
One of which could be to marry a woman who's virtuous, and a sign of chastity. A sign of virtue could be chastity. That's in Christianity, for instance. Chastity is overwhelmingly large when it comes to the idea of virtue. So you would think men like that actually should be selecting for body count, right?
They should if the person isn't currently acting in that way. So the problem that you run into here is, like, obviously people who were prior atheists can be reformed. They can find Christianity, they can find God.
Totally agree.
And maybe they've had some, harlot past where they've gone out and they've slept with 50 men and done all these terrible things and extorted people and all sorts of things. But when that person, and maybe this could end up being like a semantic thing, but when that person, comes to the faith and they find God, that body count still exists, right? Unless you think that it doesn't.
It still does.
Right. So you agree that there could be a perfectly suitable partner for a man who is a Christian, right? And one of the things that happened to be in her past was that, she had all of these sexual partners, but now she has, found Christ. So in that case, it wouldn't be right for him to consider that if she's changed.
Yeah, no, it would be totally right for him to consider it.
Why would he consider that?
Because
if
it would still show a pattern of not upholding the same virtues he's looking for.
In the past, but not currently. But if she's currently upholding those values.
Well, your
Currently
past behavior
being
is
the imperative
generally
words.
a really good indication of your future behavior.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine to say, but if he has really good overriding evidence that she will never do that again, that she, will go forward and be...
I don't know what evidence you could have for that.
Let's just say he has some evidence, regardless.
Yeah,
but if he has that evidence...
Yeah, if you were to say, like, he had a crystal ball in front of him,
right,
and he could see the whole future, sure, I wouldn't dispute that. But that
Right,
would be
of course.
baked. That would be baked into the fact of knowledge itself. He has pre-existing knowledge this will not happen, or some really overwhelming,
someone
good,
just
compelling evidence.
massacred the
But
cave.
absent that, which I would
On my way
argue in most
outside,
cases
there's no
they
way.
wouldn't have, then it would show a pattern
see?
of behavior against the same virtues he's looking for, where he could select for somebody who's upheld those virtues.
There's also, so that's fine to say that if he has reason to believe that she'll still engage in these behaviors, regardless of whether or not she's in a committed relationship with him, that's a kind of separate question, but an adjacent question. Because the question is she going to be promiscuous in this relationship? Presumably, like if you take somebody who has like a large body count, they're usually not in relationships with those people.
No, it's not. Well,
unless you disagree.
I dispute the premise here a bit. I'm going to quibble a little bit, but I think I'm fine quibbling on this point.
Okay.
So my quibble is it's not really necessarily even a sign that she will be promiscuous, though I think it's there. Only a sign that she's perhaps not upholding virtues. She doesn't have a pattern of upholding virtues. So I think that, like any behavior, like if you're a practicing Christian or a practicing Muslim, let's say, they hold set values for what virtues are. And just like language, communication, and all forms of different habits which are formed in people, they're done by exercising them over and over and over again. So if you're a person who is high in virtue, you're probably consistently exercising virtues as part of your habit, right? You're stopping on let's give a stupid example, like you're always stopping on the side of the road to help people, or you're always, you know what I mean? That becomes habit after a while. After a while, you almost can't help but pull off on the side of the road to help somebody because it's so habitually built up in you. So I think that for them, this could be a great red flag sign that, wait, these habits, these virtue habits aren't really formed yet, especially if you're a new Christian, right? Or you just came to Christ in this sense. These habits haven't even had a chance to flower yet. And if you could select for somebody who's upheld them, why wouldn't you do that?
Right, so then it's not the necessarily body count thing. It's more so about whether or not the trend that happened in the past will continue, and whether or not that person will adopt to the virtues that you have.
It is body count, though, because body count would be the virtue which is being broken.
Right, but they're breaking that when they're not a Catholic or not a Christian, right? So it's kind of like you're saying, like, okay, well, I want to hold you to the standard of this religion where we have these specific virtues, but I'm going to hold your past self who's not involved in that religion to that standard. And that doesn't quite make sense. So there could be, and I think in most cases, probably, when you look at people who come to Catholicism or to the church in general, and they say, hey, I'm reformed, I want to get my life turned around, I want to stop drinking, I want to stop partying, whatever XYZ that you would find to be like vices.
Can you...
I think it's probably likely that person should take that as a strong consideration into the relationship.
You didn't actually
Dodge
for why that doesn't
guy.
quite make sense, though. You said that doesn't quite make sense, but then you gave a reason that actually still makes sense. You can indeed hold people to your ethical worldview and ethical standard even before they adopted it. And you can say, based on the pattern of behavior pre-adopting my standard, you did not uphold to it, so I have good reason to believe you will not in the future, at least as of right now, until otherwise demonstrated, like we would do with all pattern recognition behavior.
Yeah, that's fair. So what I'm saying here is that there's overriding considerations. I'm saying that like if you talk to a person, which I would assume this would be the case in like the the courting sense, you typically don't just like have someone be your girlfriend the next day, especially not in like religious traditions. It's typically that you get to know the person first. So with that assumption in mind, I would say that you're probably getting to know this person first, and then you're saying, okay, well, how much confidence do I have that now that they're part of the faith, now that I know this person, that they're going to uphold these values in the future?
Yeah.
And are they going to uphold them under the conditions of this religion? Because in the sense, we talked about this earlier.
Sorry.
They are likely not in relationships with those people. Ooh. So what you're asking is, are you going to stay in a relationship with the person that you're like sexually active with or something?
Totally made me water. Thanks.
There's reason to believe at that point, perhaps not.
Sure, you might have that as a consideration.
Sure.
But the consideration of like in the Catholic faith, like I said, you don't get into a relationship with somebody the next day. So it's likely for the average person and for Catholics, I would say.
Yeah, but you see that there's a fundamental flaw there, which is, yeah, that's true. You don't get into relationships with them the next day, but this would give you good cause to not ever get into the relationship at all. This is the problem, right? It's
it does mean Black Rider.
No, not getting a chance to even know the person because you just go, okay,
I was like, wait a minute, there's no way.
Recognition machine, right? This
that means what I think it
means.
means. It does mean what I thought it meant.
Based on how many of these virtues that you have routinely broken, right? And so I don't want to waste my time with you developing or something like this. They have good cause to just pass those women up completely.
Well, those women have a reason to follow the virtues now, whereas they might not have when they were atheists. So something.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's kind of like saying, you never gave me a reason for, riding my bike being wrong. And then sudden of all, I adopt this religion where riding my bike is wrong. Well, obviously, I'm going to have a pattern of, doing very wrong things under this religion. But once I adopt this religion, I now have a reason to adhere to that. So those women do have a reason to adhere to that.
Yeah, but the reasons the problem with that argument is that the reasons can be as superficial as I want to buy a new reputation. Example. Let's say you're an OnlyFans model, and you decide that you don't want the societal or social stigma that comes with that anymore. And one venue that you've seen other women successfully have this stigma kind of removed from them is by converting to a certain religious sect. Inside of that religious sect, then they're essentially using that now as some type of purpose to buy a new reputation, whether they actually believe in the dogmas of it or the virtues of it or not.
Right, but you would say that I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that people don't, go around, make mistakes, and then want to rebrand themselves and
it's constant, right?
Be perceived in a particular way. Of course, people want to be perceived in specific ways all the time.
Agreed.
What I am saying though is that if a Catholic were to meet someone else in the Catholic tradition, they would have overriding reasons not to consider body count so strongly because they know that this person has now adopted the Catholic faith, or at least they have good reason to believe so. I mean, I would assume that you don't just go around thinking people are just lying, or
well,
you would think you have a good reason to believe.
Well, inside of religious Christianity, particularly, we have various ways of testing what we would call perhaps the fruits of the spirit, or sins of the flesh, or various things like that. Within Orthodoxy, for instance, the example is all sin, right? Like, let's say you have that cup. Let's say sins could be considered, I guess, equivalent to each other in badness, but one sin can fill this cup up way faster than another type of sin, though it's just as bad, right? The sin itself, the corruption that's left behind by the sin could be worse. So inside of this tradition, let's say, if that's the case, then a person who has had their cup filled to the brim with sin, right, probably going to take much longer time for them to develop good habits to not do those same corrupting types of behaviors. So it would actually give people a fairly good reason to steer clear of promiscuous women, right? Or women who've slept with many, many people when it comes to the virtue of chastity, especially, because they would see this as, well, though you have been forgiven for these sins, right? And you will be continuously forgiven for these sins. You haven't actually built up the habits for being able to exercise, not filling that cup right back up, right? That's the idea there.
Sure. I mean, I'm fine with saying that there's some people who have reason to reject some people based off of their body count. Now, whether or not that's like on
So body count
face
matters.
value in some scenarios, maybe this is probably a miscommunication thing or a kind of like what we talked about before, where people, when they say things, they usually don't make universal statements.
That's true.
Where it's kind of like, okay, you think that I'm saying X, but I'm really saying X like with an asterisk. And that's why I brought up that statistic about the people who are in between on body count numbers, like where the people who have low body counts tend to have high failure rates and the people who have really high body counts tend to have high failure rates, whereas the people kind of in between have decent marriages, decent relationships,
Yeah,
whatever
you
the
could
study
chalk that
is
up to things like impulse control and all sorts of other things, I'm sure. But
well, sure, there could be tons of things,
Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying. Your average person probably doesn't have a good reason to say like, okay, well that person, you know, has a specific body count and my number is 3 and my cutoff is
well,
3.
I think the average person, if the average person still is following Christian ethics, which I would argue, inside of this country at least so far, it is still the case that most people are trying to follow some variation of Christian ethics. Like that would be the overarching prevailing ethical system in the nation, at least as of now. Now it's changing, but I think that that's the purview. If that's the purview, then I would say that probably
As an
the
atheist
majority
slash agnostic,
of
I
men
can't
who are within,
disagree with
you know,
that.
whatever that majority minority is, do have great cause to question body count and to look at it from a virtue standpoint as like, look, this is really bad, right? This is a really bad behavior. And can I bypass this behavior to go with somebody who does uphold these virtues? Or do I stay or do I select for this to begin with to even try to kindle a relationship, knowing the amount of work that could come into flexing these new virtues? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I said, so because what you're doing here is taking the set of people who are Christian or Christian adjacent-ish, who might want to uphold the same types of values, and then you're taking a subset of people who it might be good for them to weed people out for like
Well,
having
the
a
men.
higher body count.
I would just take the men, yeah.
You don't think that women should weed out for like high body counts amongst men?
Yeah, I think they should.
Okay. So I was just curious why you
I
said
just
that.
think from their end, well, because here when we're talking about body count, I assume that we were discussing it between should men care about it, right? Because it seems to be that men care about it a lot more than women care about it. There could be evolutionary arguments for why that is. But regardless of that, from the Christian view, yes, I even think that women should be looking at that as well. Like if you're a chaste virgin woman, right? Yeah, I think you have totally great cause to look at a man's body count and assess that as being potential behavior for whether or not he just wants to deflower you. Don't you agree with that?
I think that would be a consideration if you knew more information about people. So it's kind of hard to tell there in those cases, and that's why I say it's like very individualistic. And I think
well,
it might
I
be
mean,
better
something as
to-
simple as just he has a profile where he's like, I've screwed 150 women. Like, isn't that enough? Like, what more information do you need?
That's why I said like the general cases. Like
Yeah.
I think your general person might have some concern there.
Yeah.
But the difference here is like the cases. This is obviously given the case where you're interested in dating somebody, and they've kind of also affirmed that as well. Because what we're taking here is a data set where like people aren't interested in dating somebody. Obviously, it's kind of impossible for your average person to like have sex with 200 people, you know, over the span of a few years, and also be in relationships with all of those people. So you're taking the standard where they're not in relationships with people versus where they're in relationships with people. Because the concern there would be either, you know, just hooking up with me to, you know, leave me alone, or the concern would be like cheating. Well, it doesn't increase the probability that they're going to cheat, because before, prior, that wasn't cheating, right?
I forgot that was a
concern
thing
there
in
is
Classic.
them leaving you. Well, if you know information about that person, that would lead you to believe that they actually do want a relationship.
My
something
bad.
like they're reformed in the faith, or maybe they've just changed their standards over time and they've shown you behavior patterns like this. This would kind of be like, I wouldn't jump into a relationship with somebody like that anyways. So
My
why would
bad.
and like that, I don't mean body count wise. I mean, like, I wouldn't jump into a relationship in that manner. So why would I, like, jump into them, like, without knowing their body count? That kind of thing would come
But why
later after I already know that person
Why
has
select
an
for him
interest in.
anyway?
Why select for
Yeah, if
who?
the
Not-
other options are available for women who have a lower body count, thus at least giving an immediate demonstration that they uphold at least some of the chastity virtue, why not just move and select for them instead of selecting for the ones who have a higher body count anyway? Why, in other words, if you only have X amount of time to find the type of partner that fits your preferences, why not just go ahead and bypass this under the assumption that, hey, I have good evidence, reasonable evidence immediately to believe that there's going to be a lot more work that goes into her trying to exercise these new virtues if she's a recent convert, or if she was a convert before, like let's say she was born into it, something like this, and just violated it over and over again. Now you have evidence to the contrary that she's following the faith anyway, right?
Yeah, that's an additional factor to account for. So that's kind of where it gets a little bit tricky there, is the person who has been in the faith and then has either left the faith or violated it or something like that, where they've shown like a clear disdain for those values. That might be something to take into account for. And that's fine. I'm fine saying with that body count is something that can be factored in. I just don't think for a lot of people it's the main thing that should matter. I think that if you meet somebody, you shouldn't even be like, in a relationship with them in the first place, just off the bat. I think that once you get to know them, you should have that judgment, whether or not they're good, and then you can factor in body
when we're
count.
speaking past each other is you keep on bringing up, well, you're already getting to know them to be in a relationship with them, right? What I'm saying is that if you have this pertinent information, why even bother selecting for it to begin with? And I do think that you are underestimating how valuable this information is, and here's why. There isn't that much which you can point to immediately for the purposes of virtue to know, based on a person's past history, unless it's criminal or something like this, or gossip, right? That I can really point to immediately where I could say from a Christian worldview, that right there shows a lack of virtue, right? Or shows a pattern of behavior of you doing something that you're really not supposed to be doing. That's something super immediate that you can point to right away based on past history that you can ascertain reasonably quickly. I can't think of too many other things in the virtue department you can do that with. So I do think it is important.
Okay, so I mean, I kind of already went over this, and maybe this point wasn't like made or honed in enough, because you're once again taking the subset of people who are religious, who think that those are religious values, because you could very well have like somebody who's religious who just thinks that it's like a virtue to go and sleep with everybody and anybody as soon as possible.
Well, not
but so you're
not
taking,
the majority minority, but yeah.
Sure,
go ahead.
right. But I'm saying that you're taking this set of people who believe these particular like values or virtues or whatever, and then you're saying, okay, well, some of those people have reason to select for people with lower body counts, and even then they still have data that kind of goes against that and says like, okay, well, with the data, maybe they are following the virtues, but there's actually less success in these relationships where the body counts are lower.
No, the data doesn't show that with virgins.
I would have to look at the data again. That's
it doesn't.
Just
but
an
they
empirical
didn't.
claim.
But they don't have. That is not the case with virgins. They do not. It does not show a lack of success, especially if the husband and the wife are virgins. Then it becomes even more successful.
Right, and then
So-
there's more issues with the methodology there in collecting that data, and it's not on the. I'm not saying it's on the fault of the researchers.
Yeah, but we
I'm
can't
just saying
quibble.
that it is one of those things that's
we
hard
can't.
to do.
We can't quibble over the methodology that we can't.
Of course we can. I'm a
assess.
psych major.
That we can't assess. Hang on. That we can't assess right now. We can't quibble over the methodology because you don't know what the methodology is off the top of your head.
It gives me reason to be suspicious, and I think that you.
That's
would say
fine.
that.
You can have reason to be suspicious, but I'm just saying that the data itself, at least, isn't showing. You can quibble about the methodology of it, and you can say, "Here's what I don't like about it. Here's what I do like about it." That's totally fair. But I didn't even present that argument to you. I'm just saying I'm taking that off the table because it's not provable or unprovable, at least for the purpose of the debate. Well, what we can at least logically demonstrate is that a good subset of people do hold the values of virtue and Christian ethics, and that this body count is an easy thing to ascertain, whereas other virtuous behavior is not immediately apparent. That one often is.
Of course, I would actually reject that. I think that it's easier to ascertain
I'm so
information about
confused.
people's virtuous status. Like,
There's no way this is the right way.
Say they used to be a consistent liar. Say they used to be a consistent thief or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can ascertain, like, okay, well, they did this before they were religious. Maybe they have been a few years clean of doing this before they became religious.
Mm-hmm.
So you can ascertain that that person probably is adhering to the values not only beforehand, but during this relationship. So that's what I'm saying that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't disagree
I'm
with
not
that
saying
point.
that they. Do you think that what I'm saying is that religious people can't or should never take into account people's body count?
No.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
saying
not
that
committing myself to
I
that.
think that you're saying it's. I just think that what you're doing is you're grading the impact of it lower than where it actually should be graded. So I think that it is something which is major. That is a portion of men's concern when it comes to Christianity, the body count of a woman. Other things that they could take into account would be children with other men. That would be another.
For a
good
second
one.
there, I thought I died
There's
right
all sorts
there.
of various different things that could show that perhaps.
Bro,
not
what? I'm so
exercising the
confused.
virtue. They have children out of wedlock, various things like this. On the other hand, you can make an argument, well, it's perhaps more virtuous in some ways because they kept a child and didn't abort it. Maybe that is in comport with the ethical system. But the body count itself, outside of marriage, easy one to point to because it's just always universally in basically every Christian denomination going to be considered non-virtuous behavior, right? It's going to be considered a violation of the ethical purview of Christians themselves. So it's an easy one to point to. And I haven't actually heard a refutation to that. Just, yeah, but there could be other factors you could point to as well. It's like, yeah, maybe, but I haven't heard why this one should actually be trivialized.
I'm not saying that it should be trivialized. And that's like, I think there's some Christian men, and probably a lot of them, who probably should value the people who have their similar ideals about like intercourse with people. I think that there are a lot of men who are Christian who should do that, and I think there's a lot of Muslim men who should do that. And I think I'm just saying that when the body count discussion is framed as this is an immediate disqualifier of somebody, I think that removes all of the nuance out of dating and relationships. And I think that like one of the Christian values is to find nuance, find compassion for other people. And I think that you're exhibiting a virtue of compassion when you kind of look and say like, hey, I know everybody's history isn't perfect, but I want to get to know this person for who they are now, for who Christ has made them now. Yeah. And I think that that's virtuous on its own. And just to once, for I'll say this, I don't think that there's nobody who should ever take body count into consideration. I just don't think for the average person, it should be the main focus of considering someone as a partner.
Okay, well then let's move from the Christian perspective just to the secular then. My argument from the secular perspective is that body count would also be a great indicator for you just based on revolt factor for preference. So most men, they find it revolting that women sleep with tons and tons of men, right? If they find it to be revolting and that's within their preference, there's nothing wrong with that, and they should select past it so that they're not trying to have a relationship with a woman that they're actually revolted by.
Yeah, I think for those men who it's like extremely revolting and there's no way to get around that for them, then they probably should. But I think there's a lot of men who if they had like relevant data about the types of relationships they could cultivate with people who have had higher body counts in the past, that they would probably, and by higher, I mean, we can put a number on that if you really want to, but I'm just talking about people in that like mid-range.
Do you think that if men had relevant data that they could have great and fantastic romantic homosexual relations with other men, that they would suddenly have a preference towards having a homosexual relationship, even if the data said that it would end well for them?
Some of them might lean more towards that.
Almost
yeah, of course.
none. You really think that men would go, I'm totally straight and attracted to women, but now that I see that I could, like, I don't know, have a bigger house and a pool if I become a homosexual, I'm going to suddenly start having gay. So you really think that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, there are people who do that. It's kind of like saying.
No, there are people. Most men would not go for that, right?
I didn't say most men. I didn't say most.
You did. I said you think most men would go for that, and you were like, yeah.
No. I said that would lean most people more towards possibly developing a preference for that. So it's not that most men would in fact become gay. Like I didn't say that.
Or even engage in homosexual. I mean, if they find homosexuality revolting, there's no amount of data that you're going to show them where they're like, oh, well, now that I see that I could get a bigger pool, the act of gay sex is less revolting to me, right?
I think, have you ever heard the phrase like $20 is $20? I mean, like, come on. Like, yeah, I think people genuinely.
That's literally making fun of degenerates. Do we say that because it's making fun of degenerates?
You don't think there's actually people, I mean, there's a whole, like, there's actually a wonderful sociologist, and I will shout out Dr. Jenny Stuber for doing a presentation on this. There are people who will go gay for pay. Yeah, absolutely. People are incentivized to do things when they realize that there's positive outcomes for them.
Yeah, there are some, I would never put it in a monolith, that there could be some men, like for instance in the adult corn industry, there's men who have, gays who are apparently straight, according to what they say, right?
Yeah.
They have to have fluffers, though, come in and get them to the point where they can do it, because they can't do it on their own, right? Because they have zero traction there. A lot of them even can find it revolting. Do I think that there are some men who would sell out for this? Sure. But that was never a dispute. I'm just saying overwhelmingly, no, you're not going to be able to change men's mind by saying, well, this could be a positive romantic outlook that you now have, or you could have a wonderful life with a man of the same sex if you find it revolting. That's not going to change most of their minds.
Do you think most men are, at least
And I mean
the
the overwhelming majority, like I would say like 99.9% or higher, you're not going to change their minds.
Sure. Do you think the overwhelming set of straight men are more adverse to like the thought of themselves having like homosexual intercourse than they are to like a woman with a slightly higher body count number than they prefer?
Health
Yeah.
warning.
You think they're more adverse to the homosexual?
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So then when you take that into account with that, you're saying like, okay, well look, yeah, they might be completely repulsed by the thought of having homosexual sex, but when they're given, other incentives to do so or more information about the facts of what it would cause for them, then they're more likely to do that, whether or not that amount is
Well, let me counter with this real quick, which would just be, I agree that there's a lower subset of men who are revolted by promiscuous women than are by gay sex, but within that subset of men who are revolted by women with a high body count, it's just as bad as the men who are completely revolted by gay sex. It would be the same thing.
You're saying the amount of men is lower?
Yeah, so
or
if you just say the amount of, isn't the amount of men who are repulsed by gay sex going to be higher than the amount of men who are repulsed by women with a high body count? It's like, but that really doesn't mean anything, because we're looking at the subset of men who they're equally repulsed, right? They're just, repulsion is repulsion.
I'm not actually convinced of that. I'm far more repulsed by the thought of like eating dog shit than I am at the thought of like eating pickles, and I really hate pickles. So that you're saying like, you're
you can have that trivially, right? And maybe I can concede a bit. Maybe I am quibbling a little bit. But what my point is that just because there's a larger subset who finds this to be repulsive with gay sex, there is a large subset of men who find it repulsive that women have a high body count. And I think it's higher than your aversion to pickles. And I think it's less high than the aversion to homosexual sex.
Right, but we can take a poll of the people in this room. Like, would you rather have sex with like a woman who has a high body count, or would you rather have sex with a man? And I think most of the people in this room would be like, I'd rather have sex with a woman with a high body count. So that's just evidence in favor of the hypothesis.
Yeah,
that, they would.
But it's to the matter of degree. Like I said, it's higher than your aversion to pickles. Right, but perhaps less high than homosexual sex. But the point remains that if they're repulsed by it, and that's within their preference, it seems a perfectly good argument to say it's not my preference, and then just avoid those women altogether because it's outside their preference.
Right, but just like the case with the virgins, what that does is when you say, I'm just averse to it, and like I said, I'm excluding these extreme cases of like aversion. I think that those people who have extreme aversion to this thing, that like the aversion can't really be manipulated or changed or to have better outcomes, I think those people probably should. And that's the same thing that I would say. Like, I think people who have like a really strong preference against like eating pickles, those people probably shouldn't eat pickles, even though they really want to have a bigger data set about what it might be like to eat pickles or something like that. So the point stands there is that I think there's far more men who would have intercourse with a woman with a higher body count. I think that aversion can be manipulated so that their data set can be expanded and they can find happier relationships.
Would you apply that same logic to conversion therapy then?
To convert, in what way?
In the same way that if it is the case that they're opening up their experience to the fact that they could see that their life would be far less stigmatized if they became heterosexuals or only engaged in heterosexual sex, and that they would have far better outcomes, that there's a lot of gay men who could be convinced, as it were, to do this thing that they found repulsive.
That's an empirical claim. So if you're asking me if
I need one final statement on the body count question from each of you.
Oh, okay. So. Well, I'll just let you go ahead and end, and then I'll end.
Sure. Okay.
And then we'll do chats, then we'll do close.
Okay.
Cool. I think in quite a bit of cases, I would be able to say that, for most people, it would be worth it to consider somebody with a higher body count than they have a preference for. I believe when you look at the preferences for body count amount, it's actually pretty low, and it probably falls into that lower end of the spectrum where you have like people who are like from the 1 to 3-ish range. And I think for those people, which I would say is the majority of people, they should open up the range to, the kind of middle ground where people tend to have more successful relationships.
Yeah, well, I would just say that my opponent never actually made a really good claim for why men shouldn't care about this, only that there's a possibility that some men can be rehabilitated against their revulsion from a secular aspect. That, of course, that would bring up the can of worms of conversion therapy, right? Same thing when it came to the revulsion of homosexual sex. And then further, I would say from the Christian sense, she didn't really make any refutations at all, only saying that, yes, from the Christian angle, it seems that body count itself would be very important for somebody who is looking for virtue in a partner, and that she's not averse to that at all. So I don't really understand. I still don't really understand the position. I'm trying not to strawman it. I'm trying to steelman it, but I feel like that rendition of events is actually pretty accurate.
There might have to be a further conversation on that because there is still some confusion, but oh well.
Okay, yeah. We're going to let a bit of chats come through here. The TTS has been lowered to 69 if you want to get something
Send in
in
the
here
supers. Send them
at
in.
the end of the show here. And then before we do that, though, guys, we do have another debate immediately after this. So if you guys want to tune into that, that's going to be a 2v2. So be sure to stay tuned for that. The link for that has been posted in the chat and in the description. I'm going to let some chats come through, but really quick before we do, if you guys are enjoying the stream, like the video. If you guys have a Twitch account, twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow in the Prime sub. Also, discord.gg/whatever. Final reminder on this. Join the Discord, guys. I posted the behind the scenes footage of our last stream with Andrew Wilson here where he was attacked brutally. Absolutely.
You guys, you're recovering.
Absolutely brutalized.
Are you trivializing my trauma?
No, I just thought it was funny.
And so you can see the point of view
She was crazy.
footage.
She was crazy. Yeah.
She was quite the character. So you can do that there.
Also, send in more super chats.
Yeah, do it, guys.
Do it now. Do it.
So, guys, debateuniversity.com if you want to learn how to become a master debater. Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, if you want 100% of your contribution to go towards us. And we're going to do a $69 TTS. I'm opening that up. Then we'll have the two panelists do their closing statements after that. We have Ray Bovis here with a $200 super chat. Thank you so much, Ray. She says, can she address Rachel's point? If there's no objective standard to judge morality, then it just comes down to preferences. There's an objective standard for what is good, and it is from God. Quick response on this.
Sure. Yeah, there is some problems within philosophy regarding this issue, calling God's standards objective, because although his standards are independent of human minds, they're not independent of his mind. So he still has a mind. So his, stances are the thing that is good. Unless you're saying something different there, and then that would have to be something we would have to get into.
Well, can you say though, just to follow, because I understand her question. Is there any good objective reason, objective, that you can, a morally objective reason you can give a person to not be a Christian?
Health warning.
A morally objective reason?
Mm-hmm.
No, if I think that reasons are the type of thing that are subjective, right? Because I take
ran out of food.
a reason
Wonderful.
to be something that's like motivating towards an end goal.
Yeah, but you agree
And motivators are like subjective.
But you agree that almost everybody can give people subjective reasons for why they shouldn't do X, right?
Sure, of course. I mean, they could appeal to some underlying values they have or something like that, or point to some contradiction in their currently held views. Yeah.
All right, we have some chats coming through. We have D's Nates. She won't have as much experience. Why does a woman have to cross the sexual line to gain meaningful experience from relationships? Virgins can have gained plenty of experience before marriage. Do you want to do a response to that?
She won't have as much. Why does a woman have to cross the sexual line? Yeah, I didn't say that. I'm not sure where that person pulled that from.
Well, you kind of did, because you said that absent having multiple sexual partners, she's depriving herself of those additional experiences, so she doesn't know how happy she may not be.
Yeah, she could have less information than if she had those partners. Yeah.
But that's the same argument you would make with poison again, right? Same thing.
Right,
like,
but
you
that
don't
just
know that poison doesn't make you happy until you drink it.
right, but you have good overriding reasons.
Just like you have
So,
good
I
overriding.
mean, we can get back into the debate unless
Okay.
we're trying to keep answers
That's fair.
concise.
That's fair. There's always like a little bit of back and forth when the super chats come up.
Sure. We have Lucas here. He says, you're wrong on the body count divorce stats. Women with 0 to 1 have the lowest divorce rate. The quirk you're referring to is that women with exactly 2 bodies have a higher divorce rate than, and he continues by, I'm going to just pull it up and read it, then women between 3 to 9 body count. Women with 10 or more have the highest divorce rate. That's a study from the Institute of Family Studies.
Sure. I have qualms with the Institute of Family Studies. I'm not totally dismissing any data that comes from them. That's perfectly fine. Sorry, it's kind of hard to keep up when it's like separated like that. But that would be something I'd have to go back and look at the empirics at.
Okay. We have Famone coming in here in just a second. Lucas, thank you very much for your Streamlabs message. If you want to get your own in streamlabs.com/whatever, just waiting for Famone's to come in. There's a slight delay. And she writes, pause. There it is. Great debate. Curious to her thoughts on allowing people on government assistance to be surrogates and if classism is to blame.
Is classism to blame on whether or not we don't have money for surrogates? Like, is that what the question is? I think we should probably give government assistance to people who want to be surrogates.
Okay. All right, Famone, thank you for that. And then we now have Lucas coming in with another one. Slight delay. Apologies, guys. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Your position on body count shouldn't matter for promiscuous women that have now turned to religion as delusional and impractical. What do you let? Would you let a saved PDF file watch your kids? No, you would exclude them. Stat. Your response?
Far more severe than having a higher body count. There's a safety concern involved there as well.
Yeah, but from the perspective of the Christian, you're talking about the violation of the virtue, right? These are virtue violations.
Right, and for some people, they hold that to be a virtue that they would consider highly. We talked about those cases. So those cases, like the people who hold those virtues very, very highly and think that like, I think, look, there are people who are justified in excluding people. I don't think we disagree there.
Okay.
All right, and then we do have Graffito Tag Graffito. Thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat. So the takeaway message here is some amount of money this woman would accept where she would be willing to eat dog doo-doo. No amount of revulsion to enact for a person is absolute.
I think that's very trivially true. If I offered this, what's his name, Graffito Tagged, like $6 million to eat dog shit, I guarantee he's gonna eat dog shit.
I wouldn't.
Really? $6 million? Damn, I'd take the $6 million.
I can't be bought. It's one of my virtues.
Is Ogle still in the chat? We could possibly arrange $6 million, but we'd have to stream it though.
Okay.
The dog shit stream.
I mean, look.
That's probably against TOS.
No, I don't know.
Eating dog shit. That's
$6 million is $6 million, man. I mean.
All right, guys. Final call if you want to get any TTSs in. If any of those come through, we'll get them after they both do their close. So if I recall, Andrew went first with his open.
Yeah, so I closed last.
So you now get to go first with your close, and then Andrew will close after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I think there was a lot we didn't quite get to, which I wish we would have been able to. I'd love to talk to you about veganism someday.
Momentarily, wait. Wait, can you, Mick, can you mute the audio really quick just so I can go over some things privately with a guess? It's the audio mixer. Sorry, guys. It's the audio mixer. You see it on the far left? Nope, no. Here. Audio mixer in OBS. It's going to be on your, I think, the right of the screen. Do you see the audio mixer? I'm sorry, where are you? Here, the mouse, the orientation's different. Welcome to the special debate edition of the Whatever podcast, coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. I am your host and moderator, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Can I have you pull up the Streamlabs? Sorry, guys, we had a rough start there. Yeah, so guys, it's streamlabs.com/whatever. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $99 and up, and we're going to read those in batches at various breaks throughout the debate. There will be no instant TTS. Now, if you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, no platform fees, no cut, you can via Venmo or Cash App. That's whatever pod on both. Link for that is in the description. We're also live on Twitch right now, so pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. And we got merch, that's shop.whatever.com, and what we've added when you make a purchase through shop.whatever.com, it will now pop up via Streamlabs. And really quick, I'll just, since a couple came through, I'll do a quick little shout out. Caesar here, he bought a t-shirt. Thank you, Caesar. We're still working out on how to show, like how to like show what you actually purchased, but and then Christopher, thank you for the 2 purchases there also, and then Metro Matt, thank you. Postcard, sorry, Mark. Metro Matt, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Very much appreciate it. All right, guys. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our 2 debaters. I'm joined today by Andrew Wilson. He's the host of The Crucible. He's a political commentator. Also joining us today is Miss Kenzie, as she goes online. She is a Marxist feminist debater. We have a few topics and prompts for today, but first, you will each have a 5-minute opening statement, and then the rest of the show will just be open conversation. There are going to be some prompt changes and breaks for messages from the audience. Now, we're going to do a coin flip to determine who gets to pick whether they go first or second for the opener, if you can pull that up. So, Kenzie, you get to call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Okay, tails. So, Andrew, do you want to go first or second for the opener?
I'll go second.
Second. Okay. Kenzie, why don't you go ahead and go first with your opening statement?
Warning.
So are we still doing like the statement in terms of like what our worldview is?
Generalized opening statement, and then I think we can incorporate the worldview into the opening statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is
durability
Kenzie.
is
I'm a
fucked.
TikTok feminist Marxist debater. My opening statement
7 out of
is
35.
Essentially a feminist and Marxist critique on certain oppressive systems that we see not only
6
globally
out
but
of 30.
specifically in the United States, how they negatively affect women, relationships, society as a whole, and the philosophy into which how we should organize as a society into what our ultimate goal is.
Okay. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, so that was a really quick opening statement.
Do you want more time or
No.
or anything else? Okay,
No,
go ahead, Andrew.
I'm ready to discuss stuff.
All right. Well, my name is Andrew Wilson, and you could call me a Christian populist. You might refer to that as like Christian nationalist, maybe, though I do prefer the term populist. My overall viewpoint is based around objective morality, things like this, things that we're not really on topic, I guess, for the purpose of this debate. I'm against Marxism, definitely against feminism, against all waves of feminism. So I'm not one of these people who thought second wave, third wave, fourth wave, or perhaps we're in fifth wave now, it's not decided. I don't think any of them are good. And the reason that I don't, I'll incorporate in my arguments a mixture of force doctrine, the understanding of the dynamics between men and women, the historical perspective. I have a criticism against yours because you're basing your worldview on standpoint theory, essentially, and I'm going to critique that as well. So overall, that's kind of what my worldview is. If you wanted to dive in a little deeper into that, I would say right-wing conservative, from your perspective, likely bordering on authoritarianism. So I am definitely here to oppress your views. Right? Definitely here to oppress your views.
Cruel and unfair treatment, huh?
That's right. Definitely here to oppress your views. So that's kind of my worldview. So with that, I'm actually happy to just kind of dive right into the debate.
I think one thing we were going to do first before we get into the open portion of the conversation was just defining a few terms and clearing those up. So because we are discussing feminism, I think just let's jumping off point here. I guess define what that is. Kenzie, do you have a definition for what feminism is?
Yeah, the movement to end sexist oppression and sexism.
Okay. All right. And how would you define sexism?
Biases towards one specific gender or sex.
Okay, gotcha. And then you also mentioned the term oppression.
Mm-hmm.
How do you define oppression?
Cruel and unfair treatment.
Okay, got it. Andrew, do you agree with these definitions, or would you like to give your own?
Yeah, so to me, when I say feminism, I mean a movement towards egalitarianism, which is trying to dismantle patriarchal systems.
Okay.
So that's what I'm referencing when I say that. Does that sound reasonable to you?
Sure.
Okay, so we can kind of agree then to that definition of feminism.
Health
And then
warning.
Oppression, would you just consider that basic power dynamics?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, cruel or unfair treatment can be through laws, can be through certain means of production.
What view are you viewing for the accounting of things like cruelty, like utilitarian or something like that?
I mean, I don't like to subscribe necessarily to one position. It depends, but utilitarian and deontological positions.
You have a mixture of them?
Yeah.
Okay. So like maybe threshold?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, like threshold deontology, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, it would depend on the topic.
Gotcha. Okay, so cruel punishment. All right, I think we got a lot of the semantics. If you don't mind, if we have to stop from time to time to clear up semantics. One thing I really hate is equivocation, the idea that we speak past each other because we're talking about two different things.
Sure.
So
No, I think it's important to communicate the concept you're trying to convey.
Yeah. So kind of to start with, I guess I can kind of open up to get this thing moving.
Yeah, go
so I want to start with the idea
The imp will
of
be
how
nice.
feminism
Little
and
bit of extra
Marxism
damage.
aren't contrary to each other. So I've read a lot of Marxist feminist literature, especially from Dubois, and they do actually seem to be a contradiction. So through first wave feminism to modernity, feminism has single-handedly put more women in the hands of rich industrialists than any other single movement which has ever existed. Rich capitalist industrialists are now basically in charge of women. Women are part of the market workforce now. They never were. As part of the market workforce, they have now accrued almost as much debt in 100 years as men, which is incredible. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. There's only a few. One of the big ones is student loans, but I mean, they're almost on point with everything else. There's very, very few market indicators where they hold significantly less debt than men do.
From my understanding, the only place where women do hold more debt is student loans. Men hold more in credit cards and.
It's true. Well, credit cards, it could be that we don't know because we get it from the credit card reporting agency, but it's like a 2% margin. So maybe they hold less, maybe they hold, I'm not sure, but it's not significant. Like none of these thresholds I look at look very significant to me. So what I'm trying to figure out is Marxism, and maybe we can clear up the semantic here too, but Marxism is looking for a stateless society where where capitalism is gone, right? So if capitalism is gone, how is feeding millions upon millions of women to the capitalist machine via feminism a good idea for Marxism? It makes no sense to me.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about first wave feminism, I don't like to necessarily define feminism based on its wave, because I think it ignores certain sects within feminism that are outside of that, as well as kind of puts it in a Western purview. But I will say, obviously, there are different modes of feminism that we've seen in place throughout history, and I would just say this was liberal feminism, which obviously is towards the movement of upward mobility within capitalism.
Yeah, but why would you support that?
I wouldn't. I would be against liberal
feminism. Then how are you a feminist? Well, what kind of feminist are you?
Marxist intersectional feminist.
Okay, yeah, Marxist intersectional, but
Right.
You did rely on first wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave feminism.
Yeah, so there is progression, obviously, over time. I'm sure you have, I know I've heard you say that with your Christian populism, your plan is 300 years. So obviously there's going to be different steps that you take over time. I think when it comes to, if we're going to talk about liberal feminism and women entering the market when it comes to economic work, is that one of the ways we see that women have faced oppression or marginalization or subjugation.
Bro, I'm about to have to do a fucking
is obviously patriarchy's
speedrun
construction of
strats.
dependency on men. So,
But they were more liberated. So men.
The
held
Dunmaro
debt,
to
not women.
Wetlands debt skip.
So I would argue
I mean,
immediately.
again, sorry.
Apparently.
Yeah, no problem. I would argue immediately that because women now hold so much debt, they're less liberated than they ever have been, at least in this nation. So I would point you to things like before they had the right to vote, the 19th Amendment, they were able to pass the 18th Amendment. That was literally due to the women's temperance movement. And they did not have the right to vote at that time, but they had so much moral political power that they were able to pass that. So they definitely had political power and they had no debt. I don't see how this is
well, I
more
don't think a lot of
liberating.
people had debt during that time.
Yeah, men had a lot of debt. Men, I mean, they
Like
had all the
individual debt?
They had all the debt. All of it. Like
Sure, but
1
like-
to 2% maybe for women.
Sure. So, I mean, if we're talking about, like, do I think debt is a good thing? No, that would be a critique against capitalism. The critique that with feminism in that specific instance that you've given is that the only way to get access to the material goods of life is obviously through money. And so when women are able to participate in the market, then they are dependent on men in order to get housing, to get food, to get shelter, so on and so forth. Or, they're paid very low wages. And so I think expanding that market then creates more individual opportunities to where you don't have to get married, to where you can have more autonomy in your choice.
Yeah, but this is really this is a very odd position that I don't think stacks up very well. So if the idea is women need to be able to gain more materialism, that is in conflict with Marxism, which is
I
saying
agree. I'm
that
saying
women.
that's under capitalism. That
Yeah, but we live in capitalism.
Sure.
And we did then.
I understand that.
So the thing is like it seems very contradictory to me to say, well, okay, access to materialism.
Hold on. Sorry. What's going on? Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, no problem.
We have a new.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's just really bizarre to me when you say women need to be able to access materialism in order to be less oppressed. When now women they have, by the way, their student loan debt alone is insane. They're now under the yoke of capitalism more significantly than they ever have been because of this accruement of debt. So it seems like you're just feeding them into the system while calling it liberation when rich industrialists owned them then and own them now.
So, I mean, it's a more intersectional
I'm way out leveled
look
for
at
some
that.
reason.
Like, I do
Apparently
agree
my
with you that
fucking
capitalism in itself and, like, the
RNG is
concept of
garbage.
debt is oppressive. So
Because
yes,
it's telling
you
me
are
to
correct when
level
you
to
say that
4,500,
assessment.
but that's the last level.
But
I'm
if we're
already on
looking
the
at
next one.
intersection, what's the alternative under capitalism for women to be dependent on access to the
All right,
basic
Dunmaro
materials?
did
That
skip.
seems far and away to me to be a way better system if you wanted to actually institute Marxism. So I'll explain why. If he were to use the acceleration,
Follow the arrow
which it sounds like
closely.
you're trying to do, move into accelerationism, we would just have fascism. Like that's what we usually end up with.
What
is
do you mean? I'm sorry.
Right-wing authoritarianism.
Well, I know what you mean by fascism. Can you repeat your point, though?
Yeah, so if the idea is women need to be moved into the rich industrialist market for some reason because it's more liberating for them to have more materialism, which it seems to be completely the opposite. Because
Well, more opportunity.
for what, though? To ingratiate more materialism?
No, I would even just say, like, the standard means of living.
Materialism.
I don't know, like,
Well,
we need housing, right? Is that materialism?
Yeah, well, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Like, depending on the size of the house. And, I mean, so when you say housing, what does that encompass? Like a commie block? Like a stone commie block where it's like little
I think
tiny...
we can agree, like, on what basic necessities humans need in order to function within society, and I would say housing would be definitely a
Sure,
core
but how
tenet.
big?
I think it would depend, obviously, based on need.
Yeah, right. So
Utility.
if it's moving off of need, right? I would say that people need very little space.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
So if this is the case, though, introducing women into the capitalist market, right, where now rich industrialists own their labor, which they do, in order to give them the right to vote about stuff that's kind of meaningless ultimately towards themselves. What was the point of that for Marxism? It's totally counterintuitive.
Well, I'm not saying it's a movement towards Marxism. I'm saying that that's obviously like a liberal feminist movement, which is upward mobility within capitalism so that you can have access to.
So you don't support feminism?
I don't support liberal feminism.
But that's the only type of feminism we've had here.
In terms of certain movements, sure. I guess it would depend on how you classify certain movements. But when we're talking about like capitalist critique, those who think that women would find liberation having the same access to
Okay, I skipped a whole bunch, dude. That's nice.
A liberal feminist idea.
Let's go. I'm gonna die immediately. No,
So,
fuck,
do you
shit,
support
fuck.
Western feminism or not?
I don't. If you want to label it as that Western feminism.
Like, well, okay, so the only feminism that I can point to is either the feminism here, or we can talk about communist feminism. But that was liberalized as well.
I disagree. I think we can see, like, when the Black Panthers in the 60s and 70s, that's where womanism was born out of, which is also Marxist theory.
Yeah, sure, but it was also part of a feminist movement.
Right.
The sexual liberation was a big part of what was going on in the 60s with Black Panther and female liberation, too. So I'm just curious, though, first wave feminism, you agree, essentially fed all women into this massive capitalist machine, whereas they did not have to participate in it before.
Again, like, I think that's a really exclusionary idea of first wave feminism, because there were also like feminists who were abolitionists. There were also feminists who were poor, who wanted more rights for the working class, and those were kind of ignored. So I think if you want to label first wave feminism as essentially the suffragette movement, and the means to enter capitalist, I don't think that's all encompassing of feminism.
First wave feminism is definitely responsible for millions upon millions upon millions of women entering into the workforce under rich capitalist industrialists. Single-handedly responsible for that.
Okay.
What else would it be that would be responsible for that?
Well, I think that's obviously what's at the forefront,
Yeah.
but there are other sects of feminism that we're dealing with abolition. We're dealing with
they never had any political power.
Okay.
So,
I mean, we
like,
had the 1912 Lawrence textile strike, which was about working conditions.
Yeah, but feminists have always moved towards working. But this is the problem again. Working conditions for what? To capitalism? To work in capitalist plants?
I guess I'm not sure, like, what your overarching...
I don't know why I walked in there.
My overarching point is, why would you support if you don't support first wave feminism, because it fed millions upon millions of women into the pocket in the pocket of rich industrialists, which it did, and you agree it did, and the second wave did, and the third wave, and now even the fourth wave. None of these feminist waves are anti-capitalist.
No, I agree.
So you don't support any of that, though, right?
If we're going to have a critique of capitalism, I think we can have ways that we can see how women can be more liberated.
I'm not critiquing capitalism. I'm critiquing the view of feminism.
Right, but obviously if we're going to talk about capitalism, that those are intertwined. So if we're not going to abolish the system, how can women participate within capitalism that would give them opportunity or more liberation? I agree with you. Liberation is not possible under capitalism.
Well, I would argue then that if this is the case, you're looking for more liberation, I would say that they're more liberated when they can't accrue debt. And they couldn't accrue debt. Only the man could accrue debt. And only the man who was married could accrue debt.
Well, if you hold that philosophy, then are men oppressed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, men are very oppressed.
Okay, then I guess we don't disagree.
So I gotta ask. I wouldn't say for the same reasons you would, but the question becomes: is it the case that you think that women are more or less oppressed by capitalism now than they were when they were dependent on their husbands?
Well, obviously capitalism has taken different form So it would depend on essentially what metric we're evaluating. They have more access to education, which I would see would be less oppressive. Obviously, the stressors of
More
wealth.
oppressive.
Education's oppressive?
Yeah, it's way more oppressive to women.
To be educated?
What's the only type of debt women have that outnumbers men?
Again, that's just because
Let's
of
hang
capitalism.
on. Just answer the question. What's
It's
the only
student
type?
loans,
It's student
we already
loans.
agreed.
So the idea of the education, right, which is mostly it's not like it's most of these are STEM degrees. They're
I
not.
mean, if education were free, would you say that they're being oppressed?
Education is free up until college age.
I know. I'm just asking, are we talking about the idea of education itself or the fact that it's so expensive?
No, we're talking about liberation from oppression. And so what I'm arguing to you
correct.
is that...
So when you say education is oppressive, is that because under capitalism of the cost that obviously debt is burdensome, or just a woman being educated is oppressive?
No, I would say
When do
that
I get my fucking
the
imp, dude? I'm so confused.
Student debt, mostly being in the hands of women, has done more to oppress them
Do you know how
than
already?
if they had not gone to college in the first place. Then if that had been barred
But
from
that's
them...
not my question.
Okay, but what's your question then?
My question is, you're not saying education is oppressive. You're saying either going into debt or the society making a profit off education obviously puts burdens on the person who's taking loans out.
Yes.
We don't disagree with that.
Yes.
I don't disagree.
But why are we selecting for that then?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you say that women need to be educated. Institutions are going to require capital in order to educate. So
Right. So if, again, we're going to... education has definitely benefited women in terms of having the equal access to...
capitalism.
to certain aspects of society that would give them more opportunity and more identity.
It has literally led them to being pawns in capitalism.
Yep, just like men.
Yeah. So the thing is
I mean,
like,
if you think...
how is that? But how is that less less oppressive? It's way more oppressive.
Requires level 3.
This is what I don't
I
get
would
is
say
like,
choice and individuality.
is like-
So if we're talking about certain social ideas.
Here, let's walk through it logically,
Okay.
right? So we start with women can accrue no debt. Only their husbands can accrue debt. That's it. Only the husbands were able to accrue debt.
But then they're uneducated, correct?
I know they could still be educated.
How?
They would go to school.
Where?
Well, they had public school was available.
I already
By the way,
have
we've
one.
always done
I'm
better in public
fucking
school.
retarded.
And then college was also available too.
Oh my God.
Most of your first wave feminist leaders went to school. They went to college.
Right, but college was also free then.
No, it wasn't free.
Yeah, it was.
Where?
In the United States.
Where?
Like what specific college? I think Berkeley was free up until the 60s.
Until, okay, so when you're talking about college fees, it's important to understand that if it is the case that you want everybody to do a thing, you're going to have a lot of that thing for them to be able to do it. So when you're talking about education specifically, it used to be about rewarding the best and brightest. It is not about rewarding the best and brightest now. There's lots and lots and lots of people who go and get a college degree, and it's the equivalent of like a 10th grade education, 9th grade education, right?
Okay.
So if that's the case, right, all we're doing really is just lowering the standard anyway, right? Lowering the standard and then telling women that they need to go and use their birthing years in college, which makes no sense. To me.
No wonder.
It's very silly. You take the reproductive years, you say go spend the reproductive years in school so that you can be part of this capitalist machine. That's very strange to me that that's your advocacy as a Marxist feminist.
I mean, obviously, if we're talking about the ideal situation, then women would have access to education without having to go into debt.
That's not, well, okay. How?
What do you mean, how?
Yeah, how, so we should pay for everybody's college.
Well, obviously, if we're going to live under a capitalist society, like this, at the center of that is going to be profit. So I just think that's an ineffective way to organize society, because then it's obviously putting profit over people.
So now this is circular now. So we start with capitalism's bad, liberate women so they can participate in capitalism. Capitalism's bad, liberate women so that they can become part of the capitalist machine.
No. So if we're going to talk about how women can have more opportunity and individuality over in capitalism, that's one argument. And then talking about how women can be fully liberated from the constraints of capitalism is a different argument.
Well, okay, let's talk. If you want to dice them up, I'm willing to like dice arguments up as small as you want to make them. or as large as you want to make them. So we can go as granular
Well,
as you
I'm
want.
just saying it's two different
I
labels. You can be combining it as one.
Okay, but what's the goal of Marxism? Stateless society, right?
Yeah.
How is I still don't understand how throwing women
I need to read
into
Barry.
the big capitalist machine as a form of liberation helps get us to that.
It doesn't.
Then why would you? I still am confused why you support those things.
I mean, I don't support necessarily like what you're specifically saying. If I had my like, how do we transition from capitalism to communism, is a different argument than how can women suffer less oppression under capitalism.
Yeah, but if you don't agree with those things, and first wave feminism was about liberation to participate in capitalism, then you don't support first wave feminism.
I don't like classifying feminism in terms of those waves because it just reduces it down to a singular idea where there are multiple sects of ideas. So yes, if you want me to say I don't agree, I don't agree.
Okay, but what are the prominent ideas then?
Sure. Yeah.
The prominent ideas were
Yeah,
definitely.
I don't agree.
Yeah. So
If
then,
that's what you want me to say.
So then, I don't know that you're a feminist at all. Just a Marxist.
Well, I mean,
automatically
have you
that's that
heard
ever up
TERFs?
there.
Yeah.
We're real man.
Would you say that's a form of feminism?
It's very
Cost me a
traditional
silver
form of
too,
feminism.
goddamn.
Yeah, I'm not a TERF, so does that mean I'm not a feminist? I feel this is like no true Scotsman fallacy.
No, I have to say, there are prominent sects of feminism, right?
Yeah, you have radical feminism, liberal feminism, intersectional, Marxist.
Yeah.
So I'm saying
But
there
all
are
of them are
certain-
basing it around the liberation of women. Just the different ideas around
Correct,
the basis
just
of the
like
liberation of women.
there's capitalism,
Yeah.
which I'm sure we could define and
So
say there's different
first wave
functions
feminism,
of capitalism.
Yeah, so first wave feminism definitely wanted to liberate women so that they could have their own assets and go to work.
Correct.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that.
I mean, go to work, like women have always worked, especially poor and women of color. So I think like going to work is kind of maybe like a white-centered notion. I will acknowledge that I think in the early 1900s we had about 20% of women in the workforce, and then by like 1950 I think it was close to 50.
Especially at the post-World War II, people who were staying in the workforce.
Sure, exactly.
But the thing
it
is,
depends on who you're counting
again,
as well.
Definitely first wave feminism was responsible for this. So the thing is I guess when you're talking about Marxist feminism specifically, you would have to kind of hate first wave feminism because it did
In
more.
a lot of notions I do, because I do think it ignored the material conditions of poor women, women of color. So yeah, I don't disagree.
Okay.
Just I'm sure you support capitalism, right? Do you like social democracy?
Well, I'm not sure that that's contingent on capitalism.
That is a capitalist mode, just like a laissez-faire free market would be. There's different ways that capitalism can be structured, and you can agree with one.
Yeah, but capitalism is an economic system. It's not as
Sure,
much
I'm
of
just
a
showing
political
how an
theory as
idea.
Marxism.
I'm just showing how an idea can have different theory behind it.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I'm talking about
okay.
the prominence of the ideas
Sure,
themselves.
I guess if I must not have understood. No,
Yeah.
I don't agree with some of the modes that liberal feminism or first wave feminism, as you've called it, have used.
So then wouldn't you agree with me then that it actually would have been more liberating for women to not have participated in first wave feminism but instead relied on their husbands? Wouldn't that have actually been more liberating than sacrificing them to the sacrificial lamb of capitalism?
Which is worse? I don't know. There's just so many metrics that you can evaluate. When it
This
comes
is the
to
metric we're evaluating. So the metric we're evaluating is, my argument is, if women are dependent on their husbands and accrue no debt, only the husband can accrue debt, but women can still own assets, which they could, and they can still own property, which they could, even if they were married.
Right, but you're
they
forcing
could.
a woman to link arms with a man. So if she's single, does she have access
As
to these
opposed
things?
to
If she's a
forcing her to go to
lesbian,
work.
does she have these things?
Yeah, they still, yes, of course.
How would you have these things?
How would they not have them? They were able to own property even unmarried. That's
well-
always been the history of the United States.
Well, right, but obviously then you would need to be in the workforce, correct? Because you need to purchase it.
No, you wouldn't need to purchase it. Oftentimes, your father would give it to you.
Oh, so just through again, like
Yeah.
generational wealth.
Yeah. Which, by the way, first wave feminism destroyed a lot of that too. A lot of cross-generational wealth. But women could
Well-
own property.
Sure. I mean, I would say like, why would I have to pick one?
because your choice is either you go to work, right? You either want equality or you don't want equality. So if the idea is I want equality, and that's what
I think it would be more beneficial for women not to be dependent on men and to have more
then to
liberty.
work within the capitalist system.
Yes,
Why?
because they would have more control, autonomy, and identity.
They don't seem to have more control over either of or any of those things. Example, the identity of woman now in modernity is in question, period.
What do you mean?
What is a woman?
Oh, we're going there now.
Well, you just said women would have more identity. Because
Yeah,
and
identity
more
in
autonomy.
terms of
But
if you're going to be dependent on a husband, then your labor is predetermined for you. Your identity in terms of being a wife and mother is predetermined for you.
Yeah, but the beneficiaries of that is that your accruement of debt is also non-existent, and so you can never
It's
be a
not
slave
really
to
non-existent because
capitalism.
your husband has it as well. So I mean, there is still capitalistic threats.
You were not ever
and you don't
responsible
have-
for your husband's debt.
But you still suffer the outcomes if it doesn't work out, right?
Yeah, but you suffer the outcomes of that now under
right,
capitalism.
but you would have more control and autonomy, right?
You don't
know,
seem
it's
to
either
have-
like you're
I
the
don't
captain
see
of
how
your own
women
sinking ship, or you're just kind of
I
a
don't-
passenger on the Titanic.
Like you use these words, these kind of buzzwords, right? You say they have more autonomy. How do women have more autonomy?
Self-determination through choice.
What choices? Which ones?
Essentially, how they want to experience their life. Do they want to get married? Do they want to have children?
They had the option to do that before. They didn't have to get
He
married.
just killed himself.
Most of the time, women who didn't get married
No, he
stayed
got
at home with their
lucky.
parents. By the way, right now, most women who don't get married, they often stay at home with their parents. Not a lot has changed in that department.
I mean, I haven't read any statistics that women who don't get married just stay home with their parents.
Yes, it's often the case that women who do
Is that
not
true
get
with men?
married stay at home with their parents. Yeah,
Because
it's often true with men too.
I think single
and it was
women
often true with men
home,
then.
I think single women home purchases are starting to outpace men.
It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it
so
is
it
often
seems that
the
they're
case.
getting their own. They're getting their own house.
Sometimes,
staying-
but you got to remember now, children are staying at home with their parents longer than
Sure.
than
So
ever.
obviously, like the conditions that comes to capitalism now is different than it was, in the 1900s.
Yeah, so I mean, the thing is that I don't see how women actually have any more of these things. I don't see how they have any more autonomy. I don't see how they have any more actual choice. It just seems like an illusion of choice.
I would agree with you. There is some oppression within that choice, but I do think the choice is more.
Okay, and it's worth it to have this limited amount of autonomy in order to grind yourself in a capitalist system. Like if you were to ask the average woman, if you were to go back in time, hypothetically, and you were to sit down with first wave feminists, okay, who couldn't seem to get first wave feminism passed any other way than an amendment because women were voting it down all over the place. The question becomes, if you ask them, if we fast forwarded this to 100 years, I just want to let you know that your children will be living at home with you until they're 25. You will have access to college, but you'll have crushing debt, and chances are your marriage is going to fail. Chances are really good that your marriage is going to fail, over 50% perhaps, that your marriage is going to fail. But you'll have a little tiny bit more autonomy, but I won't even be able to exactly tell you how you have more of it. Do you think that they would go for that deal? Or if you said, hang on, or if you said to them, if you don't do this, your husbands will accrue all debt. You'll never have to worry about it again, and you can still make moral claims, and they'll be super effective, just like the temperance movement was, because now you're not political pawns.
I mean, I think you're kind of constructing the options in a way that would be beneficial to a specific narrative. I think I have cleared how you have autonomy. Like, would you want men to be dependent on women and have women be the predominant mode of production under capitalism?
I don't think it's possible.
But would you want that?
Well, I couldn't want a thing I don't think is possible,
Why?
because it's not possible.
Well, I mean, why is it not possible?
It's not possible because women are not capable of doing the same types of things that men are capable of doing.
Such as
Inside of society, enforcement.
enforcement? So, like police and
Not military.
military?
Military, policing,
I don't think
special
men really are.
services.
I don't think men really are capable of that.
I mean, the men have gone and fought global wars time and time again and won.
Yeah, and what outcomes do they have?
They win the war.
They suffer severe PSD. They have a hard time integrating into society. I mean, that doesn't seem like a natural condition for men to be subjected to.
There can be symptoms of violence, but remember, not everybody gets PTSD, even combat veterans. A lot of them don't have PTSD. Some get PTSD.
Right.
But not only that, that's a coping mechanism. It's going to be individualistic. Men are definitely capable of extreme...
But it is an outcome of being exposed to extreme violence.
Only for some people.
I could say that about women.
Yeah, you can, but the problem when it comes down to enforcement is that women can't do enforcement.
What do you mean?
So I'll give you the easy hypothetical.
Okay.
If all men tomorrow decide that women in the United States are slaves, are women in the United States slaves?
Yep.
No.
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 How do you stop it?
I think it would be
how could women stop it?
I mean, it would just depend essentially on like access to resources.
Yeah, men have the access to all the resources because they made you slaves.
Well, that's how women could stop it.
Women couldn't.
It would just be a fight over resources.
How come women can't stop it in Islamic nations then? When they just go, okay, you're all slaves.
Well, obviously, in Islamic nations, they don't have access to specific resources.
Nobody has access to resources if men don't allow access to those resources. Nobody, because men have a monopoly on force. That's feminist theory. Feminists understand that. Even Marxist feminists know this, that men have a monopoly on force. So, in other words, if men collectively...
Under patriarchy, I agree.
No, under any archy, they're going to need to have men as their monopoly on force. I'll give you an example. If tomorrow men decided to enslave all women would be enslaved. However, if tomorrow all women decided to enslave all men, they do not have the force doctrine and requisite necessary to do so. They could not do it. They just couldn't do it
within any context.
No.
So if women had access to all the drones, if women had access to all the water supply, if women had access, if women had access to, I mean, women can have the capacity to repair. I don't understand,
Okay, so here's what I would say. Let's do this experiment this way. If women had access to all of the firearms on Earth that exist, okay, and every weapon which exists, and they have access to all of that, they still don't have the requisite brute force that would be necessary to keep men under control. They just wouldn't. It wouldn't be possible to do long term.
What do you mean by brute force? That they just wouldn't be able to pull the trigger?
No, that men are much, much, much stronger, and that guns are only an equalizer until men take your guns.
Right, and obviously they would have to get close enough. But I mean, I don't care how strong you are if you don't have water and food. What are you going to do?
Well, it's really simple then. Do you think that if you were the head of a prison, would you rather have all male or all female guards? If you were dealing with dangerous prisoners, even if both had access to guns.
I mean, I guess it would depend what the goal is. I think
to keep the prisoners who are dangerous under control.
I mean, I think women can make really great police officers because they are less likely to use excessive force. They're more likely to de-escalate, where men are more likely to escalate.
More likely to get disarmed, more likely to get beaten up, more likely to accidentally shoot a suspect. They're more likely to do all sorts of things to the contrary as well.
I thought I grabbed my taser.
There's also way fewer females who are in the police force because they can't meet the minimum requirements, which are necessary to be a cop. They can't meet the necessary minimum physical requirements. Same thing in the military. They can't meet the necessary minimum physical requirements to be in the infantry. Most women can't do it.
Right.
So men have a monopoly on force, and because of force doctrine, this ends up coming down to this idea. If it is the case, you say that women can do anything that men can do. I counter this by saying they cannot. They cannot do enforcement. This is uniquely a male thing. There are some women who can be introduced who can meet these standards, but on average they can't.
Well, I think if we're to kind of bring it to an analogy, if the fence is 6 feet tall and most women are 5'8", then yeah, of course they're not going to be able to meet that standard. So is the standard just specific to certain male criteria that...
Well, it would be the criteria of you need to handle a male. So if you're a female police officer, you need to be able to handle a male, right?
Yeah, but obviously, like, you have tools to aid in that. That's what I'm saying. Like, just because women aren't meeting these criteria
Do you have to
doesn't
get
mean
close
that.
to a male when you're a police officer as a female in order to put like handcuffs on them, stuff like that?
Yeah, but you have like pepper spray and stun guns.
Yeah, and routinely women get disarmed and they're routinely overpowered by suspects. Routinely. Happens often. And
Sure, and men often use excessive force, and then they're sued.
Yeah,
and then
maybe,
people
but
die.
when you
Like-
say men use excessive force, you're just demonstrating my point that men have a monopoly on force. Yes, maybe it's
No, I'm
excessive,
saying
but
a
they're capable of
propensity
using
to
it.
use force, sure.
No, they're just better at using force because they're much stronger. They're much stronger, they have much denser bones, so they're much
I
more
mean, I
capable.
don't disagree with that.
Yeah, so
the average male is stronger,
Mhm.
sure.
Well, significantly stronger. It's not an insignificant amount between the average male and average female. Now, I want this point to drive home because it's often stated, like, oh yeah, there's this small marginal difference. No, it's a significant difference. 60, 70% in many cases.
Okay.
Much, much, much stronger. This being the case, men have the complete monopoly on force doctrine because they're much, much, much stronger. Just raw brute force, which if you reduce rights, you reduce society, reduce everything to its rawest principle, it's going to be brute force.
Too many people.
I want to make you do thing. I always have this.
I don't like agree because with violence there can definitely come consequences that are not desirable in terms of the outcome. Like if men wanted women to be slaves, you know, who determines if the species goes on?
Men.
Women.
No, men, if you were slaves.
How?
The same way they did in Rome. They impregnated their slaves.
Well, I mean, but women could just commit suicide.
Yeah, why didn't they in Rome?
Well, wouldn't that just be black swan fallacy? Just because there's that one example where they did.
Oh, no.
I think
That's
to a
in
specific
every
degree.
Here, we'll give you every example. They didn't do it under Genghis Khan. They didn't do
Yeah,
it
it would
in
just
Rome.
be again a black
They
swan
didn't-
fallacy.
So,
But I mean,
that's not a black swan fallacy, by the way. But that
how would it not be? We just haven't seen it,
Tell
so
me-
therefore it can't
well,
happen.
Okay, so first of all, what I'm saying is I'm pointing to a historic standard.
Sure,
And saying the
I
historic
understand
standard, and I asked you a question. I didn't make a propositional statement, so that's why it can't be fallacious.
But I would say that ultimately it does come down to women. If she doesn't want to sustain pregnancy and is a slave, she does obviously have the opportunity to kill herself.
Yes, but
like you can't have society continue.
I will say that I'll grant this. It is logically possible that all women who are enslaved can off themselves.
Mhm.
Not disputing that.
Right.
However, it's also logically possible they do not, right?
Sure.
Okay, which one do you think is more likely then?
I mean, it would
that they
depend
do or
on
don't?
it would depend on so many different conditions.
Okay,
and
well then that's fair. So give me a single condition in which the female slaves of all of history have ever collectively offed themselves in order to prevent their own slavery.
Well, it wouldn't be to prevent their own slavery. It would be essentially to stop the, the next generation. And even if
That
you
would
do
be
have
preventing slavery.
sure, and even if you do have women who are enslaved.
Can you give me an example?
No, I can't.
Because there isn't any. There's no example.
But I'm sure you wouldn't say that that's moral. That's
Moral
what men
what?
ought to do.
Well, I believe in objective morality. I'll make ought claims based on an unchanging standard, but you're a moral relativist. You can't be like, you can't do that. It's relative. It's
What do
totally
you mean?
relative. So is one set of morals of more value than another set of morals?
I think morale, like there are moral facts, if that's what you're asking me.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if one set of moral particulars has more value than another set of moral particulars.
I'm not sure how to answer.
Well, I would just need to know if... So, okay, for instance, we have one society over here that murders women
Mhm.
and a society over here that does not murder women.
Okay.
Okay? Can you point to something objective that makes the society murdering women? There's some like moral claim that you can make which is objective for why that's wrong.
Well, I mean, murder by definition is wrong.
No. Why would it's the unjustified?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And unjust mean.
Yeah,
wrong.
unjustified doesn't mean immoral.
Well, it means wrong. If it's not just, then it's unjust, which would be wrong.
Okay. We'll rephrase then. They set the conditionals for something you would consider to be murder and say it isn't. It's the justified killing of this group of people here. You consider it murder. What makes their moral facts wrong?
I mean, obviously, it would depend on reason and context.
Bro, there's so many new people.
So you can, with reason and context, determine.
Well, not
which
new people,
moral
new
facts are
characters, I
correct.
guess. I can't even
think
find
we
the
can have
goddamn
certain
leper gnome, let alone
observations
attack
when
it.
it comes to the outcomes. I mean, that would be
All I see is
consequentialism.
bodies.
I think there can be more moral facts in terms of there are things that are always wrong regardless of context.
Like,
Rape.
why would that always be wrong?
Well, rape would always be wrong.
Grape. We'll say grape.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that was right.
Yeah.
Rape would always be wrong because it would because of the harm that it causes.
Yeah. Why is harm wrong?
Because harm is, I mean, again, I would say harm by definition is wrong. Because it is an undesirable outcome within our subjective experience.
Okay, so are all undesirable outcomes wrong?
No.
Okay, well then, then you just contradicted your position.
Sure.
So then you can't point to a set of particulars, which are.
I think then, again, that would be kind of, based on obviously the scale of harm. I think if there's a certain degree
It wouldn't
of harm,
matter. If it is the case that nothing which is against your subjective experience that you consider harmful is bad, except by your own experience, then we're just back to relativism. It's
Sure.
like, yeah, you're never going to get past relativism. So I don't really know how you can make the claim that this is worse than that. But if you do, right, I'm just willing to grant that you have a principle and will adhere to the principle for the purpose of the debate, so we don't bog it down with relativism
Sure.
versus non-relativism.
Okay.
We'll kind of just give you the out there because there's no reason to stay on it. But back to this idea of let's see, right before that, when we were diving into
your
force
Yeah.
and force doctrine. Yeah, so I would say that might makes. I'm not saying right. I'm not going to make the claim that it makes right, but it
Okay.
does make. And so I think that force doctrine is the necessary requisite for rights. It's the necessary requisite to have a nation. It's the necessary requisite to have anything. It's force.
I disagree because we could obviously agree on rights and have a cooperative
I
nature.
agree. We could agree on rights. And then if somebody violates the rights, what do we use?
I mean, I would be more towards restorative justice, as well as obviously centering the harm that the victim causes.
Both of those require force.
I can agree to some extent, but I don't think necessarily if rights violations happen, that what the punishment or what the outcomes is what one would deem justice. I would say the conditions to which society is to prevent harm would be the ultimate goal.
That would require force.
How?
Because if somebody violates any of your principles or any of your rights, how do you get them to not do that?
Well, I think rights violations happen for specific reasons within society. Like if you were to say you were to say that you violated my rights by coming in my house and stealing all my stuff, then if we're in a society of capitalism to where people are subjected to poverty and need access to material goods.
Okay, let's say we have communism. Communism can't exist without force. It's impossible.
Well, that's again like an example of how we would prevent rights violations, because I would say, like, if the right is violated, did you really have it to begin with?
Yeah, but you're baking into your hypothetical here. Oh, you violated my right, and now we have done, and you did it based on some conditional of some externality that drove you to this.
Sure.
Right? Forget that, right? They just fucking want to. They just want to.
I think that's just a lazy presupposition.
That people just want to do things?
Yeah, to
So,
just want to cause harm. To
Psychopaths
just
don't
want to,
exist? Sociopaths, narcissists, these people don't exist? Or
I
they
mean,
do?
they do exist, but again, we're talking about what conditions they exist under, and those are very rare.
Okay, I'll even grant that it's rare.
Yeah.
I'll even grant that it's rare. Can you
But
give...
I don't think people are born psychopaths or
Can you just-
sociopaths. Again, I would say those are environmental conditions.
Okay, like what, nourishment?
Well, no, your brain is a social organ, and so it responds to your environment. I think they did a study where they analyzed, I forget how many serial killers' brains, but or serial unalivers, but they all had severe damage to the orbital region.
Well, I'd like to take a look at the data there,
Sure.
but was there a meta-analysis done on it?
I can't remember if it was a meta-analysis. I want to say it was, but I
Okay.
can't remember.
Well, in any case, it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what society you live in. There's gonna be a prerequisite requirement for force, no matter what. Doesn't matter how. Like, could you even give me in a society in which that would not be the case?
I mean, it's hard to conceptualize in terms of, I think if we had a society based on technology, what do you mean by force? Are we just talking about like violence?
If you have a society in which people have any sort if you have any sort of laws or you have any sort of rights at all, then
Well, I agree with you that
only
laws
thing-
You
were, like,
stupid
laws
cocksucking
the only thing
motherfucker.
would create a prevention of the violation of said thing by a person would be the requirement of force. So if I want,
I mean, I don't know how force prevents rights violations necessarily.
Useless
in-
spell,
it's the
you
only
fuck.
thing that prevents
Roll a real
rights
glass.
violations.
Well, if you're saying men have the monopoly on force and that's instilled within patriarchy, then why do rights violations occur?
Well, no, that doesn't even follow. It would just follow that men are the only ones who could stop rights violations. I mean, at least in mass.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only thing that would follow from that. It's like men are the ones in mass who would stop rights violations, which is exactly what happens right now. They are the ones in mass who stop rights violations.
I think when we talk about that too, like obviously, the entity that is in control of force is also can commit rights violations.
Sure.
So.
Don't disagree at all.
Okay.
Totally agree.
So I don't think that the way to society and essentially to establish rights is necessarily through force.
The only way it can be. Well, what happens if you violate somebody's right then?
I mean, what do you mean? What
We're gonna
happens?
sing Kumbaya
Well,
and
how
hope you don't do it again.
Stop them from doing that.
Well, they already did it. What do you mean? How do you stop them?
Well, okay. So I want to take over your country, right? Are
Why?
you just going to let me walk in and do that, or
Well, I mean, why? And again, like, do you really have like the modes of production
because I
and the
feel
materials?
like it?
I just don't think people wake up and just say, "I feel like doing this."
Do you
There's
feel like
motive
rapists
behind
rape up and wake up and feel like graping?
wake up and feel like raping?
Like
no,
they
not
say,
necessarily.
today is the day.
No.
No,
No.
no. So again, I'm actually really confused now.
I
So-
think
so
there are
you have-
instances, sure, where
you-
rape can be premeditated.
If we didn't enforce
but I
our
mean,
laws, are you saying people would break them more or less?
if we didn't enforce our laws,
Would people break them more or
I
less?
think it would depend on the law.
Any law.
I mean, do you not murder, or I'm sorry, do you not schmurder because it's illegal?
There's probably a lot of people that I'd like to
Well,
if it was legal.
I'm just asking.
Murder's fine, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So, like, you and I would have
do
a.
you murder? Do you not murder because it's illegal?
You and I would have a distinction in what we would consider murder to be. Right? You and I would have a distinction in that.
What do you
so,
mean?
like, well,
I thought we
like-
agreed it's unjust killing.
Yeah, but what we consider justified to be would be different.
Okay.
So that would be where we would have a semantic distinction there, right? So, for instance, if somebody was
So,
stealing,
per the
hang
law-
on, I'll
okay,
explain.
go
so,
ahead,
like,
sorry.
someone is stealing property. Are you entitled to kill them?
I mean, per the law, sure.
No, but do you think morally?
Oh, morally?
Yeah. Like somebody's taking off with your TV.
Oh, no.
Yeah. See, I think dead, right? So you see, we have a distinction in justification.
Sure.
So you think that's murder? I think no, it's not. So to answer your question, yeah, if the law wasn't there to say you can't shoot him
That's
if he's stealing your
crazy.
TV,
So you would shoot someone who is stealing your TV?
yeah,
Fuck yeah.
in the face,
In the face.
multiple
Twice.
times.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
with an Uzi.
It's a crazy place to plant your flag.
An Uzi.
Yeah, or whatever was convenient. Yeah. What's wrong with that?
would say that the loss of their life certainly outweighs your TV.
Then they shouldn't have done the TV.
Well, I mean, if the TV didn't like outweigh their ability to run, I probably would have missed, right? But the thing is you know what else would have prevented this? Them not stealing my TV.
That's true.
Is the context here? This is a home invasion.
Yeah.
Like it's in your house.
Yeah. Well, no,
Well,
I think you can. I think you have the ability to defend your property.
Yeah.
And
What if-
that your property, anything that's within the domain of, on your physical property, right? Meaning property you own. I consider that all to be the French word curtilage. And anything within the viewpoint of curtilage is a violation of your actual property, and therefore a rights violation. You have every right to put that person down so that you don't encourage additional people to do it. So in many ways, I think you're defending not just yourself, but everybody around you if more people took that stance.
I think like the better solution would be to recognize when someone's stealing your TV.
Okay, yeah, so, but how does that prevent them from doing it? So, like, okay, we're investigating it now. By the way, we've been investigating why people steal shit for about 100 years, and you know what? We haven't really prevented people from stealing shit, but I'll just grant you that we could.
Isn't it just scarcity, though?
I'll just grant you that we could. No, people steal even when there's no scarcity. Bernie Madoff took off with how many people's pensions? There was no scarcity
Well,
for
I
him.
think capitalism creates scarcity even when there's abundance. That, it's never enough. You're
That
gonna
sounds like a
lose
code.
this.
So like Bernie Madoff, who had everything, just needed more.
Yeah.
They-
Like, how many rich people have clearly enough money to live the rest of their life, not have to work, but still work?
Yeah, and how many women, right, who are living middle-class lifestyles steal for fun? They literally will steal things for fun because it gives them a thrill.
Sure.
You know, and it's like, so there could just be the example of greed and the example of, I want to do this thing because I really like doing it. And it's like,
I think there's a specific reason behind certain psychological habits or impulses.
Oh, that's not
sure, but you can't cure the human condition. You can't.
How do you know that's the human condition, though?
Because we've been dealing with greed, and we've been dealing with these
Thank God they run
problems,
away.
at least in the 20th, 21st century, even with the marching of science.
warning.
We have not been able to just increase people's material
Health
positions in life, and then crime suddenly goes away. That element will always be there. Now, I think you can
Health
reduce
warning.
it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you can't reduce it. Like
Right.
people in abject poverty do commit crime more. I'm not saying that that's not the case.
Sure.
What I am saying, though, is that in the interim time while you're trying to solve it, it doesn't change the fact this guy has my TV.
I never said it did.
Yeah, and so I see that as completely justified in blowing his face right off.
I disagree.
Why? Yeah, but why though?
Again, I would say the life has more value than the TV.
Okay.
He should have thought of that
let's
before
see
stealing
if
it,
you actually
didn't.
believe that.
Okay.
This would necessarily entail that his life had more value than any of your property.
What do you mean?
Well,
Why?
I mean, you're not going to put a number on his life, right? His life's worth more than all the money in the world, isn't it?
It's a man?
Woman.
Oh, then yes.
Yeah, fair enough. So this chick who wants to steal my TV, why can't she steal my house?
How would you steal someone's house?
You squat.
Squatters?
Yeah. And now you've stolen my house and you put me and my family on the street. Can I blow you away then?
Can you or ought?
Should
Should you?
Ought you morally be able to then?
I would say that housing, because obviously it affects the outcomes of your family's well-being or their own survival, would be
Then
justified.
your position here is inconsistent. You
I
just
don't
said
think it's
that property itself.
It's not the property itself. If you had another house to go to that house.
So wait. So if I had two properties,
This bitch is
they
crazy.
could chase me out of one of them because I had someplace else to go.
I don't think you should kill them.
But I can't kill them if they're chasing me out of the one place I have to go.
Well, I would say is that the only solution?
I mean, or you could call law enforcement and then they potentially kill them, trying to arrest them or whatever.
I'm just asking you if is that the only solution?
Well, I mean, right now, I think that
It's just in your hypothetical. I mean.
within the confines of hypothetical, no, you can have different solutions, right?
Then obviously I would opt for different solutions. I mean, why would they want your house?
who knows? They squat in people's houses all the time.
Because they don't have houses?
No, I think a lot
they
of
don't
times.
have housing?
I think a lot of times people do have access to housing. They don't want to work, and they squat inside of people's houses because it's free.
Again, I just think that's like a capitalist assessment of human behavior as somehow being human nature.
Yeah, but this doesn't really answer my question about why it is that I can't kill them for taking my TV. It's mine.
I agree.
Yeah, why can't? So if you take my shit, that kill because it's taking away from my kids, right? If you take
Taking
away,
what?
well, if you take my TV, I have to replace it, right?
Sure.
That's going to cost me money.
Sure.
That necessarily takes food and resource away from my children, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So then necessarily what you're actually doing when you steal my TV is
I think it would just be depending on the degree.
Yeah, you're taking things from my children, right? And so the thing is my
potentially, sure.
Not potentially. If I have to replace the TV and I have to replace the TV with my money, that's going to
who knows? Maybe instead of, buying beer that week, you buy the TV.
Okay, so let's say your budget is set in such a way where you only have X amount of money per week, like most American families.
Sure.
Yeah. So then you're still taking money away from my kids, right?
If you decide to replace the TV, I don't know.
This bitch is fucking obtuse.
Food for my child and a TV, I would probably do food for my child.
Yeah, sure. But the thing is now you have to allocate funds away from your children. So any dollar dollar you take from me, regardless of what I normally would have spent it on, is taking money away from my kids necessarily.
Possibly, sure.
Yeah. So the thing is like if you take from my kids, I kill you. Problem is, it seems reasonable to me. It's within the confines of reason. Logically stacks up.
I don't think so. I think that would just be depending on degree.
Why does it depend on the degree? If you don't steal shit, you don't get shot. It's simple. Like, what's the degree?
What if they were stealing food? Would that be an issue for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think a person has a right to defend their food.
Would you find it more justified if someone is like, would you steal food to feed your children?
Possibly. But do I think a person is not justified in doing something about that? I think they are.
I'm not saying they're not justified in doing something about that.
Right.
I'm saying, like, obviously the reaction to
what
be
I
justified
do?
or not.
Can I see myself doing a bad thing on behalf of my children?
Yeah.
Sure. But that doesn't mean that I, within the confines of reason, don't understand that a person can't do something about that. It's like you can't say, well,
I'm not saying that you can do nothing.
Right.
I think you could try and take the TV back, punch them in the face.
Well, that's dangerous.
Sure.
They could punch you back.
Yeah, so is shooting them. They could shoot at you back.
Usually if you shoot at somebody...
I don't know how you can say my situation's dangerous, but yours isn't.
If somebody's running with your TV and you're shooting at them, I don't think they're going to be shooting back.
They're very skilled.
They're going to hold the TV like this and grab the gun.
They're thin. Yeah, you can use one arm and,
You don't think that's like moderately deranged?
I don't think it's moderately deranged.
You don't think so? You don't think that TVs require two hands for men to carry them?
No. I guess it depends how big the TV is.
Like your living room TV? You're gonna.
My living room TV is big, but like my bedroom.
Also,
TV is small.
by the way, it's just less dangerous in general. If you fire the first shot, chances are pretty good that that's the end of the confrontation.
If you hit them, yeah.
No, you don't even have to hit them. Just fire the shot even.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, even that usually is enough to end the confrontation. So.
Okay.
Anyway, I guess we've stayed on force doctrine for a while.
Yes.
Did you want to cross-examine me on this?
I guess I am curious in terms of if you see, so you don't make this as a moral claim. It's just kind of a fact of reality.
It's a descriptive claim.
So do you think men should do these things? Like.
Which things?
That they should use force as an authority against women.
Well, sometimes. In some cases, sure. Like if a woman's committing a crime, something like that, I think men are totally justified in using force. I think if a woman attacks a man, he's totally justified in using force.
I'm talking as like a societal.
Yeah, but these are societal prescriptions. If a woman attacks a man, yeah, it's perfectly acceptable for him to
Sure.
smack her
but
up.
there are instances where you say like if would you condone wife beating?
Well, no, but I wouldn't condone husband beating. So
Sure, but you're saying that, you know, men's authority is through force. This is how, why
No.
we should have patriarchy.
no enforcement. Not so. That's the
But
requisite.
enforcement
for,
is.
Yeah, it is force. Yes. Yeah, but that
So
doesn't mean.
authority is through
Remember, my
force.
claim is that might makes, not that it makes right,
Okay.
but that it.
So it's not a moral ought.
No, it's not. It's just a descriptive.
So do you think that men should work to cooperate with women in society?
No, I think women should cooperate with men in society because they
What
depend
does
on.
co mean?
Yeah, I'll explain. I think that women depend on men for the use of force doctrine for their own protection. So I think.
I
they
mean,
should
I think under
cooperate.
patriarchy, sure.
No, I think under matriarchy they still depend on men for force.
Well, you said protection, right?
Yeah, force.
Yeah. What are you protecting them from?
Well, you could be protecting them from other men generally.
Right. So, I think under patriarchy, male violence is pervasive.
Under
And so that
matriarchy, male
creates-
violence is still pervasive.
Why?
Why is having a female leader going to make male violence no longer pervasive? That's bizarre.
Well, I
Like,
would,
there's a difference between saying I have a society that's just filled 100% with women. That would be a
Sure.
claim, but you're not saying that.
Well,
you're talking about a matriarchy versus a patriarchy.
Right, but I think when it comes to patriarchy, obviously we're talking about male supremacy and domination.
Yeah.
And a form of domination is through violence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with all of that. So
Yeah.
what?
So, obviously, if that's not a tenet of matriarchy, then I don't think male violence would be pervasive because
Why
it's not
not?
used as a form of authority.
Are there still going to be men there?
Yeah.
What's going to make them less violent?
Well, obviously, because it's not used as a form of authority. It's
But I just got to
violence
telling
is
you
not
that
tied to
wherever
masculinity.
men are and women are, women will depend on men for the use of force, period. That's my claim, regardless of where they are. So it doesn't matter if you have a queen. And it doesn't even matter if you put women
I think if you
as
use,
the CEOs
I
of
mean,
everything.
are we assuming that like just authority in general is force?
No. Authority in general is enforced, but in order to have rights or laws or governance of any kind requires force.
I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, so that's going to require men. So
Okay.
women are dependent upon men for force, period. So I think
Under a
that
system of law, sure.
under any system of governance, there's no system of governance in which women are not dependent on men for force. None.
You don't think that can be replaced with technology?
Nope. How? Men can destroy the technology. That's what force
mean,
doctrine is.
Men maybe in groups too, but couldn't I say that about women?
No, because you're still going to have to compete with a male group. So your only options here are either this. Like, let's even say you reduce the male population down to 5%. You're just like, pff, yay, it's all women now, and it's 5% men or something like this. You still would have a hard time controlling them. We know this because there have been war-torn nations where like 80% of the men have died, and they're still in charge because that monopoly on force. It's not because women don't have access to guns. They have access to guns, but they're less good with them. Guns require physical strength. Technology requires physical strength. Like tanks, it requires physical strength to load one.
Okay, I mean,
Oh, fuck, I gave it to him
we're
instead of
talking about
myself.
cooperation, like co means with. So I don't. What's the delineation
What the
between you
fuck?
saying women should cooperate with men rather than men should cooperate with women?
Because men have the option that women don't have of utilizing force to make you cooperate. The
Well,
opposite.
then that's not cooperating.
Yeah. Well, it is. Well, hang on, but it is still cooperation. So the idea here is just this: is it the case that men should cooperate with women? I guess if they choose to.
Well, that's what cooperation is.
Yeah, I would just say if they choose to.
Ha-
I wouldn't
I'm
say
sorry,
that they should. I mean, they're going to be the ones who make the rules because they have the force.
But that's
Use
not
the
cooperation.
force, Luke.
Well, it can be cooperation.
No, co means with.
Yeah,
so,
it is
so
with.
It's doing it together.
Are you saying that if somebody's in a position of authority, necessarily that's not a cooperation? Like, do you not cooperate with your children?
I mean, I do cooperate with my children.
Yeah, so then
but that's
aren't
not,
you an authority?
That's not authority.
You're not an authority?
An authority in what sense?
You're in charge.
In charge of certain things, sure.
You're in charge of everything.
What do you mean I'm in charge of everything? I don't
little-
tell him like what he
Can
needs
little
to play
Johnny
with.
tell you he's not going to the doctor today, Mom? Can he tell you he's not
I
going
mean,
to
if
school?
he's sick,
Can he
sure.
tell you he's not going to school?
Again, if he's sick, that's a possibility.
Okay, but
Or,
you
I
think
don't want to
he's-
go to school,
you
I'm not
think he's
feeling
lying.
well.
He's like, Mom, I'm sick. You think he's lying. Is Johnny
Okay.
going to school?
Most likely.
Yeah. So
But that's not cooperative. That's me using
when he
my
goes
authority.
and gets in the car and he's quiet, when you take him to school and you drop him off, that is cooperation.
I see what you mean in that sense. Maybe there's a better word that I'm trying to think of, where it's more working together and negotiating, where there is no necessary authority, like a partnership.
Yeah, but why should men have a partnership when they have the monopoly on force? I don't see why they need to have a partnership with women.
Why would you want to subjugate women?
It's not subjugation any more than it is with your children. So I think it's a privileged position that they get because they have the use of force. If they can be drafted and women can't, they get extra rights. Women don't get.
Again, I don't think that like war and the draft can always be like a necessary condition of the human existence.
Okay, give me a single 100-year span in which there wasn't massive war.
The
Anywhere in the world.
Iroquois lived in peace for 600 years.
No, the Iroquois fought plenty, especially within the Iroquois.
I mean,
talking-
there is a period of time, but there was also a period of treaty and peace.
The Iroquois well, are you talking about the Iroquois Confederacy?
No, the indigenous tribe, the Iroquois.
Yeah, I know. They had a confederacy, though.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Confederacy meaning like in the United States, but under like a loose doctrine of law. The Iroquois Confederacy. My understanding is that the Iroquois fought endlessly, along with most Native American tribes.
No, there was a period of, I would have to look up the source, a period of 600 years of peace. No, I don't think war
That
is
sounds
a
bullshit,
continuous
especially in those
state
days.
of,
I don't buy that for a
war is
second.
just fighting over resources.
Yeah, you sure?
Yeah.
And mankind's always fighting over resources.
Well, yeah, because of either scarcity or manufactured scarcity.
Well, I mean, scarcity can simply happen naturally, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
So
Are we talking about like?
So
like
if you
famine?
have, so if you just have natural scarcity, which happens all the time, you can have conflict, and the enforcers in that conflict are going to be men. Men are going to be the defenders of your country,
right,
your
but when it
nation, your
comes to
household.
like natural scarcity,
Mm-hmm.
then obviously if you're in like communal groups,
Should
then
I
that
skip this
scarcity
one?
can be overcome where there's abundance.
Not always. Depends on what it is. Like, how are you going to communally in a group do anything about a food shortage? There's no
Other
food.
communities.
Yeah, if you have access to them.
Right, and I would say like in today's society we absolutely do.
Yeah, that's true. In today's society, we do have global trade, things like this. You can assist people with various things. But war hasn't gone away at all. Not even a little bit.
Well,
in the 20th, 21st
right,
century,
because
there's
of
been more warfare
manufactured.
than ever.
Yeah, because of manufactured scarcity. I agree.
No, it's not always because of manufactured scarcity.
Yeah, it would be dependence theory.
Okay, so why did we go to war with Germany?
Which
that was over
time?
scarcity the second time?
World War II.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the rise of fascism.
So what was the scarcity?
Well, within that one, I would say obviously it was like authoritarian regimes trying
What was
to
the
enact
scarcity, though?
land
From who?
from Germany. Germany was trying to.
How did that affect us?
I mean, it didn't, but obviously we wanted to stop imperialism. Only
So
for-
it didn't have
only for
anything to do
Germany.
with scarcity for us,
I
did
mean,
it?
eventually down the line, it was America's
Oh.
concern that Germany or Russia would become
Oh,
a
fuck.
superpower and then start to,
Well, I
to come
tried.
take our land. That's what.
Wait, what? So there was no scarcity for us, and we still got involved in the war. It's not always about scarcity of resources.
I mean, I do think it is somewhat.
I didn't
of a
realize I was
basis.
supposed to grab it.
Because
That was-
isn't that what regimes
Fuck.
are about power or authority over your land and your people?
Yeah, your
And
land and your
acquiring-
people.
And, and acquiring resources.
Yeah, what did that have to do with us? We didn't have to get involved in that war.
I know you're absolutely right. We didn't.
Yeah, so, but we didn't get involved
I'm
in
saying
it.
that the
it wasn't even
basis-
packaged as like resource problems. Nothing. So what
I mean-
resources were we without?
I'm saying that's like the crux of war.
It wasn't the crux of that war.
I mean, we were intervening in order to stop the imperialism from Germany to,
Very
to other
strange.
countries.
How does that? Well, here's the thing. Even if we had let it go, wouldn't we have benefited from that?
I mean, it's hard to say.
Fuck.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, that had nothing to do with scarcity. I don't think that the propensity for human war and violence is always about scarcity and resource. I think that that's Marxist nonsense.
What would it be about?
Oh, it could be about all sorts of different things. It could be about an idea of conquest. right?
What do you mean by conquest?
Oh, I want to take over everything because I want to.
Well, isn't land a resource?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's, what's the scarcity? You have plenty of land.
This guy's
You
getting
just
him the
want
wrong
more
way.
anyway.
Yes.
But how does that come down to scarcity? Because you're saying the motivation
It's essentially
is, I don't have enough of
It's
a thing.
essentially
think
acquisition
we
of
can kill it?
resources. And if you have more resources, then you're less likely to have scarcity.
Okay, so you agree with me that kings are the ones who send their people to war.
Yeah.
Do kings have a lack of resources?
I mean, not within like their own personal experience, but within their kingdom. Yeah, isn't that what led to the fall of Rome? Was
Oh, crap.
essentially too much global expansion, and then
I did have it.
because
What?
they didn't have the resources.
Already
in
had
order
it.
to
Fuck
sustain
my life.
civilization.
No. Well, I mean, maybe there's a small part there, but it was Christianity basically is what destroyed Rome. So that's what basically took out Rome. You know, when it's all said and done, was Christianity. It was the idea of no more unification of religious paganism. But I guess that's neither here nor there. But you could that's another thing you could be fighting over, just religion. What's the scarcity there?
Oh, sure.
I don't like, you know, Christian says I don't like Muslims. Muslims say I don't like Christians.
Sure.
Where's the scarcity?
I mean, obviously, that's not a scarcity of resources. So, sure, I can concede that there could be other motivations.
Yeah. So, and any
I
of
would
the-
say that would be the main motivation, though.
Okay, and so then within any motivation, men are going to be the operators of force doctrine. They're going to be the ones
Okay.
fighting the war, right?
Okay, yeah.
So if that's the case, they're going to necessarily need authority to do that. It's a necessary condition.
It's a necessary condition with the authority.
This is my argument for why patriarchy is a necessary condition.
I mean, we can agree that, you know, the men that are fighting are not the men making decisions, right?
No, they very much are often making decisions, yes.
Really, you think that like presidents
Like Eisenhower.
are going
Grant.
to war?
Yeah, Grant went to war. Eisenhower went to war. I mean, the list of presidents that went to war is insane. And the pipeline between general and president is also insane. So, yeah, definitely. A lot of presidents went to war.
Sure, I would, sure, there are examples, but ultimately I think there are obviously like a class of people making decisions and then enacting that through a proxy
Sure.
of military.
What gives the president the most amount of power, though, is he's commander-in-chief of the United States Armed Forces. That's what gives him his primary proxy of power. That's what gives all men their primary proxy of power, is the authority over force. So the thing is,
Sure,
that
I don't disagree with that.
the difference is men can always change the conditionals for leadership and women can't. So necessarily,
I think under patriarchy, absolutely, sure.
how could they do it under matriarchy? How?
I mean, what's the ultimate goal here
For
society?
to be made. I mean, are you asking from my view, or are you asking
Yeah.
from your view?
From your view.
Oh, well, from my view, it's simple. Just the spreading and propensity for Christian ethics in society.
Why?
Because I think people live better lives that way.
What do you mean by better lives?
Oh, well, I would say things, we'd probably have some agreement here, right? Healthy children, healthy families, well-adjusted, lack of general degeneracy in societies, things like that.
Sure. So can you give me a little bit more specifics?
I mean, that was pretty specific. Like what?
Would you say like access to medical care?
Yeah, I think you need general access to medical care.
Yeah. Access to housing?
Yeah, in order to be healthy. Yeah.
Yeah. Access to education?
Sure.
So, I mean, then we agree that the desired outcome of society would be human flourishing.
Yeah, but we have a very, very different idea of what human flourishing is.
Okay. Well, what is that for you?
So when you just talk about base things, yeah, I can agree with you that human beings, generally speaking, need to be educated, have housing, things like this, right? But these are basic needs.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
But what about when you're talking about a hierarchy of needs? What happens when we get past the basic needs? What happens to civilization then?
What do you mean?
Well, okay, so let's say we all have houses. Most of us do. We have some place to live. Almost nobody in the United States is starving. Almost nobody.
Well, starving and food scarcity, I think, are two different things. 1 in 7 families rely on food banks.
Are they starving?
In terms of starving to death?
In terms of starving at all?
I guess I just don't know how I would, relate starving.
Yeah, so they're relying on a food bank. It's the difference between that and being relying on the state for food. Food is basically the alleviation of the ability for you to eat, right, or not eat.
Yeah, so obviously if we're going to talk about then like access to food, like it would be nutritious, calorie-dense food.
Well, I mean, yes, but also
and
not
like obviously
prepackaged
being-
processed shit, right?
Yeah, maybe calorie-dense wasn't the right word. I meant nutritious-dense.
Yeah, whatever the nutritional standard is, we would agree.
Sure.
Yeah,
But
that
no, people
humans
still
need that.
experience food scarcity. Like kids go to school hungry.
No, every kid who would possibly be hungry at school has access to the school lunch program.
I mean, depending on where you live. I know where I live, school lunch is free, but not
Everywhere.
in other states.
There's no place I'm aware of where if you are under the poverty line, school lunch isn't served to you for free.
But if you are above the poverty line, then you don't have access to school lunch.
Yeah, probably
So do you
not.
agree with that then?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think that, so that would just be a misallocation of parental resources. So you're just misallocating resources. They're your resources. You can allocate them correctly or incorrectly. I don't see why the state needs to allocate them for you.
Well, if we're going to talk about then kind of like the dynamics of capitalism, I do think we need to acknowledge that obviously capitalism needs to create a poor class in order to exploit their labor. So, I mean, if you're poor and you only have X amount of dollars.
So does communism.
What do you mean?
Well, so do you agree with me when it comes to class that there's a such thing as social class?
I guess it would mean I guess I would need to know what you define as social class.
Academics versus laborers.
Sure, like prestige? Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, is it going to be still in the communist society laborers who do most of the work?
Yes, but they would have access to they would own the means of production to where essentially they would have access to the materials in order to execute the labor.
Yeah.
Whereas the capitalist has access to that, so they're able to steal the surplus value.
Yeah, but then you would have academics still who would have prestigious positions of being able to determine where the things, which they now own the means of production, need to go. And so those people necessarily end up with authority. There's no way around it.
I mean, I don't think like authority and class are
Well, let us pretend
necessarily
for a second that
like intertwined.
Let's find out.
But-
let's find out.
but I'm
Hang on,
sorry.
let me test this real quick before I let you move on.
I just wanted to go back to the original point.
Yeah, we will,
okay.
but just real quick, this whole table's communism, let's say, okay? And within the confines of this whole table, every little individual industry, the workers own the means of production.
Okay.
Okay, they're all producing it all. Who gets to decide where it goes?
Well, that would be the proletariat.
The proletariat decides where it goes?
Yeah.
How?
Through democracy, through voting.
Okay, so government.
Well, again, it would depend on what you mean by government. It would just be
People in a governing body who make decisions on behalf of this they're democratically elected.
Sure, I just want to make the delineation that it wouldn't be considered a state.
Okay, but it's a government.
Sure.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so necessarily the people in the government who are making the decision on where these resources go, those people are necessarily going to have to be imbued with authority.
Okay, yeah.
So if that is the case, you're always going to end up with a class society because the people who have authority are always going to have prestige.
Well, but it's the working people that have the authority.
No, they
Yeah,
don't
that's
get
what the proletariat
They
is.
don't get to determine where their resources get allocated. Somebody has to determine that. Whoever determines where the allocation of the resources go, they're the ones who are
That
going to
would
have
be the
authority.
community. The community would have the authority.
So what if the community votes then to keep all of the resources for themselves and not share them with anybody?
Okay.
They don't have to share them?
Correct. I mean, obviously, then
That sounds an awful lot like capitalism.
how would that be capitalism?
Well, I mean, what's the difference right now between a company who has a bunch of employees and they all make a whole bunch of products
waste.
and they sell all those products and they keep all the money for themselves? What's the difference between that and a group of people who own the means of production, the company, they own the company, and they
Because
sell
it's
a bunch
the
of
workers
products?
keeping their own product, not the capitalist.
Workers are, what do you mean? Workers keep their product now.
Oh my god, he
No,
ran.
they
Okay.
don't.
They keep a paycheck,
He died
right?
resting time, then
No,
goes.
the product is so if I'm a worker
Mm-hmm.
and my labor makes $1,000 worth of profit,
Yeah.
the capitalist pays me my hourly wage, which could be, let's just say for the day, $100, and then he keeps the 900. But in, that's like an example within capitalists, but within communists, like the workers own the means of production, which means there's no capitalist who owns the factory, who owns the materials.
How do
The
these
workers
people who work in these factories allocate the resources amongst each other?
Amongst each other, well, you can have democratically elected leaders, or you can have votes
So these
with the
democratically
workers.
elected leaders could democratically say these people over here do more work than me, they get more money?
Well, I mean, under communism, ideally, it would be moneyless, but I think it would just be determined like
So if it's-
you
These
work
people
for
live in-
if you work and produce
in a
$1,000,
fantasy
you get
world, bro.
$1,000.
So if your production makes $1,000, you get $1,000. Can you spend that $1,000 on getting a bigger house than somebody else?
Well, again, if we're talking about like true communists, it's moneyless. So this kind of example isn't really relative.
Yeah,
to,
but
like, the
I'm
actual
failing to
principle.
see a single example you're giving me where I can't be like, well, it sounds like we could have class off of this immediately.
Well, I think class and prestige or kinship are different concepts.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing, but I'm
Okay.
talking right now about class. So it just sounds to me like if you have more resources, you would be set in a class above other people who don't have as much resources. That would be class, right?
Well, no, because you would have access to the means of productions of resources.
Well, you'd have access to the means of production at least where you work for resources.
Right. I mean, you could go to a like.
But you
another
still need
company.
fruit. Then you still need bananas, right? You still need steak.
Sure,
You need
yeah.
all of these things. You need,
Yeah, so
you
like
need lumber.
if,
So
like,
somebody's
for
going to have to
example, if, like,
decide where all that
Brazil-
shit goes, right? So that
Sure.
everybody gets
so then
it.
it would be the community or and I think you can do that through reason, through practicality.
Well, you can't have, like, you couldn't have 300 million people voting on where each individual piece of
Well,
lumber
it would
went.
be like individual sects of community. So obviously, like let's just say for example, like Brazil is exporting coffee.
Yeah.
And they have a really bad coffee season.
Yeah.
Then maybe exports don't go to countries that are farther distance, just ones that are closer because there's only so much amount that someone can get. And then maybe
What?
someone.
That makes no sense.
What do you mean?
Well, you're still going to have central people in a central authority who would have to determine where, because when you think about resources, like just look around this room. There's cameras and monitors and plates and cups. And I mean, it's an enormous amount of resources just looking around that all need to be allocated all over the place in equity.
I mean, depending. It doesn't necessarily need to be equity based on someone's need, based on necessity.
Well,
based
everybody
on
needs
need.
plates.
Sure.
Yeah, so I mean, you have to.
So I don't necessarily
to have
say
a
there would be one
determiner.
factory in Texas that would produce all the plates within the country. You can
Yeah.
have multiple industries based in certain
But
communities.
somebody's going to have to determine where all the plates in the country go. How many does Houston
well, the
get?
community can determine.
How do you determine that? How would the community?
Based on need.
So then they're going to vote on each individual shipment going to every node of the United States?
Well, again, I don't know why we're just saying that one place makes plates.
Well, that was your example.
No, I said there can be sects of.
Oh, I agree. There could be. That's even
Yeah.
worse. That just makes the problem even more complex.
How?
Well, now there's already plates going to Houston. They don't need them. What do we do with our plates? We send them over here to this guy.
Yeah, wherever there's a need. I mean, I don't know why we would produce
but
something that we don't
somebody's
need.
going to make the determination of the need.
Okay.
That's the
I
point.
don't necessarily think
So there's
that
going to be
that's-
what are called middlemen. Middlemen who
Okay.
are going to make a determination on where
Sure.
resources
Do
are
I think there are going to
allocated.
be people who do administrative duties? Sure.
Yeah,
Is
those
that what we're
people are always
saying?
going to have a higher prestige than the laborers.
I don't think that's class.
That's definitely class.
It's not class.
Then why are
Making-
literal
making
definition of
decisions
class.
is not class.
If you have authority,
Authority is not class.
no?
No.
Oh, okay. So then, would you say that you have the same amount of class hierarchy as the president?
No.
Why?
Because he's got more
Well,
authority.
That's not class, though. Like me and the president, those aren't class determinations.
Yes,
those
they
are
are.
authority determinations.
They are
When
class
we're talking
determinations.
about class,
Then why did you just say that you don't have the same class hierarchy as him?
I'm sorry if I misspoke. I just want to make sure that we're understanding the delineation between class. So, yes, I do think there is a ruling class, and then there is a working class.
So in the hierarchy, where is the president to you?
It's a good question. I mean, I would say
Above.
the president is essentially a part of the state, which is kind of an authoritative arm of the ruling class.
So he's higher in the hierarchy than you?
Yeah, he's an authoritative arm, sure.
Yeah. So can you give me examples of people who have authority who aren't higher in the hierarchy than you?
Of people who have authority? What do you mean?
A person who is in a position of authority over, at least as far as a government body goes, who aren't in a higher hierarchy than they're not higher than you are.
I mean, I guess it would depend on what sec we're talking about.
Any. Like any sect. If they have authority, necessarily they're going to be higher.
What I'm saying
Well, I'm
is
saying
when
is
it
that they
comes
have
to
authority over
authority, it's
you.
not necessarily central to the idea of class. Like obviously the ruling class, like do you think that people who own property have like what you would call legal authority
Yeah.
over people who don't have property?
No. So you would have legal authority on your property.
Sure, but I would say that having property or having capital gives you a specific type of authority that's different than, say, a structural presidential authority.
It still gives you authority. My whole point is authority. So if I have vast amounts of property that people live on, right, you would definitely put me higher in a class hierarchy than the people who lived on my property, likely. So, and that's because I have authority.
Right, but authority is not just necessarily like decision-making positions. It can also be access to certain resources or capital.
Talk to me.
Yeah, sure. But
Yeah.
my point is that authority itself also seems to be a big position for hierarchy, for being up in the hierarchy. So what I'm saying, I guess my ultimate argument, just to reduce it very quickly, because I feel like we're circling, is just this. That necessarily, because men have the monopoly on force, they will always be appealed to for force doctrine by women. Since that's the case, you're going to have necessary authority imbued in them. And because of that, you're never going to actually have a classless society, because whoever's imbued with the doctrine of force is going to be the one who's essentially in charge of people. And that's just the way it is, descriptively.
I mean, do you think that men within this society who hold high authority are necessarily the strongest?
No.
No, so like authority isn't directly derived from force.
Yes, it is. Here's why. Because you can change the condition of who holds authority with force. And men uniquely can do that and women can't. So while it's true you could have, let's say, a woman who's in charge of a group of men, like let's say you're a second lieutenant in the United States
Right.
military, you're in charge of a group of guys, right? Men can literally change the conditionals anytime they want to of their government, and women cannot. So men can always collectivize
Wait.
to change
I'm sorry.
conditionals.
I'm sorry. So we're talking about a lieutenant in the military, and now we're talking about government conditionals?
Well, I was giving you an example of where a woman could have some kind of authority over men, right?
Sure, in terms
Yeah.
of ranking, sure.
Yeah, sure. But only that it's because men are not challenging that authority that she's able to keep it. Men uniquely can do that, and women cannot. That's why.
So I'm sorry. Are you saying that the army can challenge her authority?
No, the president can remove her, like in a second, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. What's your point?
Well, I'm just saying that if men don't like the conditionals that they have, they can overthrow the nation they're in.
Well, if men are in that position, though, correct?
Men are always in that position, to be in the position of overthrow.
Are you talking like the president?
No, I'm talking about just general. Okay, maybe we're talking past each other. Let's back up. Inside of any nation, institution, okay, in this case, would you say a country, okay? I don't know. I guess it would depend on what you would consider a country, but I think you and I wouldn't disagree the United States is a country, right?
Sure.
Okay. If the men in the United States wanted to overthrow the rightfully elected government of the United States, they could. Women could not.
Like citizens?
Yeah. And the only thing that would defend,
I don't know about
the
that.
only thing that could defend the United States from that would be men. So it would be men on the defense and men on the offense, but women have never historically overthrown any government with violence.
I did a
ever
roll.
once.
I can't carry anymore.
Again, like, do you think that I don't think men, citizens, could overthrow the United States government.
Maybe
just
not.
Because of,
That's because men would be there with guns to stop them.
well, I think that's because of, again, like tools.
Yeah, sure. But what I'm saying is
I
that
mean, do you
they're
think
the
if
only ones who
women had all the
possibly-
nukes that we wouldn't win?
No, you wouldn't win.
Why?
Well, who would you nuke? Yourself?
No, the men.
Where?
In your hypothetical.
Yeah, where are you going to nuke the men at that you don't have to go, right? So men are everywhere. So the thing is that women are everywhere too. I agree, but men have the ability to enslave women, and women don't have the ability to enslave men. Men have the ability to take themselves out of any governmental situation they want via force, and women don't have that. They never have had that. They've never been able to do it once. There's never been a violent government overthrow done by women, ever.
Okay.
Not even once. Because there's men. That's the problem, right? They'd have to face off with men. Only men can uniquely do that. So men are always in a position of patriarchy because you have to appeal to them for authority.
I don't think that is necessarily the case, because then too, when you are going to enact violence against a group, like, you do have to expect that violence will be enacted against you.
Agreed.
And so I think there does need to be some kind of evaluation on why you're enacting the violence.
Sure, but that's the problem is like, let's say we come to an agreement of why men are enacting violence, right? The Chinese are enacting violence against their women because of, I don't know, some cultural taboo from 1,000 years ago.
I'm just wondering why men, like, what is your philosophy around men enslaving women?
Well, I think I've already covered this. I think they ought not enslave anybody, but not just women. They also ought not enslave men.
Sure.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the condition of women. However, they're
So
the
would
only
men,
ones
like,
capable
not have a
of...
duty to abuse that authority?
Well, how is it abusive? How are they abusing that authority? By simply, well, like, when you're talking about abuse, if men voted and women couldn't, but men fought the wars and women didn't, how's that abuse?
Well, I think we're going back to, like, a system that is in current place for, like, unnecessary reasons. Like, essentially, we're talking about how societies interact today under non-cooperative or non-cohesive goals.
Okay. What's the argument, though?
For?
Well, for why it is that if men are fighting the wars, they're necessarily in a position of privilege where they can make the determination.
I mean, I don't... like, women can fight against, alongside men. I don't think this is...
They can't. They literally cannot fight alongside men.
They have. Like, in the Civil War, women were sneaking in to the military.
Women
Yes,
were not
they
fighting.
were.
Would you like to get a death count on how many women died in combat in the Civil War versus men?
Well, they weren't allowed to enlist in the
They're
Civil
allowed
War.
right now.
So they snuck in.
They're allowed right now.
They fought on next to their husbands,
Would
and
you like a
they
list of
died.
how many women right now are in the combat infantry capable of going to the front lines in comparison to men? Do you want to know how many of them?
Sure.
Okay, well, let's start with this. Special Forces. How many female Navy SEALs do you think there are?
0.
None.
How many?
None.
That's really weird. Are they barred from being Navy SEALs?
No.
Oh, and they are trying to become Navy SEAls.
I think there have been women who...
A lot of them.
how many Navy SEAls are there?
I don't know, but how many? Let's say there's...
I think it's important delineation to make, too, because I'm sure you would argue a majority of men don't meet that requirement.
Sure.
So how many men are meeting that requirement? Again, it's, saying...
But all the ones who are men.
Again, it's saying the fence is 6 feet tall. You have to be able to see over the fence, and
So you want them to lower the standards of physical strength for Navy SEALs?
Well, again, like, if we're talking about the certain systems that are in place, I don't think, like, there are
you
countries
can't
that
defend this
exist
world,
without
you
Navy
idiot.
SEAls. There are countries that exist without.
What country exists without special forces?
Just objectively, you cannot.
There's no country that exists without special forces, not one.
Not to the degree that we have here. I mean, are you saying all countries have a Navy, a military, and an Air Force?
There's no country I'm aware of that doesn't have a military. None.
Well, again, I delineated between Air Force,
That's just branches
Navy.
of military.
Right.
Yeah. So what? Like, no, I think if you live in the middle of the desert, you don't have a navy.
But obviously,
yeah, if you live in the desert, you don't have a navy.
Sure.
But then you still have a military. That's the
Sure,
point.
but again, like, to what degree do you like? How large does this need to be? I don't think it necessarily needs to be always a necessary condition of a society.
Yeah, it does need to be a necessary condition of a society, or because you have to have force in order to run a society. You have to. There's no way around it. But back to this, you kind of obfuscated, almost got away with it. But how many females Navy SEALs are there? There's 0. They're not barred from doing it.
Right.
So what's the barrier for them?
I mean, obviously, physical
Yeah,
capacity.
they can't meet the physical capacity.
Right.
And so the thing
you
is,
would
hang
say
on,
that too.
we can break this down going beyond that, beyond the Navy SEALs. You just start with the Special Forces. Let's move over into other types of Special Forces. How many female Green Berets?
Oh, I have no idea.
How many do you think?
I don't know.
Okay, well, Green Beret Special Forces, I don't think there's any of those either.
Okay.
Okay. But if you get into combat infantry, right? Women who are capable of being in combat in the infantry, would you say that that is on par with men or less than?
Probably less than.
Significantly less?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think women are steered towards armed forces.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Let's pretend for a second that you were a general. And you should be able to think like a general, right? Because women aren't incapable of that or anything. So the enemy, right? The enemy really likes to grape women. Like that, they really like that, right? And you have men and women who can fight in the front lines, right? So you draft men and you draft women. Do you think that the enemy would try to demoralize you by graping your women?
Yes.
Yeah. Would it work?
Demoralize women?
No, to demoralize men and women. Wouldn't it demoralize the men if the enemy was graping female soldiers and they could like hear them?
I think that would demoralize anyone, sure.
Yeah, but it would really demoralize the men, right?
What's
Because they can't do anything to stop it,
okay?
and they want to stop it, right?
I would think anyone would want to stop grape.
Yeah, sure. But when you're talking about your fighting force, right? Do you think that the enemy is going to grape the men?
I mean, if there's no women, sure.
They don't.
That's what happens in prison.
Yeah, sure. It happens in prison, not usually in infantry combat.
Well, I mean, because there's no, like, we're just giving an example, like, when there's no women, men grape men.
Yeah, but that's, first of all, that does happen in prison. It's not common. But let me ask you this. Would it be more common in prisons? Would it be more common in prison for there to be grape if they were co-ed?
The fact she has to think about that question says everything.
I mean, grape happens a lot in prison, being sex segregated.
Yeah. Would it happen more if it wasn't sex segregated? Like if there was a lot of women around very violent inmates, do you think that they would get grape? There would be more grape or less grape?
I think the women, yeah, they would grape women.
There would be a lot more grape, right? I mean,
wait, why is there a
there's
question mark here?
opportunity.
It
They're
needs no-
smaller, easier to do.
Sure.
Yeah,
But
that same
I
thing's
don't
going to
think
happen in combat.
grape is necessarily like just an act of physical strength.
Yeah, maybe not. There needs to be motivation. Like, I'm commanding you to grape the enemy because it demoralizes them.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, don't you think that that takes away from the effectiveness of women in combat in general?
What can I do for you?
Okay, patrols the road.
I mean, not necessarily.
What?
So you're saying because women are present, and there's an opportunity for the
No, in combat, they're present.
right, women are present.
You agree
in
that people get
combat.
captured in combat all the time?
Right. So let's just. I'm sorry. Let me just understand this hypothetical here. So there's hypothetical 1 where the entire infantry is men.
Yeah.
And there's hypothetical 2 where
it's mixed.
It's mixed. And what's there are different outcomes?
Yes. Very different outcomes.
Why are the ones with men having a different?
Because they're not getting graped by the enemy. They're getting captured by the enemy, but they're not getting
Wouldn't that
graped.
be demoralizing?
Not as demoralizing as sending your own soldiers back pregnant with the enemy's enemy or enemy's baby inside of their womb. That seems way more demoralizing to me.
Okay.
Doesn't that seem way more demoralizing to you?
I mean, definitely.
For one thing,
more
finding
horrific,
soldiers
yeah.
who would just like have gay sodomizing sex with men would not be easy to do. But finding soldiers who would be willing to grape the enemy's women doesn't seem like that would be very difficult to find.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, it would be very demoralizing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's probably not a good idea to have women on the front line combat because
Keep your feet
of that
on the
reason,
ground.
right?
Hello.
I mean, I guess that's just kind of assuming that that is like essentially what's always going to happen.
Do you think that our enemies are not going to grape our women?
I guess it would depend. I mean, if we're talking on front lines like hand-to-hand combat,
They haven't seen women. They're fighting a war. They haven't seen women in like 2 years. What do you think they're going to do when they capture
that happens
enemy
with
women?
civilians.
See you
Yeah.
soon.
What does? That they haven't seen women in 2 years?
No, they rape civilians as well.
Well
Sure.
met.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's why usually when armies pull back, they pull their
Safe
civilian
travels.
population back with them.
Mm-hmm.
So what? Because they don't want to get their female population raped by the enemy.
Okay.
That's why they do that.
Okay. So yes, I do recognize that obviously there's going to be a different outcome in war for women than there is for men
They're going to
because
get
of
raped.
gender.
Yeah,
Sure.
they're going to get raped, and then they're going to get pregnant.
That
That's
can
going to be really
I mean-
demoralizing. Right?
I don't disagree, but I don't know if that's like a.
Well, I'll just ask you this. You're in charge of your nation's security, and the enemy is brutal, and they're horrible, and you need to win this war by any means necessary. Would you order your men to grape the enemy's women?
No.
Even if you needed to win? What if they were going to grape your women? And you needed to demoralize them? Would you do it?
No.
See, you're not even equipped to make these decisions. Not even equipped to make these decisions.
To justify grape? No.
So, just to make sure that I got this right, the enemy will justify that, though, right?
Yes. I don't know if they'll justify that, but.
But they'll do it.
I mean, depending.
And you just
sure.
you just won't do it.
No.
Yeah. So then it seems to me like having women in the military under your command probably wouldn't be a very good idea because they're going to get raped.
I don't know how commanding my soldiers to grape their women would prevent the women in my military from getting raped.
I'm just explaining to you. I'm not telling you that you're making an immoral decision. You're not, right? What I'm telling you is that under your view, even if you're in command, you still would acknowledge that the enemy is going to grape your soldiers.
Yes, just like I would acknowledge that the enemy could kill my soldiers.
They're going to kill your soldiers for sure.
Yeah.
But they're also going to grape your female soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think they have an advantage if their military is mostly men and yours is co-ed in infantry combat?
Again, I think it would depend on other factors, like access to resources, strategy.
You have access to the same resources, roughly.
That's just an equalizer. Like that's not actual real combat or like the real structure of it.
What do you mean?
I mean, like I've said before, what good is brute force strength if you don't have water and food?
No, I mean, you have access to roughly the same amount of resources, you and the enemy.
Right. You're just equalizing it. That's my whole point.
Yeah, I'm talking about
But
water
that's
and
not
food.
real life.
Yeah, it's real life that most of the time when professional militaries are fighting with each other, they have water and food. What do you mean?
It's not. That can be a real hurdle for a lot of
It can be,
militaries.
but it
is making
is-
sure that they still have access to
but,
water and food.
But it is the case that most of the time professional militaries have access to water and food. Most of the
It
time.
would depend on the conditions.
Yeah, sure. It depends on the conditions, but you have
Right,
significant
but I'm saying
advantages to having all male soldiers, right?
That is an important tenet.
Sure.
It's not just brute force strength. It is
Ooh.
strategy.
It's mostly
access,
brute force strength.
It's access to resources.
And who do you think has the ability to have longevity in conditions which are extremely hot, extremely cold, that fluctuate all the time, that require a sense of physical readiness? Which sex do you think?
Men.
Yeah, men.
Yeah.
So wouldn't you be advantaged if you didn't waste resources on training females for physical combat when you could instead train males for that?
Yeah, in some sense.
So then again, why the hell do you want women in combat in the military? It's silly.
I mean, if they have the capacity to perform, I mean, obviously we're already looking at there is going to be kind of a filter for men in general. But I mean, you're right in terms of if we're looking for the elite within this specific one area, then that is going to be men.
Yeah, so then if you have access to men, you're going to be spending X amount of money on soldiers. Why would you sink the same amount of money into a female for combat if you could sink that money into a man for combat?
Well, I mean, we've already established that within this kind of level of infantry that
It should be men.
it's going to be men.
What
just
privilege?
because of
Got
the.
it. Yes, it's going to be men, and it should be men because they're going to be better at it, right?
Sure.
Okay. Then what privilege do they get?
What privilege does who get?
Do these men get because women aren't able to do these jobs? What privileges should these men get?
In terms of
Like rights that
these
they get
these specific men.
well, just men in general. All men can be
Wait,
drafted.
why would all men?
Because all men can be drafted and sent into combat.
Well, again, this is like going from special infantry to draft is
Yeah.
very different.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
well, then let's take a look at the Ukraine.
Do
The
you
Ukraine
think
right now, men can be drafted up until age 65.
They're not being drafted.
They are being drafted up till age 65.
They're not.
They are.
The last draft that happened was in the 70s.
In the Ukraine?
Yes, a man has not been drafted since the 70s. Oh, we're talking about the Ukraine government.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about the United States.
Yes. I said in the Ukraine.
Okay.
The Ukraine, men can be drafted up to 65.
Well, I disagree with the draft.
Okay, got it. That's great you disagree with it. But the only people right now who can be drafted are who?
Men.
And the reasons that we just went over previously determines that the reason that we want to draft men is for these exact reasons. Because they're stronger, they're better in combat, these are the positions we would need them in, and because these are the positions we need them in, women are excluded from those roles.
Well, again, going from special infantry to just military bodies, obviously more is just going to be better.
Why? More takes way more resources. More is not
yeah,
better.
but numbers is also another strategy that wins war. If you have more soldiers than the other team.
Yeah, sure, that can be helpful, but it's more helpful to have a very well-trained, very combat-ready military.
If you're drafting, they're not going to be well trained.
Yeah, well, we've won wars with draftees. They were plenty well-trained. So the thing is like,
But
that's
being
incorrect.
trained and being well trained are two different things.
I guess you had specialists too, but the point is they were very much trained and they very much kicked the shit out of half the world. So that was with draftees.
Okay.
So the thing is we've already established that men are far better in these roles than women. Men ought to be in these roles and not women. This is by your own logic. So what privileges should men get considering they can be drafted into these roles and women cannot be?
I mean, if we're going on a society based on like this is always going to be the outcome and this is a necessity.
I'm taking 5 minutes. I'll be back. Yes.
I don't think necessarily there would. I'm not against sending men to go to war against their will.
You are against it, or not?
I'm against sending men to go to war against their will. So
I thought you said not.
Oh, maybe I
Did you-
misspoke. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But so just to clarify for the audience, you mean you are against it? Okay.
Yes.
Just one.
I would want them to elect to go.
And so what happens if nobody goes, like they didn't want to in the Ukraine? Does Russia take the Ukraine over? Does Russia take over Ukraine?
I mean, I think it would again depend on other resources available. If there are other militaries, if there are other,
There's no, so other militaries aren't going to step in.
then yeah, that would happen.
So
but I mean,
should it-
again, forcing men to go. I mean, you can't force them to fight.
Yes, you can force men to fight.
How?
Historically,
The same way they did under
very much
communism.
so.
They say you run at that machine gun nest, and if you turn around, we will kill you. And that's exactly what they did.
Oh, I mean, then
What they did was
They
they,
have the
lined
choice.
up. They lined up thousands of Soviet soldiers. And they handed them a rifle. They said, if you die, the guy behind you pick up the rifle, reload, and continue to go.
Sure.
And if they turned around and came back, if they ran away, men with machine guns were waiting for them and mowed them all down.
okay.
So yeah, you could definitely force men to fight. I mean, that's been done time and time again. If you ran away in World War II, you were a traitor and you were shot. That's forcing you to fight. If you run away from combat, you get shot.
Right. I'm saying obviously, if they don't fight, they die. Like that's clear. But like if they think they're gonna die already,
I'm confused. What do
you
mean?
know, going to war, they're like, I'm pretty much gonna die already, so I'm just gonna try and escape so I can avoid that. And if they kill me, oh, then the outcome's the same.
Well, that's not what happens.
I guess my
You're
issue.
compelled and pressed into service. Like you can't do anything if you sign up. If you don't sign up for the draft as a man in the United States, you're not supposed to be able to vote.
I know.
So then, how come if women don't sign up for the draft, they get to vote? That's bullshit.
Well, again, I'm against the draft.
The door is open, yo.
Yeah, I got it. So then, just
What?
nobody defends the nation.
Well, I think obviously within America we have a
Health
huge
warning.
society that's very big on militarism, which is why no one has been drafted.
Nobody's been drafted because we haven't fought a professional war where we had hundreds of thousands of body bags being sent home. That's why nobody's been drafted.
Health warning.
Well, sure, but also I would say people are joining more than they were back then.
Health warning.
I think that the rates per population, remember at the time, I think there was only 150 million people. It was like half the people at the time than there is now. So, no, I think proportionally, plenty of people were joining the military. I don't know if it's at the same rates because you
Right.
had different benefits for it, but plenty of people were joining the military.
Okay.
The thing is, though, is that we just haven't had a war where hundreds of thousands of people die. You have to replace your soldiers, right?
Sure.
Do you think people are going to be more or less likely to join if people are dying in mass?
They'll be less likely to.
Yeah,
join.
they'd be less likely. So then, what do? You compel service. Like, what else can you do, other than compel service?
I mean, not go to war.
Yeah,
Dude. Oh my god, man. This I don't even want to say she has logic, because that's fucking...
like you can't. Why do you think you can decide those things? Like, you can't make the decision.
Because, like, I think there is motivation, obviously, between countries who are engaging in war and the.
Yeah,
reasons
what if you're the one that gets attacked? Like Ukraine. This bitch is fucking stupid.
behind those.
Yeah, but you can't
I think
solve
we're
those
just
reasons.
like I'm not disagreeing with you that under like the idea of patriarchy that there is going to be some dependence on men, because obviously I would think that still.
Under the idea of
See, it was open.
No, I don't think that male violence would
silly
be
bitch.
pervasive. I mean, when do you think patriarchy?
How can-
One second. When do you
okay,
think
go ahead.
patriarchy originated?
I think it's always been the case.
Yeah, I would say patriarchy originated, depending again on what aspect, what country we're looking at or what region, would be between like 8,000 BC and 5,000 BC.
And when do you think? What do you think our oldest written record is?
I believe it's Egyptian scribes, which I think
The
is
Epic of Gilgamesh?
5,000. Yeah, isn't that when?
The Sumerian?
Yes, and
Yeah.
isn't that when they worship female gods?
No.
Yeah.
Anu was a male god.
No, it was a female god.
No, Anu was a male god. Promise.
No. She was the good mother.
That's not a she. It's Anu. I'm pretty confident Anu was a male god.
Inanna?
Yeah, like Anunnaki. It comes from the male god Anu.
Like the exaltation of an Anu?
No, it's just Anu. I think Anu.
Yeah, the
It
exaltation.
means God. It just means God.
Well, the exaltation of an Anu is thought to be the first poem, and that's
What about El?
a female god.
El.
What do you mean El?
El is another god. In fact, if you're
Okay, what
talking,
about-
in fact, I actually have a list here of
Yeah.
Egyptian gods. I'm
Well-
sorry, pre-3,500 year gods. Let me get the list real quick.
Sure.
Just because I brought it with me. Hang on real quick, Brian, before you get into the super chats.
Oh no! While he's looking that up, you brought up the term patriarchy. Can you just define the term for the audience?
Yeah, male supremacy, domination, and dependency.
Okay, male supremacy, domination, and what was the last one? Sorry.
Dependency.
Yeah, I was
Dependence.
right.
Okay.
Anu, Mesopotamia, Sumeria, 5000 BC, king of the gods. Enlil, Mesopotamia, Sumerian. Enki, Mesopotamia. Ptah, pre-dynastic Egyptian, 6000 BC. Pre-Shupati, El, I said El, pre-Canaan, pre-Levantine, 3900 BC. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on and on of male gods.
All right, I'm not saying there are male gods, but wasn't that all before?
What's on your mind?
It's all before your time frame of 3,500 years ago, yeah.
No, I said between patriarchy was established between 8,000 BC and 5,000 BC, so that would be post-patriarchy.
Okay, and now look up when the Epic of Gilgamesh happened.
Okay.
Because what I'm trying to determine is where you're getting your evidence that patriarchy happened 8,000 years ago. When do you think our oldest written manuscript comes from?
Well, I don't think, like, obviously there's going to be a difference between how we establish culture in prehistoric times versus historic times. And obviously historic would be defined as written.
Yeah, so when we're talking about things which are written, what written accounts are there of non-patriarchal societies? What? The Amazons are a myth?
Here, one second.
ahead.
I think it's Egyptian, God, I don't know how to spell it. You can do your thing. I can look this up.
And if you need us to look anything up on our end, we'd be happy to. Are you
No,
looking
sure.
for like a list of languages by the first written?
I'm looking for something really specific, and I can't remember how it's spelled.
Because we have Egyptian, Sumerian, Akkadian.
She's looking for Egyptian
Health warning.
matriarchies.
Oh, okay. Is that what you're looking for? Because we can.
There's a specific written scripture that talked about, like, if you are married
Health
to your
warning.
wife, like, adorn her,
Is it
submit to
an
her.
Egyptian text?
Health
or-
warning.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but that could be based around mutual submission as well, which still wouldn't be matriarchy.
I mean,
Are you
if you want me to read the whole thing, I can.
Are you
What is it called?
Are you referencing the Narmer palette?
No.
Apologies if I'm saying that wrong. Narmer palette.
Talk to me.
If you want to do your thing, Brian, just
Yeah,
give me a
sure.
second, I can look
Guys,
it up.
if just a reminder here, if you want, we have $100 reads if you want to ask a question to either of the panelists. Also, if you want 100% of your contribution, then we can do reads via Venmo and Cash App too. That's whatever pod, Venmo, Cash App. Also, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video, please. Also, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. And Blake, if you can get that pulled up, it's twitch.tv/whatever. If you're watching over there, drop us a follow and a Prime sub. If you are enjoying the stream, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Also, we have, let's see here, we have a goal on the YouTube side. I changed it. It's so we have about another 2 hours left for the goal if you want to reach it. Pineapple Pizza Party, which is Andrew Wilson's favorite pizza flavor, and we'll also do a roast session, a roast segment at the end of the show if we hit that goal. So
send it in, guys. Send it in.
Andrew's dying to have some pineapple pizza, guys. So
eating that shit,
you know, it's his. You know, you got to have at least one slice.
Not eating pineapple pizza.
Andrew,
I'll puke.
I will use force doctrine.
I'll use force doctrine.
I'm gonna force it. Just kidding. Joking. So yeah, we got the Egyptians.
It's Maxims of Ptahhotep.
Do you want us to pull it up, or you just want to reference what it is?
I
think
mean,
we need to
it's
pull it
thought
up,
to be. 1 second.
Sure. Really quick, while you're still working on that, we have Ogle with gifted 50 memberships. Hey, Ogle, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate your get 50 gifted whatever memberships. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
It's a book more than 5,000 years old and possibly the oldest book in the world, and essentially talks about worshiping. If you are wise, stay home, love your wife, don't argue with her, feed her, adorn her, massage her.
Okay.
That doesn't say submit to her.
I mean, I don't have the full section right here.
What is the evidence that this is a matriarchal society?
Well, obviously
It's
the written
getting-
text. And then, like I said before, the exaltation of Enyanya, that's thought to be one of the oldest poems, which is reflecting the Sumerian goddess.
Do you agree that Christianity is patriarchal?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true in Christianity that we elevate and venerate the Virgin Mary?
I don't know what you mean by venerate.
We venerate. We say prayers.
I mean, sure.
Yeah, we venerate.
I don't know.
We venerate the Virgin Mary, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So the thing is that even if it is the case that there's female goddesses,
Yeah.
just like there were in other pagan traditions, that doesn't mean that that's a matriarchal society.
Well, how would you define a matriarchal society then?
Women are in charge.
I would say it
Rule
would
of the
be.
father is patriarchy.
Well, so I would say prior to 8000 BC, we lived a more egalitarian society, leaning more towards matriarchy because of paternity uncertainty, as well as essentially just the relationship within tribes in order to
How does
guarantee-
paternity uncertainty assist with your point that these are matriarchal societies?
Well, I said egalitarians, who essentially were men and women built society together. I would say they would lead towards matriarchy because obviously at that time survival of tribes is most important, and obviously having children that survive and the caregiving and nurturing of children would have been fulfilled by the role of women.
Yeah, what makes you think that women had a choice in that?
I'm not saying that they did.
Yeah, so then it's not matriarchal then.
It absolutely. What I said egalitarian.
It's not
several
even
times.
egalitarian.
It's essentially
if women have
men
a choice,
and women working together.
if
to
women
build
don't have a
society.
choice, do you think that that's them working with men?
What do you mean having a choice?
Like, why if man goes bonk on head and you get raped, how is that a choice? How's that equality and egalitarianism?
Well, I don't know why you're just assuming. I would say that like the idea of rape, or I'm sorry, of grape became into existence like with agriculture.
What? What do you? So you think that men weren't graping before then?
No, I don't.
Oh, and
Because I
she's-
don't
what's
think
your
they-
evidence for that?
Stupid.
I don't think they understood men's role when it came to.
Bro, a fucking man would bash a woman over the head, drag him to her cave, and you're mine now. Like, what the fuck is this village talking about? Holy shit.
How women became pregnant and how children were created.
What did that have to do with them just being horny?
I don't think men grape because they're horny.
Why not? What do you mean? So wait a second.
Because
Let me get this
grape
right.
is an act of humiliation and.
So primitive man, right? You
No!
agree with me that
I didn't
Homo
actually wanna
sapiens
leave.
have been around for about 100,000 years?
I think it's 300,000.
At least 100,000.
Yeah.
Okay, but we didn't come in. So we actually operated the same way we are right now. We have the same brains, same physicality, basically
Mm-hmm.
same everything. Differences in height, differences in smaller things like that.
Sure.
But we have the same capacity. So, do you saying within that 100,000 years, this, let's just say, for the sake of argument, but you know what? We'll do the 300,000. Within this 300,000 years, only 10,000 years ago, men figured out the technology of grape.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I don't think, like, if you don't know that sex creates children, then your whole theory is that men are graping so that children can come into existence.
That's not my theory. That's your theory.
Hold on.
I think men.
That's not my theory.
Hide it in the sources. Go to the StreamYard. Click the eyeball. No. Stay in OBS. Look at the sources tab. Just hide StreamYard. Just hide it. I apologize. We had a technical difficulty. You guys continue.
Yeah, I think that men grape because they're horny too.
One second, guys.
Oh, you disagree.
Hold on. Can you hide it here too?
Yeah, so let's test that and see if you actually do disagree. Does every single time you have sex with a woman require consent?
Hey, all righty
Well, I would
then.
say sex implicitly, by definition, would be
Pleased to meet
consensual.
you.
If it's not, then it's grape.
So then every instance of sex would require consent.
Correct.
Okay. So if a
Hi,
husband
how
wakes
are
up in
ya?
the morning and he has a boner and he leans over and starts banging his wife while she's asleep, is he graping her?
Yes.
He is. Why is he doing that? Because he's horny?
I think because he assumes he has consent.
Yeah, so he's horny. So therefore, if it is the case that he's still graping her, even if he assumes he has consent and does not, that he's graping her because he's horny, right?
No, I don't think that he thinks he's graping.
But that has nothing to do with the fact of the matter. You said that
Well,
men
the
do not grape.
the motivation behind grape is not that they're horny.
That's definitely his motivation behind that grape.
No, because he doesn't think he's graping her.
Why would it matter whether he thinks he's
Because
doing
that
that or not?
determines the motivation, right?
You're saying that men have to think that they're doing the act in order for them to be
No.
motivated by it to do the act?
No, not at all. I'm not saying that men don't commit grape unknowingly.
Okay, so this guy is graping his wife, which, by the way, means that I've graped my wife I don't know how many times.
It's a weird thing to admit.
No, I'm fine with it. Like, if
You're
you,
fine saying that you've raped your wife?
Yeah, if you think that me rolling over in the morning and she's asleep and waking her up with sex is great,
Well,
then
I
I'm
mean,
fine with it.
she's unconscious.
She's asleep for sure.
That's unconscious, right?
Sure. Yeah.
If she had too much to drink and passed out.
Yeah, we've done
Which-
that too when we're both drunk. Yeah.
Well, I mean, where she passed out.
Yeah. She's also graped me by this metric too. She's woken me up with sex. I
Well,
didn't consent.
I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying here. Are you saying that you've raped your wife while she's been passed out?
I'm saying while my wife has been sleeping, I've woken her up with sex many times, and vice versa.
Very well then.
So did we grape each other?
By definition, yeah.
Yeah. So we're both. She grapes me sometimes. I grape her
I mean,
sometimes.
I think
a little grape.
forced penetration is still grape.
A little grape here, a little grape there. She grapes a little. I grape a little.
That's
we all,
weird.
We all do a little bit of graping.
Why?
Totally not weird, by
mean,
the way. I'm just gonna
would
tell
you-
you,
would
this
you
is the
conti-
norm. What's that?
Would you continue if she didn't wake up?
I don't know. Half the time I'm drunk, right?
So you don't know if you would continue.
No, I don't think I would continue if she didn't wake up.
Why?
I don't know. It's less fun.
It's right. So
Yeah.
so obviously you want your partner to be conscious, enthusiastic.
Yeah, but she wasn't conscious when we started.
I understand that,
Yeah,
but
so a little
I'm
grape there.
So
little
if
grape
you
here.
then why not just wake her up?
But that's
Why do I need? I am waking her up
Well,
with
I mean,
my
why-
penis.
Why not
I'm
just
waking
wake
her up
before
with my
penetration?
penis.
This
yes.
is crazy.
Why is that crazy? Do you know how common it is that men and women wake each other up? Like a man will be woke up by his
I don't care
girlfriend.
how common it is.
Yeah. So
What
you,
does that have to do with anything?
What makes it crazy?
Because they're unconscious.
So? Do you know what implied consent is?
I do know what implied consent is.
There's an
but
implied consent when you get married. It's implied that you're consenting to sex.
I don't think it's necessarily
Then you have to
implied.
bite the bullet that my wife has raped me any number of times.
I've told you. I
Yeah.
already agree with
And
you.
you think that that's rational?
That it's rational
Yeah.
to say what?
Do you think that I'm emotionally scarred because my wife rapes me or
Oh
rapes me?
no.
But is she emotionally scarred by me raping her?
I mean, I don't know. Probably not.
So then rape can just be a neutral act where it doesn't harm anybody?
I mean, I definitely do think it can harm in certain capacities,
Sure,
even if
but-
you're not consciously aware of it.
Yeah, but it's not harming anybody,
I mean,
right? So grape,
so
hang on, grape can be morally neutral. I just want to make sure we're clear.
No.
What would make it morally bad? Demonstrate the harm. Who's being harmed?
Well, I think in some capacity, it would be the same harm that would come of someone engaging with someone who is like dead.
What?
I think the psychological, I think psychological aspect of wanting to
Demonstrate it. Demonstrate that there's harm.
One second.
Okay.
I think the psychological aspect of wanting to engage in
Sorry, see, she just equated couples waking each other up with sex with necrophilia. What?
intercourse with someone who is unconscious is highly harmful.
Demonstrate it.
Demonstrate what?
How? So if my wife,
So
you
that
just
would
got done
be-
saying, if
that-
my
that-
wife wakes me
it's
up,
classified as what is like paraphilic.
help
which
me
is,
out with this. I'm totally asleep, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Completely asleep, and I wake up, and my wife is giving me a blowjob. I wake up to that,
Mm-hmm.
okay? What's the harm? How have I been harmed? Tell me how this possibly is harmful to me.
I'm not saying it could be harmful to you.
So then grape is morally neutral sometimes.
No, I don't think it's morally neutral. Like I don't think like
Then what's the
necessarily
immoral part
harm.
here?
I don't think harm necessarily has to come to the victim in order for it to be.
Then what would make this morally bad? What makes it morally
I told you
bad?
the psychology of wanting to engage in intercourse with someone who is unconscious.
Okay,
Why is
again,
it? Why is
you
it?
haven't explained how that's harmful
would
or
you
how that's bad.
One second. Would you engage with your wife if she were dead?
No, of course not.
Why?
Because her soul has left her body. She's not a person anymore.
Her soul has left her body.
She's not a human being anymore. It would be like fucking dirt.
Can you give
right?
me like the secular position?
Why do I need to give you any other position?
How
than
is
that?
it? I think it's.
You need to give me from your position instead of obfuscating what actually makes it
I'm trying
immoral.
to give it an analogy.
Yeah, well, can you just tell me this? What makes it immoral for my wife to wake me up with a blowjob? What makes that immoral? By the way, have you ever woken your ex-husband? Do you ever wake him up like that?
No.
Never. Never happened once?
Not that I no.
No? All right. But you do realize this is very common, right?
Sure, yes.
And so just people are just commonly graping each other?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of instances where grape happens where people don't think they are graping someone.
So,
That's a part of like miscommunication theory.
okay, great. I just want to make sure I get the correct, or the answer to this question correct. What is the actual harm? And demonstrate it for me logically, please. Or the
Can you-
immorality. Why is it immoral for my wife to do that to me?
Well, I mean, obviously, if we're talking about consent,
Whooping.
I think the basis for that is the Fry's model, which is freely given, reversible,
Dr.
informed, enthusiastic, and specific. And so, obviously, it doesn't meet certain aspects of those criteria.
Why is that immoral?
I
though?
mean,
I
we're-
like it. I like it when she does that. What is immoral about her doing that? I want her to do that. I'm not conscious at the time, that's true. But I'm very fucking enthusiastic that I want to wake up that way. Very enthusiastic about it.
Again, I think pleasuring someone who is unconscious is psychologically concerning.
I'm sorry about your mind state of concern. That's very Karen-ish of you, but can you tell me why it's immoral?
It's very Karen-ish.
It's very your concern's very Karen-ish, but why is it immoral?
I would place it under like a paraphilic sexual behavior.
So all of the men out there whose wives have woken them up with sex, all of those women are
Paraphilic.
paraphilic.
I think the act itself.
They want to have sex
is-
with dead. They want to have sex with dead people.
I mean, paraphilic is just defined as like atypical sexual preferences, and yeah, to like
Yeah, but you were saying
want
it was
to have sex
necrophilic.
with someone who's.
You were saying it was necrophilic.
Well,
earlier.
necrophilia falls under paraphilic.
Okay,
so does like
so
pedophiles.
there's
and-
necrophilia. So you think that there's tons and tons of women
I
out there
mean,
who are
there are
necrophiles?
obviously like pedophiles and like necrophilia are two different things.
Do you agree
Paraphilic
with
just
me
means atypical
Yeah.
sexual desires.
Do you agree
Like
with
I would classify kink under that.
Do you agree with me that tons and tons and tons of women likely wake their man up with some sort of?
I
sexual-
already did.
Yeah. So
Like
then,
asked and answered.
So then is that they're kind of necrophiles?
That's not what I'm saying.
Health warning.
I don't understand what you're saying. It can't be. By the way, that doesn't make any sense. It can't be uncommon if it's common.
Health warning.
Well, it's if we're talking about like the experience of like atypical sexual behaviors, then yes, engaging with someone who is unconscious
Is common.
is an atypical.
It's not atypical if you're saying it's common. That would be typical.
I mean, in terms of like a common occurrence,
Oh,
sure,
hey, we're
but in
starting to get
terms
resurrected
of, like,
sickness.
a common outcome of intercourse, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry.
I think it's
you
very typical.
You commonly start intercourse unconscious.
That's not what I said. I said it's very typical to do it, though. So, like, I don't typically eat gourmet caviar.
Need help?
But you would agree with me that it is typical that people do eat gourmet. It's like a typical behavior. You wouldn't say it's atypical to eat gourmet caviar, would you?
Again, just because something is common doesn't mean it's typical.
What does typical mean?
So I think like we could talk about
Yes, it does.
frequency.
Well, let's just make sure we get this right. What does
Well,
typical
I am
mean?
trying to.
I just want to make sure I know what typical means.
Sure, one second. I think we can talk about things happening in common frequency.
Okay.
But in terms of how often things happen outside of that frequency is going to make it like so 1% of 4 million is going to be a large number. So we could say it's common. But in terms of looking at it in a percentage, it's only 1%, so it's atypical.
Okay, so I don't understand how, when we're talking about behavior,
I would say it's atypical.
What is it? Okay, then what threshold does it need to meet to become atypical or for behavior, like percentage-wise?
I don't know.
So then how do you even know what's atypical?
I would just say the classification. Do you think most people, when they have sex, are doing so unconscious? Or like with an unconscious
That's not
person?
what I said. No.
So that's my threshold.
Okay, well then, do you think that most people have sex missionary style or doggy style most
I
of the
have no
time?
idea.
What, if you had to guess? Because would that make doggy style atypical?
Well, no, because again, we're talking about percentages.
Right. So then I would need to know what is the percentage before it becomes atypical.
I
Don't know.
don't know. Yeah.
So then you can't really make the claim it's atypical.
Well, then how can we make the claim that anything is atypical?
Good question. I didn't make the claim it's atypical.
So
I
you
said
don't
it's
you don't think
typical.
like paraphilic sex desires exist?
Yeah, I think that we can definitely make claims to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, but when I guess the delineation here we're talking about is just typical versus not typical. I think that if you're talking about what is common,
Yeah.
I think it's super common that this happens all the time.
In terms of volume or in terms of percentage?
Both. Yeah. I think it's very common.
So you think this
So I
is
would
like
say
50% of
I
sexual
would
interactions?
no, but I think that 50% of people have had this sexual interaction.
But I'm asking in terms of if we were to classify all sexual interactions, would this be a common where people start off intercourse with one partner unconscious?
No.
Okay,
No,
so-
it's
so
not.
that's-
It's not going
that's
to be
what I'm saying.
something. It's not going to be. But that doesn't make it not common. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we're quibbling now. Like we're saying the same thing,
I hope we are.
but maybe we can
God.
semantically. Maybe we
I
can
just,
semantically get here.
I mean, why would? Okay, yeah, you already answered.
Because I'm horny. That's why I do it,
Well,
and I enjoy it. I enjoy raping her. I enjoy it.
having sex with someone unconscious.
My wife, yeah. Yeah, I like it waking her up that way.
But you said if she didn't wake up, you would stop.
You know what she does sometimes? She's like,
I don't.
she's like, And I'm like, yeah, that's right. And she's like, okay. I know, yeah. She's like she can't believe this is happening. I've really shocked her. And then she just she's okay with it. Is that wild? Am I graping her?
I think without having some form of like express consent, then yeah.
Damn, I do this all the time. Like constantly.
Constantly?
I really do. Yeah, it happens all the time.
Constantly is crazy.
Yeah. Like anytime I wake up with a boner, if she's not awake, she's definitely get woke up that way.
Well, why? I'm curious. Why don't you just wake her up?
I am waking her up with my penis.
I'm asking before. I'm asking what is the purpose of waking her up with your penis rather than just like jolting
Because
her?
I think it's hilarious and it feels great.
You get the same outcome whether you wake her up. If you wake her up.
It's like a big surprise for her, you know? Surprise!
A surprise if it's wanted.
I just assume it's wanted.
So you just assume consent.
From my wife? Yes, absolutely. And by the way, I'm just going to tell you, right? I completely stand behind this. This is not trolling.
I don't think you are trolling. I would never suggest that
100%
you are
stand
trolling.
behind this, and I think it's not a big deal at all.
Okay.
Like, not even a little bit. And I actually haven't heard you demonstrate, because you said it's not harmful to her and it's not harmful to you. I actually haven't heard you demonstrate why this is even bad. They just kind of just think so.
I mean, sure, I definitely think it's really icky that someone wants to have sex with someone who's unconscious.
Is it immoral?
Like, I think would you have sex with her if she were in a coma?
No.
So what, what is the delineation here?
Well, I just would get the ick.
I'm just, no.
I'd be like, eh.
No, really, like from your...
What if she has asthma?
She does have asthma.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just checking.
Yeah.
What does that have to, what does that have to do with
That could like stun her into like a, you know, like she
Sorry.
can't breathe. Yeah, I don't know.
Rachel has asthma right now, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Never mind.
I'm sorry, am I missing something? What does asthma have to do
But
with
here's
it?
the thing. I will say this.
Okay.
I'm actually okay with my wife, like, having sex with me if I was in a coma. I'd be fine with that.
That's crazy.
Why, what's crazy about it? Why should she deprive herself because I'm in a coma?
I think when we're talking about like sexual experience, consent is definitely the foundation in terms of you're not only considering your experience, but you're also considering your partner's.
No, I'm just considering mine.
Hello.
Like, I just want to have a good time.
How are you?
So I wake her up with my penis.
Yeah, I think it's very harmful to not consider your partner's experience when engaging in intercourse, because it is a mutual experience.
Why does you think she does that to me then? Do
Does
you think
what?
she just doesn't respect me very much, that she would wake me up like that? Like, I just wake up and she's literally writing me. Don't you think that's horrible? for her
What
to
if
do?
she like you woke up with her like using her teeth?
What do you mean?
Oh,
What do you mean?
I really don't want to talk about the sex life you have with your wife. Can we make it maybe less about
this
you?
is just
and
no. This is super easy for us to get down to this crazy ass idea you have.
what that
Of
you
consent.
should want consent.
Yeah. So
from your
like here, I'll
partner?
give you an example. I'm drunk and a woman's drunk. Are we raping each other?
Yes.
Then
I
you
mean,
think
I
that
think
that's
I
not
think it
fucking
would
crazy?
be
Fucking
no,
ridiculous, dude.
I mean, do you think
Who thinks like this?
like
the fuck?
children engaging would be raping each other?
No.
Oh, yes. I think I just have a higher standard for consent when it comes
No,
to.
no. Wait, you said children?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be, well, that wouldn't be grape. That would be something different, because it is true that they can't consent, right? But they both kind of can't consent together. So
Right.
I don't think they understand the ramifications of what they're doing. I think if you're drunk, you do. I don't think that being
Wait,
drunk
but
is
I just put your logic into a different scenario. So
No,
so
it's
we
not
can.
the same logic.
How is it not?
Because in one you don't understand, the other one you do. Like one you don't have the
I
capacity
mean,
for it.
again, it depends how drunk you are. You might not have the capacity.
Okay, then if I get drunk and murder somebody, not my fault.
I mean, people have gotten
didn't
off for
consent.
murdering people in their sleep.
Yeah, so I didn't consent to murder, right? So therefore, it's like no big deal.
I mean, you didn't consent. I don't know what that has to do with anything in
Well, I'm
terms
just
of
saying, like,
the rights violation.
If you grape when you're drunk, are you responsible for that?
Yes.
So I don't understand then. I'm actually really confused. So you can be held responsible for the actions that you take when you're drunk.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah, like even if you're blacked out and you get in your car and you drive and you kill someone, yeah.
Okay, so then why can't two people consent when you're drunk?
Consent meaning to agree, because obviously it doesn't meet the criteria of being informed.
Okay, so I don't understand. Then why wouldn't it be attempted murder instead of murder if you killed someone when you're
because you did
drunk?
kill them, right? I mean, I guess if you tried and you failed, it would be attempted murder.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Okay.
Even though that makes no sense, I'll just let it go. Just to try
How does that make no sense?
I'll explain.
Okay.
So, let's say two people grape each other. Why aren't both of them brought up on charges for grape?
Well, most people who grape aren't brought up on charges.
Yeah, I know, but that's not my question. My question is, if two people get drunk and have sex, they're graping each other, shouldn't both of them be charged with a crime?
I mean, in theory, yes.
So, do you think that we should mobilize law enforcement to enforce that?
I mean, I think, again, it's... What do you mean immobilize law enforcement?
Well, it's not okay for me to grape somebody or them to grape me, right?
Right.
Why would it make it okay for us to grape each other at the same time?
I'm not saying it's okay.
Okay, great. Then it
Yeah,
should fall
like, do
under
you
the
think-
crime of grape.
Do you think if, like, I go out with my best friend and then I wake up in bed with them naked and, you know, we assume that we had sex, that isn't harmful to...
Sure.
If it's something that you didn't want to do?
Sure, I think it's harmful too.
Okay.
Yeah. So then people who get drunk and have sex should go to jail.
I mean, I think if, yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of going to jail, I think it's going to be really hard to establish.
Establish
in
what?
terms
You
of-
want rapists to go to jail, right? Yes or no?
Well, I don't think that, like, prison is necessarily an effective way to solve rights violations.
Where do you want rapists to go?
Well, I'm for reformative justice, so I'm against police and prisons. Are we talking about, like, what my ideal would be, or within this current society?
Of course she
Within
is.
this current society, where should they go?
Within that aspect of two people got drunk and had sex with each other. So, is there?
No,
are
that's
they,
not what I asked.
Are
I
they
asked
coming
where
forth as victims?
where should rapists go when they grape? Should they go to prison or not?
I think they should go to some kind of mental health facility, or should have some kind of duty to
Okay.
essentially
You want it, you got it.
address the harm that they've committed.
Yeah, that's
within
what I
society.
thought.
I'm more on focusing.
Well, are you going to isolate them in this mental health
I think
facility
it
behind
it
bars?
depends. It
Too
depends.
greedy.
Sure.
If they graped, are you going to put them behind bars while they're getting help so that they're not part of society?
Depends. Yeah, it depends
On what?
on obviously the context of the crime.
It's grape. That's the context. You have graped somebody.
Sure, but
Are you saying that some grapes are more morally bad than other grapes?
I'm saying that they have different treatments.
Okay, so if a man grapes a girl, right? She can't consent. She doesn't consent.
I mean, you say girl, you're talking child?
No, a woman. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so he grapes a woman. You should go to jail, right?
Well, I believe in restorative justice.
Yeah, okay. Wherever this guy goes, you want to keep him there while he gets this done, because he's not going to consent to go to it, right?
Again, it would depend on context.
Okay. So he's at a party with a girl. She's drunk
Okay.
and he's not. He has sex with her. Did he grape her? She's drunk,
yes.
he's not. Okay, yes, he graped her. What should happen to that guy?
Like, what would my sentence be?
Yeah.
That essentially, if we're talking about restorative justice, that he is educated on the harm that he committed, and that he receives mental professional help in terms of understanding his actions.
So does he go someplace for this to happen that he's not allowed to leave until it's all done?
I mean, in that context, yeah, it could be for a short duration of time, sure.
And is that place going to have like bars and guards and things like that in order to keep him there?
Maybe not bars, but maybe, like doors that lock.
Okay,
Sure.
and then he gets out and he goes and he does it again. What happens then? Where should he go then?
Go back to the facility.
And then he does it
A
again.
long-term care facility, yeah.
Oh, long-term now.
Yeah.
Okay, and that place has bars and guards, so he couldn't leave.
And again, not bars and guards, but yeah, doors that lock, attendants.
So what happens if he escapes? Like he doesn't want to do it and he leaves.
And he leaves. Then he would be brought back.
And so it's likely that most people would want to leave. They don't want to be there, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So then, wouldn't you do something to keep them in, like bars and guards?
I mean, I'm answering the same. You're asking the same question, and I'm answering.
Well, because okay, so it's like this. If they go to a mental health facility, the reason I'm asking, but now it feels like I have to pry it out, so I'll just spell it out, right? They escape, they go, they do the same crime, you're going to take them back to the same facility, they escape, they do the same crime, you're going to take them back to the same facility.
The difficulty with your example is that you're making a lot of presuppositions.
Yeah.
Is that if, someone commits this act, that they have a high likelihood of recidivism.
They do have a high rate of recidivism.
I don't think so.
Yeah, because they don't even think that they see it as a problem. Like, I don't think that two people who get drunk and have sex even see it as an issue.
Well, then why are they filing a police report?
They're not. But here's the thing. Do they need to file a police report for me to file a police report if somebody's been raped? No. I can file that report, right?
How would you file that report?
Like, if some chick got raped behind a dumpster and didn't want to come forward, I can still call the police and file a report saying I witnessed a rape.
Sure.
Yeah. So, you can do the same thing with two drunk people.
Right.
Hey, officer.
But
she
again,
was drunk and he was drunk
again,
and they
you're
fucked.
kind of see, and this is kind of the issue that I have when we talk about rape and like sexual violence, is that there seems to be like this notion that the judicial system or legislation can solve for these things and solve for these outcomes, and I just don't think that they can.
Well,
so
yeah,
I think it has to be more of a proactive measure.
I don't even
rather
think
than a
people agree with you,
reactive
though.
measure.
I don't even think they agree with you on this, that this is great. I don't think that, so for instance, I don't think that two people who get drunk and have sex are raping each other. I think that defies what we mean by grape.
I mean, I think there's a level of degree, like you would say if someone is blacked out drunk and someone else is sober.
Yeah, I think that when we're talking about grape, we're talking about forcing yourself on somebody who doesn't want it. It's a violation. Like, I could even give you examples. Bill Burr famously had the bit where he was like, no doesn't always mean no. And the feminist says, yes, it does. And he's like, no, it doesn't. Because you can have things like, no, stop, no. And they're completely teasing. And you laugh because it's true, right? It doesn't actually always mean no.
I'm not laughing because I think it's funny.
Yeah, but it doesn't always mean no. No doesn't actually always mean no.
Do you think that gives like young men the impression that when they hear no, that it's like a negotiation opportunity?
Sometimes it is. It's pretty obvious.
Why?
Like, it's super obvious to me that, like...
You want to talk someone into having sex with you?
Yeah, no. But I think
I'm
it's...
sorry, I just want to let you know, like, I need a bathroom break soon.
Yeah, I'll have a smoke, too, while you do that, so... Sure. But just to finish this point...
No, I just wanted to...
Right, so very, very simple.
Mm-hmm.
I think that when, I might be playing with my wife, or messing around with my wife, for instance, and say something like this, like... maybe she goes, stop, don't, stop, and then she doesn't really want me to stop, though, right? It's a big, like, there's body language and chemistry that comes with the human experience.
Sure, obviously you're in, like, a committed and established relationship, sure.
So no doesn't always mean no.
I think that, sure, context dependent. I think it can obviously, like, if we're, like, obviously consent, CNC.
Yeah, I think that's different.
Well, That's another context, though, right?
Yeah, it is, but I think that no doesn't always mean no, and that it is context dependent. And I think that the idea that two drunk people having sex are graping each other, and it's just okay because one grape cancels out the grape. It seems like if both of them are graping each other, it's a contradiction in terms, like a paradox. The paradox is, grape is, from your view, can't consent. And yet, if they're
It's
both
an aspect of
if they're
it,
both
yeah.
enthusiastically graping each other, they seem to be enthusiastically consenting. So, like, how do two people mutually grape,
obviously
but they're not consenting?
You're under the influence.
So what?
Why are so many people here? Something going
That
on?
obviously affects aspects of judgment. Just like
Then you
your capacity
chose-
for brain development.
Yeah, but you're both under the same effect.
Right. I never said you
Like,
weren't.
willingly. Like, I don't know about you, but you do agree that it's very common for people, married, unmarried,
Oh,
everywhere
for sure.
in between,
Yeah, I
to
think
have
people
sex.
are drunk all the time.
Yeah, and then they have sex when
Yeah.
they're drunk. In fact,
But I mean, I'm sure you yourself would have a line, right?
yeah, there would be a line, sure.
And where is that line?
You mean of when I wouldn't? Like if a chick was passed out or something crazy?
So if she were like falling down, slurring her words, couldn't hold like her phone, still fair game.
No, I think that's a little much for me. But
don't you think then
that
that
might be a
line
little
would be
more. That
arbitrary?
might be a little much for me, right? I don't think that I could say that some guy raped her because she was really drunk, and she said yes. Like I don't know
She
how I
doesn't
could
even
say
have the
that.
motor skills to hold a phone, but
Well, now you're changing it to like semi.
I didn't. That's exactly what I described.
That's semi-conscious at that point.
Right,
So,
that's exactly what I described.
Yeah.
She's dropping her phone, she's
yeah.
slurring.
So that's semi-conscious at that point.
So semi-conscious is not okay.
Yeah, she's basically half out of the bag.
Yeah.
Like she's
so-
gone.
And
like if you're
obviously
that
this is gonna be
faded,
arbitrary,
if you're
right?
that faded, sure, right? But
Yeah.
if the guy is that drunk and she's that drunk,
I mean, again, like what are we classifying as like drunk, I guess?
whatever you just said, motor
Mm-hmm.
skills gone, whatever. You're both that smashed, and then you go home and you bang each other from your view. You're graping each other.
Yeah.
That seems way more absurd to me.
I don't know why. I don't know why you like can't think that you can
Because what it does is it
engage
infers,
in
because it
sorry, go
infers that there's grape that's morally neutral, and I think that grape would always necessarily have to be bad for me to classify it as grape.
I don't think that just because two people like are not of the capacity to give informed and enthusiastic consent that makes it morally neutral.
Well, you have to tell me what makes it morally bad then, because you still have not done that. You just kind of keep on reverting to descriptors without giving me the actual, this is actually bad, this kind of grape because of what? Because of what? What actually makes it, like, if both parties wake up in the
When do I
morning
get my
and they
void
look
walker?
over and go, who are you? And I don't know. And the other one's like, I don't know either. But we definitely had sex last night. And neither of them care, right? Like, what's the problem here? Who's actually been violent? Like, well, how could that be a morally bad thing?
That you wake up next to a stranger and you can't remember you had sex, but yet you don't care?
No. That definitely had to be grape on both parties. Right? Had to be.
I think the harm is, again, the fact that you would engage in intercourse with someone of that capacity. And
Both
that
of you
this-
are in that capacity.
I know, but again, that this is like an experience that is desired.
Is the male more culpable in this situation?
No.
If they're both equally drunk, is the male more culpable?
I don't know why he would be.
Yeah, I don't either. Sure. That wouldn't even
I mean,
logically follow. But this doesn't still, you just gave me a descriptor. You still didn't tell me actually why it's bad. Like, why is it actually bad?
I did. I think essentially like your psychological understanding of how you engage in sex can be bad and harmful. Like, sure, maybe in this one instance you didn't hurt someone, but in another instance that could very well be the case.
That could be for anything. Literally anything.
Like what?
Like, just you pick up a chick and you have sex and your dick is too big. In this case, didn't hurt anybody. The next case, it could hurt anybody.
That doesn't have to do with consent, though.
Yeah, but the point is like, you can put that standard to almost anything. You can put the standard of like, well, in this case, it didn't do anything, but next time it could possibly do something. It also could possibly not ever do anything. So like, that just seems so silly to me. And not only that, that really still doesn't answer to my question. So let's try it an easier way.
Okay, and then can we take a
Yeah,
break?
drunk. So drunk guy, right? He's drunk, but he's not like lost all fine motor skills, but he's drunk. Okay. She's drunk, same thing, hasn't lost all fine motor skills, but she's definitely drunk. Okay. They go home and they have sex. Now, they both raped each other, still by your standard. Okay, both of them did. We agree on that.
Okay.
Okay. Do we agree on that? They did grape each other? Okay.
I mean, I guess yeah, sure.
So they wake up in the morning, they remember all of it, okay, which drunk people often remember what they did the night before. That's not uncommon at all. They remember all of it, and the guy leans over and says, "See you later, honey, I'm heading off to work," and gives her a kiss. She goes, "Okay, baby, that was a lot of fun last night," and away you go. What is actually the harm that happened there? What is actually
Between this and 18,
that?
apparently.
I'm sorry, is this a couple?
Yeah.
I think
Well,
the
technically,
harm
no.
is that
The game's going down at 3 p.m. PST for 24 hours, and then it's out. So, wait, Pacific Standard Time, right? That's the West Coast, which means 8 hours for me. 11 p.m. my time is when the server goes on. Oh my god, that means 11 p.m. my time is when the server comes back up. Great. Hopefully it doesn't take 24 hours. Yeah, Tuesday.
again, it's kind of like about the experience that you had with your partner when it comes to engaging in sex. Like, you don't really know in terms of your partner's capacity to consent. And
yeah, but they both loved it. They both claimed to you, this was great. We had a great time. It was fantastic.
Well, then I would say they weren't drunk.
They were drunk, for sure.
Like
way beyond the legal limit.
Way going beyond the legal
yeah,
limit.
and they just remembered what happened the night before, as drunk people most often do.
What would be the harm? I mean, again, I think the specific instance of the experience is the harm. Like, so maybe I can give you another analogy, because maybe I'm not understanding what you want. In terms of like things that are like kinks, like BDSM, I think there are people who really do like engaging in that kind of act, when the act in itself is like harming or hurting your partner. And maybe your partner can like that and you can like that, but I think there's an issue when hurting someone makes you feel good.
Got her.
Well, again, in
This
terms of,
fucking
like, even if your
stupid.
partner likes
So fucking dumb, dudes. Yeah, we're all in the EU. Yeah, of course it's fake. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, how could it be revving the car in the first place? It didn't even have its fucking feet on the pedals, right? Like, obviously it's AI, duh, right? But it's still funny. It's like the fucking cat one with the helicopter hat. My god, that one's so good. Helicopter hat cat. The expression on the face, so low. Come on. That's funny as fuck, dude. They always get me, bro. The fucking cat, the AI cat videos always get me. It's so dumb.
Be careful.
You are physically hurting them in that capacity, correct?
You haven't demonstrated that they're being hurt by it in any capacity.
I'm saying with the example of BDSM.
Well, I'm saying in this
You're
example.
inflicting physical pain.
Yeah, in
even
the
though
example
they
of
like it.
BDSM, sure.
Even though they like
I'll
it.
concede to any of the examples in BDSM that you're harming them, hurting them, whatever, even if they say they like it, sure. Tie that into this. How is it that this would actually be demonstratively harmful or in some way not okay?
Because the experience that you're having with your partner is incapacitated.
But you both wanted to be incapacitated.
That's irrelevant. It's still.
And you're not,
is
by the way, you're not incapacitated.
You are. Like, can you sign contracts drunk?
Well, legally, no.
Why?
Well, because there could be a threshold there where you're so far beyond it that you're incapable of signing something.
Why?
Well, yeah,
Why
I agree with you on that.
incapable?
I agree with you on that.
But why are you
contract
incapable?
law. Because your mental cognitive ability is completely impaired.
Right. So you're having sex with someone who has to where not only you have a mental cognitive impairment and they have a mental cognitive impairment.
Sure.
And the psychology of enjoying that.
So retards shouldn't be able to have sex?
Oh my God.
No, I mean honestly, retards shouldn't be allowed to have sex?
Of course. But again,
Of course what?
I don't think comparing people who have
But they have a limited cognitive ability.
Not to the same, to compare people with like limited mental ability to drunk people is ridiculous.
That's what your argument is. Limited cognitive ability.
No.
Yes. Yes. Limited cognitive ability. Limited cognitive ability.
Those are differentiated. Like
How?
Someone who has disabilities is not equal to someone who is drunk.
I didn't say disability. I said they're retarded.
That would be a disability.
Yeah. I'm not talking about like in a wheelchair. I'm saying they have a mental cognitive disability, kind
Right.
of like they're drunk, but they're not drunk. But they still don't have great motor skills, things like that,
Again,
and they have a
I'm
lower
saying
IQ.
that if we're talking about a spectrum, then like drunk is on this side, and like limited mental cognition, again, would be a spectrum in terms of someone, do they have the capacity to consent? Someone who has a mental disability to where like they have the age of someone who's like 9 or 10, then yes, that would absolutely be an issue.
They're not allowed to have sex with other people who have the same mental capacity?
No, I would say that would be an issue.
As adults?
Yeah.
Even if they want to?
Yeah, I mean, if they have the mental cognition of a 9-year-old, would you want 9-year-olds?
Okay, so how about they just have a mental capacity?
Sorry, can
Yeah, we'll take a brief. We'll do an intermission. If you guys want to take a smoke, you want to use the bathroom.
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry, I
Play whatever you want, man.
Yes.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying
go-
you had
go
to play
for
with
it.
us.
Debate left, so
I'm sorry?
we still got plenty of debate
okay.
left.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
go for it.
we all
We
subbed
got more. We got more to do. So
Okay.
our
take a little
server,
bathroom
right?
break. I'll talk to the.
All right.
I'll talk. You guys.
Okay.
This is where my
have
retail account
smoke.
is anyway. So.
All right, guys,
as
really
well.
quick, if you guys are enjoying the stream, if you can, kindly like the video, guys. Would very much. Oh, damn. Look, guys, I got sunburned instantly. That's crazy. Guys, like the video. Also, we're going to, once they're back, you don't have to pull this up. Once they're back, we are going to do. I was sunburned. No, I'm not. We have a couple reads that we need to get through. Let me do a couple shout outs really quick. One sec while I get that pulled up. Also, if you want your contribution to go 100% to the Whatever podcast and not have YouTube, and YouTube takes 30%, Streamlabs takes typically 3 to 4%, you can do it through Whatever Pod on Venmo and Cash App. Now, let me get this pulled up here real quick. I want to thank Cycle Rider for the 10 gifted subs over there on Twitch. And then we have Josh Brooks, who gifted us 20 memberships. Thank you so much, man. If you guys are just tuning in, Andrew went for a quick smoke break. We're doing a bathroom break, but we're going to get into some other topics. We're going to finish up on feminism. We might hit a bit of Trump stuff, maybe some other topics too. Can you pull up Twitch for me? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever and drop us a follow and a Prime sub. And we're both not party and use that to the debate. We thank you, channel.
Reaction to, do you know what live action is?
Live action, the
Yeah, the anti-abortion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to do a series on them, and it felt like I was just kind of reacting to the same things over and over.
You had to find something more novel, like the whatever podcast. Okay.
Nah, I mean, the honest answer to your question is just consistency.
Okay. Well, now that we have you both back here, we do have some chats
I did
coming
want to just
through.
very quickly point out, though, that you did contradict yourself when you said that disabled people should be allowed and then when they shouldn't be allowed.
I said it depends on, like,
type.
obviously the capacity. Like, yeah, if you have the mental age of a 9-year-old, then no.
But if you have the mental age of an 18-year-old, right, but
Yeah.
you just are impaired to the fact that you are always kind of just in the same capacity as a drunk person at 40. And
I don't
both of
think that
you-
I think that those are false equivalences.
What's the false equivalence? It's the impairment, right? The impairment's what matters.
Well, no, because I think that like being drunk is a different impairment than maybe having like mental.
Yeah, it's a
But
bit,
it is
especially
the
classic,
impairment
right?
itself that's the problem.
Again, it's, you know, when we're talking about people who have mental limitations,
Oh,
it
I
can
keep-
be in certain
wrong button.
aspects of like understanding concepts and cognition, not necessarily like the same that you are when you're drunk.
Can you just do me one solid? And this is kind of a parody, right? A little bit. This is a
A
little.
parody, we're there.
This,
I just had.
Well,
one
this is
sip.
like a tiny bit of trolling. This is, right?
How exciting!
Can you just look at the camera and tell every woman out there who's ever been woken up by their husband with sex that their husband's a rapist?
If your husband is having sex with you while you're unconscious, your husband is a rapist.
Including if he just wakes you up with his penis, right?
He is having sex with you unconscious.
Yeah. So they're rapists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I also just
Brian, have you ever?
Huh?
Have you ever woke a woman up with sex?
I'm a
Brian?
virgin.
Brian, have you ever done it? Brian?
I'm a virgin.
Hey, over there.
What is a virgin?
I'm a virgin.
What about you, bro? Have you ever done it even once? Have you ever woke a chick up with sex, bro? You're so rapist there, just rapist. There?
Well, hold on. I'm a virgin.
He just said he's a virgin.
I'm a virgin. Yeah. And wait, did this also apply like to women too, just as a point of clarification? Like if his wife Rachel wakes him up with
Yeah, she already said my wife's a rapist.
His wife is a rapist.
Yes.
If you are
Okay.
If you are having
Wow.
sex with someone who is unconscious, then yes, you do not have expressed consent.
Wait, question though. If they give you permission beforehand,
They can't because they're impaired. They can't retract it, right? That's the
Well,
world.
wait. When you're sleeping, you're not impaired. But I do think there is issues when it comes to like reversible. Like, let me ask you: do you think that it's immoral to have sex with someone in a coma?
Yes.
Why?
Because of violation of Christian ethics.
So that's just it. Just because God says so.
Isn't that enough of a standard?
Well, no, because I want to know like what's so if God said don't wake your wife up with sex, then to you it'd be like
That would change the nature of God.
done.
For God to change his mind.
Where does God say in the Bible wake your wife up with sex?
Well, it's not implicit. It doesn't need to be implicit. So the thing is, though, is that you can find this in Paul, where he tells couples not to deprive each other, and that couples should not deprive each other. And so you would say.
So do you think your wife has an obligation to sleep with you?
I think we both have an obligation to sleep with each other,
And if she doesn't want to?
including if I don't want to. Yes.
So I'm asking, if she doesn't want to, then
Yes, I think she has an obligation. I have an obligation, same way.
do you think you can rape your wife? I'm sorry, grape your wife.
I think that there is instances where you can, yes.
And what would those instances be?
Generally speaking, violence, holding them down, doing things like this. I think that things like that would be considered
But
in the
isn't
category
she
of rape.
not upholding her duty?
That's true. She can violate her duty, but that doesn't give you a right to hold her down and grape her.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm glad we agree that marital
yeah.
grape is the thing. That's a relief.
Nobody would ever dispute that who has reason.
I've talked to a lot of Christians who who don't think marital rape is real.
No. Okay.
No. So we have, thank you, Spyro, for the soup chat. Really quick, before we get into some
Source.
of the reads.
Really?
Wait.
Yeah, I think I have one clip posted on my TikTok.
Like, what if they want to do? Well, it doesn't matter. All right. Anyway.
No, please finish your thought.
Well, like, I mean, what if they want to, like, like, I don't know, sodomize her with, like, an object or something like that? They would have to concede then that this would be against or a violation of Christian ethics.
Well, I mean, they just think that if you're married, then you have signed a contract.
I think there is implied consent with marriage, yes.
That you've signed a contract that, your body is your partner's in all instances, under all circumstances.
I think there's implied consent there, but not in all circumstances.
I mean, I do agree that there can be implied consent in terms of, like, some acts, sure.
Yeah, I agree.
But
Okay. Really quick, so I just want to shout a couple people out here. We can, all right, so Anna, thank you for the 10 on Venmo. MC Rocker, thank you for the 12 on Cash App. AJ, thank you for the 1
Bears
on
of the Bears.
Cash App. And George,
Jesus.
thank you for the 10 on Cash App. Guys, if you want 100% of your contribution to go towards us, you can do it through either Venmo, Cash App, that's whatever pod. Now we have a message coming through here. We have about 4 of them. We have Lucas.
Lucas,
He says,
what's up, man?
Did she just claim that Homo sapiens realized having sex results in having children only 10,000 years ago? So how did Homo sapiens have babies for the 290, 100,000 million preceding years?
290,000 preceding years.
That wasn't
Preceding
my claim.
years. Did the stories, did the storks bring them?
I'm just saying that men didn't understand their contribution within sex.
I think they did.
Okay.
I think that there's a lot.
They just thought that women just magically became pregnant. Even in, like, Australian, I always have a hard time pronouncing.
I think some tribes did, and I think that there's good evidence that that other people,
Aboriginals.
even up to if you have the evolutionary mindset, there's no reason for us to assume that human beings didn't understand that if I'm not having sex with woman not getting pregnant. I think that that's a very simple correlate to make. So
I do need to move it on to the next one, but we have Brooks here. He says, Based Squad, Moist Mafia, Crucible Crew, W. Andrew and Rachel, W. Coom Tunes, W. Host Brian, whatever, W. Kiki. The show will live in notoriety forever. The positive form of notoriety naturally. Hey, Brooks, Josh, I think that's from Josh Brooks. Thank you so much for your message there via Streamlabs. Can you hide this part so it's not blocking? She definitely, being a bedroom Karen, a lot of people, myself included, have experienced both sides of these actions. Just say you're boring and can't understand having fun in the bedroom and move on. Do you want to respond to that?
Sure. I don't know why wanting my partner to be a full cognition and be conscious is me being a Karen.
no, I mean you don't really care about that too much, though, right? Like if he has 2 beers, he's not fully cognitive at that point.
He's not drunk.
He's not fully cognitive, though.
He's not drunk.
But he's not fully cognitive. And you just said, I want him to be fully cognitive.
If he like has,
like a buzz.
Not even a buzz.
But that's not fully cognitive.
Or like a standard of cognition, for sure. I mean, I think you can be buzzed and fully cognitive.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. I think that it's
I think so.
going to lower cognition by some degree no matter what.
Prove it? Is that what I said?
Yeah, I think we can demonstrate that if you have a buzz, it's going to some degree, lower cognition.
No, I think it can amplify cognition. Like, do you bowl?
Yeah, I bowl.
Yeah, I bowl so good when I'm a little buzzed.
Yeah, but it could be because lowering your cognition is helpful for some external reasons, like
I think I have heightened cognition.
No, it's actually lower cognition because your muscles relax a little bit. You're more smooth. You're more fluid. You're more. You get more tunnel vision, which is good in those things. That doesn't actually It doesn't expand you're not heightened at all. You're just more focused on one thing because you're shutting everything else out, aka the opposite of heightened.
I can just see the pins better.
Maybe, or it's possible that you have just less inhibitions, right? Or less prohibitations that you give your body when you're bowling. Or it could be that you trick yourself because your cognition is a little lowered into thinking that you have these skills you don't have, and so you perform better.
I just tricked myself.
Yeah, so you perform better. Yeah.
All right, we have 2 more chats here coming in. We have Lucas. All right. Let me venture a guess. She's got a degree in gender studies or psychology. I can't think of a more virulent mind virus strand than what spews out of a white chick. And if you want to read along, they pop up on the screen. Of a white chick liberal feminist. Thank God for MAGA. Do you want to? He says he asks if you have a degree in gender studies or psychology.
I do not.
Okay.
And I'm not a liberal.
Not a liberal. Oh, okay. How do you describe yourself?
Marxist.
Leftist.
Marxist,
Leftist.
yeah,
Marxist.
Marxist.
Okay, got it. We have a message from Spyro. Is it Spiro or Spyro?
It's Spiro.
Spiro.
Do you know these people?
I know that one.
That guy. The name's familiar. He says, I will demonstrate dual grapeism. A burrito cannot speak, so it cannot consent to Brian. A burrito cannot speak, so it cannot ask for Brian's consent. Don't matter, though. Brian likes it both ways. Wow, that is, first off.
They really do roast.
I had a burrito bowl today just to get one thing.
Did it consent?
Is that a?
It wasn't a burrito. It was
Is that
a bowl.
an inside joke I don't know of?
Yeah.
Yeah, they joke about my burrito consumption, among other things.
Burritos are amazing.
I'm a fan. Okay, so we have. Let's see here. We got this. This lady thinks theft, grape are crimes arising from capitalism and controlled scarcity. Does she realize that these are mentioned in the 10 Commandments long before capitalism?
Oh, bro, I
ever
got
existed?
spaced
That's
out.
from
Whatever.
Graffito Tag. Thank you, Graffito Tag, for that one. Do you want to respond to?
I don't know when I ever made the claim that grape is a result of capitalism. I think that capitalism creates certain conditions, and so obviously when people don't have access to material possessions, theft is going to occur.
Okay. All right. Now we have, really quick before we just jump back into it, we have a couple super chats. Guys, we're 30 super chats. We're 20 of 50. 30 super chats away from our pineapple pizza party and the roast session.
So if you don't hit that, we don't have to...
I'll probably do that. No, I'm kidding. I think we should hit it. Guys, we got to hit it. We got an hour and 15 minutes, about an hour and 13 minutes if you want to hit the pizza party.
Definitely got to hit the pizza party.
Andrew detests pineapple on his pizza, so he will, if we hit the threshold, he'll have one slice.
He makes you eat it?
No, I'm not eating
I'm force doctrine.
Wow. I guess we're going to see force doctrine in real life.
We have a super chat here from Ichimo. Thank you for the super chat, Ichimo. Is she stupid? Didn't she just concede? They agreed to the delineation was holding them down. So by that logic, Andrew isn't grape in his example with Rachel. Do you want to respond to this?
I don't think a tenet of grape is that you need to be holding someone down.
Okay.
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, she was just saying that she was happy that at least I had a delineation that there could be marital rape.
Right.
Okay. All right. That's it for the supers. Why don't we jump into our next topic? Now, we kind of veered off into a couple different paths. Do you guys feel as if we have thoroughly covered feminism?
I'm fine moving on to the next topic.
Because we could talk more about feminism.
No, I'm good.
Sure. Is there anything on feminism you want to talk about?
I mean, what else is on your list?
I could give some prompts. I mean, one of the prompts that you had included was the wage gap, for example. Okay. If perhaps we can do a short segment on wage gap and then get into some of the more different.
Well, maybe we can save that because there's just going to be a disagreement on the empirics. So maybe we can save that one.
Can I, okay.
Yeah.
Did we, okay. So why don't we have your prompt, abortion free and legal all 9 months.
Yeah.
Legal with that. Legal. Sorry, you don't want to?
I do.
Oh, you do. Okay. So abortion free and legal all 9 months, legal without restriction. So does this mean up until? Is there any point where
Yeah, so I think it's important to define the term abortion, which would be deliberate termination of pregnancy.
Okay.
I think in some cases there can obviously be terminations of pregnancy that don't result in the death of the fetus. And I would opt for that post 24 weeks.
Oh, so it's a bait question. What a disingenuous bait question.
I don't think it's disingenuous.
So let me make sure that I steel man this
Okay, well,
properly. I just want to steel man
I
it.
guess it's your turn. Go ahead.
I just want to steel man.
Sure.
So it is the case that you're against all abortions after 24 weeks if they end the life of the child.
No. I think in the case, obviously, to preserve the life of the pregnant person as well as in severe fetal abnormality would be my exceptions.
Okay, so you have exceptions to it, but generally. So
Yes.
the vast majority of abortions would be immoral after 24 weeks.
Again, I don't think abortion just means lethal outcome. If we are talking about lethal outcome, I just don't see the practicality in it.
Yeah, I get it. So you're saying that after the 24-week mark, if you're going to have an abortion because you, whatever arbitrary reason you come up with, and you want it to end up in the termination of the child and the child inside you, you're not allowed to do that.
That would be murder. I would classify that
Yeah,
as
so then
murder.
it's just a bait question. So you don't actually think that there should be so you're just making a semantic distinction. You're saying
I
this
think
works
it's
on
in-
TikTok all the time too, right? This is
well,
for you,
can
the
I
audience.
respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
I will give you some credence there that I do think that often that phrasing of free and legal 9 months can be very baiting because of how people view the term abortion, which is why I've also included without restriction. And now on my prompts, I just do pro-abortion.
Yeah, right, because you do want restrictions.
No.
Yeah, right. But only because the semantic distinction is something other than what people associate with abortion.
Like Colorado doesn't have any legislation regarding abortion, and that's what I want. I don't want legislation regarding abortion.
None?
Colorado has none. So Canada doesn't have any. I believe Washington is another state.
So what happens in Colorado if you do terminate the pregnancy at 8 months?
Then it would just result in a live birth, either a hysterotomy abortion, which is similar to a cesarean, or an induction abortion.
6 months?
30 weeks, same thing. Again, it would depend specifically on the
We're all the fucking bears.
I had a
Jesus.
friend when we were in our 20s. Like I told you earlier, I live in Montana, and any kind of abortion past 24 weeks is illegal. So she had to travel to Colorado because her son had a severe fetal abnormality, and he would not survive birth.
Yeah, I get that, but if there is no problems with the pregnancy, right, and there's no direct harm or threat to the mother's or the mother's health, what happens if you want to terminate the pregnancy at 6 months?
Then it would just result in an induction or a cesarean.
But at 6 months, that could easily lead to the child's death.
It could, just like birth could.
So
premature birth could.
So wouldn't you want there to be legislation against that?
No.
Yeah, but the chances are significantly
Can
higher.
you tell me, like, because this is always kind of where I get really frustrated with people who are pro-life, is kind of explaining to me the landscape of someone who has waited 30 weeks and then wants an abortion, no longer to be pregnant for any reason.
Yeah. Okay, what's the question?
Can you explain the landscape? Because I feel like a lot of pro-lifers just kind of assume that there are people out there who are like 30 weeks just wake up like, not feeling the pregnancy anymore, might as well just go get it taken care of.
If you don't think there's a problem there, then why would you be adverse to legislation? Just enforcing that you can't do X.
Because the legislation creates complications within a very complex medical condition, which we can see primarily in Texas, especially in Idaho, to where, how sick do you need to be, how much in harm's way do you need to be before you can actually get access to an abortion or to some kind of termination of pregnancy.
Okay, but legislation can also offer clarity, right?
It doesn't.
Yeah, it can offer clarity.
It doesn't.
It can't, or it does not?
It
Descriptive or
can't.
prescriptive?
I don't see any
Then why have
effective
laws?
legislation.
Why do we have laws against murder?
I think there can be instances or certain contexts where it can be specific. If you want me to relate that to abortion, like specifically if we look at Texas has regulations regarding exceptions for life of the mother as well as health of the mother. But this has created complications because the Texas legislature won't give specifics or even conditions, which would qualify under the exception. They were sued and asked to do so, and the Supreme Court said they didn't have to.
Yeah, right. So clarity is your issue, but you agree with me?
It's not clarity, no, because again, I just think pregnancy is so nuanced and it's so complex that legislation cannot effectively do it. If we want to talk about like...
murder is also vastly complex, extremely nuanced. The justifications vary from literally municipality to municipality.
Sure.
So
but again, I think the ultimate authority and autonomy is with someone who is a medical professional and understands the health history of their patient, as well as the own patient's testimony of what's happening.
Well, it's not going to be up to them. It's going to be up to the person actually having the abortion, right?
What do you mean?
Well, it's not up to the medical professional is not making a prescription. They're just executing the procedure.
In some capacities, they are making prescriptions in terms of this is what these are where your vitals at. This is what this can lead to. These are the outcomes that they want to prevent.
Those are descriptors.
This is what we're going to do.
Those are descriptive, not prescriptive.
Okay. In terms of like what you ought to do. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. What's your question?
So what you ought to do is going to be determined by the autonomy of the mother.
Not necessarily.
Then what's it going to be determined by?
I mean, I would say like the pragmatics of the situation.
So who gets to make that decision?
I think it can be a cohesive discussion, but the doctor would have some authority, just like the doctor has authority in terms of, I go in and I want my leg amputated. There's going to be specific context to where the doctor's not going to do it.
I don't disagree with that in a matter prescribed by law, but you're saying you don't want.
I don't think that is prescribed by law.
Yeah, but it is. You can't just cut off a person's foot because they want you to. That would be against the Hippocratic Oath.
Well, that Hippocratic Oath and law are two different things.
No, that is law. If you make an oath, that is law. And it is legally binding.
Not.
Yes, it is.
No, are we talking about like civil law or are we talking about legislative?
Yeah, it's civil law.
Civil law.
And by the way, there are actually specificities too within the medical market of doctor discretion not being like they can't, for instance, say no, we're not going to treat you for the symptoms that you're complaining about. They still have to treat you. Right, and I'm sure that
but they can exclude some aspects of treatment.
Sure, I'm not even disputing that, but in this case, you're asking for no legislation.
No legislation, no state legislation, no federal legislation.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, right. So if you're saying no federal legislation, no state legislation, then the doctor you can obviously have a doctor who's just like, I'll just do whatever the person's asking me to do.
Well, that's not happening.
Well, yeah, because it's legislated.
It's not. I gave you the example.
Yeah, I'm curious about this. Can you pull it up, Brian?
I gave you the example.
Does Colorado have any abortion law whatsoever? Can you pull that up for me?
Yeah, Blake, can you find us
Canada as well. I'm pretty sure Washington too.
No abortion law?
No abortion law. And they actually had a lower abortion rate up until, I want to say, 2023.
So it says here Colorado, at least from the AI, one of the most abortion-friendly states in the United States. It's legal in Colorado, all stages of pregnancy.
Constitutional protection. In 2022, Colorado voters approved Prop 79, enshrined the right to abortion in the state constitution, so there's legislation on abortion. That's incorrect.
Inventory is full.
So there's definitely legislation in Colorado. What is there in Canada?
Constitutional protections.
Yeah, that would definitely be the law of the land would be the Constitution.
Maybe I can be more specific then in terms of legislation against abortion. Because we did just read.
So you want legislation for abortion?
One second. We did just read that the first line was abortion is legal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yes.
But it's legal because it's enshrined in law.
Because it's constitutionally protected. Right. So I would be against legislative in terms of like making laws against it. I'm sorry if I wasn't specific on that.
Okay, so it's just laws against it.
Correct.
Okay, so what if the termination of the abortion, or if the doctor was willing to perform the abortion in such a way where it terminated the fetus, even at 8 months?
Okay.
Would you be for a law against that?
No.
No. Would that be murder?
Yes.
But no punishment?
Correct.
How is that morally consistent? That's like the most monstrous thing I've ever
So
heard.
I think this is where like a utilitarian position would come into, is that when we look at abortion post 21 weeks, even in states that have all legal protections towards abortion, it's 1% of abortions. And then when we look at that 1% even further, it's prior to 28 weeks. So post 28 weeks, I think a lot of pro-lifers just kind of make like up these ideas that people want to come in and just have lethal terminations for no reason.
This is
They've
all
sustained-
descriptive. You're just talking.
Right,
yeah.
if I can finish.
Yeah, but this is descriptive. I'm asking about prescriptive.
Right, so I'm getting there.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that this is a non-existent, at worst, and rare event at best. And in terms of the deaths of fetuses within this criteria, that is going to be less than the deaths of pregnant people who are denied abortions who are medically necessary. And so which one would I rather have? I would rather have more people live, which would be the pregnant people.
Okay, so I'm still really confused here, but maybe you can give me some
Sure.
some clarity. You are aware that in Russia, abortion was also legal under first wave feminism going into communism, right?
What time period?
Would you like the exact dates?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that this was roughly, hang on, let me pull it up. I got it in my notes here. USSR was the first country to make abortion fully legal, up to term, and paid for in state hospitals. Within 10 years of implementing that policy, they had 3 abortions for every 1 live birth, and they had to outlaw abortion again.
Again, what time frame?
I'm trying to pull the dates up here.
Sure.
Health warning. Health warning.
I didn't write the date down for that.
I'm just wondering, essentially, against like the conditions.
Looks like around 1920.
1920.
Yeah, later restricted to banned in 36 because of this problem.
Health warning.
So it was 1920 through 36, right around roughly the same exact time as
Health warning.
what other amendment was 1920? Do you know? Amendment in the United States, 1920.
Yeah, the right to vote.
Yeah. So,
I'm
right
sorry.
around,
Are you saying that's correlated somehow?
No. I just think it's interesting that the right to vote and feminism, because in the 20s it was roaring, and same thing in Russia, but they had 3 abortions for every 1 live birth they had outlawed. Literally had outlawed. They didn't
I mean,
reignite
that was a time where Russia was a pretty war-torn country, wasn't it? Because Stalin was overthrowing the monarch regime and the Bolsheviks.
Yeah, they definitely needed to have human beings. They knew that, but that was
Sure.
the problem is that if you have 3 to 1 on the live births, you can't sustain the nation. So when they reintroduced it in '56, it looks like that's the time period that they re-legalized it, was in '56. Had significant regulations on it to prevent that from happening. So hang on, so I'm just saying the reason I bring this up is because you claim, well, descriptively this isn't happening now. Okay, but descriptively it was happening when it was allowed without laws against it. So I have actual evidence.
Right.
of
So
that.
again, like obviously this can be conditional outcomes depending on certain things. Do you think that the sooner you have an abortion, the better?
I mean, I don't see how, like, from my specific worldview, from the secular worldview, because I always think abortion's wrong.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that would be one of my argumentations, is that if you were having essentially a society to where medical access wasn't available, or it was at a high cost, then this could delay obviously your opportunity to get an abortion, which may cause it in later stages of pregnancy.
Yeah, that's rare.
What do you mean?
that in later stages of pregnancy you're going to have abortions, right? Isn't that what you said?
No, it is rare because access is available. So I'm saying if it's happening later in pregnancy, it's most likely because there are times where access is not available.
Yeah. Okay. So from your view, you're just saying like, because you don't see a distinction, right? You just think life begins in some arbitrary point, like 24 weeks or something, tied in with consciousness or something silly, right?
Something silly.
Well, it is silly because you can't define consciousness. It's not a definable thing.
I mean, do you think you have a subjective experience?
Sure, but that's
What
not
is that
defining.
subjective
That's
experience
not
made of?
defining consciousness.
What is that subjective experience made
No,
of?
I have no idea. Do you? What's it made of?
I think it's made of a lot of different components of things, but the fact that you recognize that it exists.
Doesn't define what it is.
And what do you mean? What kind of definition do you
Well,
want?
tell me what consciousness is. The ability to have experiences.
Oh, you
Yeah.
piece of shit.
So, are you saying that you have no experiences when you're unconscious?
Well, I think there's other aspects of experience that not just only go into
So you
terms
are
of,
having experiences, even when you're unconscious.
well, I don't think consciousness and being conscious are necessarily the same thing.
They're not.
No, like I wouldn't say that like someone who is sleeping doesn't have consciousness, even
No,
though
but
they're
you don't
unconscious.
believe that when you're
I'm sorry,
sleeping you're
could
completely
we-
unconscious.
I'm sorry. What?
You said earlier you don't believe when you're sleeping you're completely unconscious. When we're talking about grave.
You're completely unconscious?
Yeah, you said you didn't believe that you're completely unconscious when you sleep.
You are unconscious. That was my main tenet, is that you're having sex with someone who's
Yeah.
unconscious.
Okay, so then if you're not unconscious, if you are unconscious when you're asleep, are you experiencing things when you sleep?
Yes, you can still experience
Then
stimuli
how could you be unconscious?
because of other qualia, sensation, emotions. I mean, your ability to dream.
If consciousness then is defined as one
Do you
who
think
has
babies-
hang on.
oh, sorry.
If consciousness is expressed as one who has experiences. Hang on.
I'm sorry. Can we get
no,
back
no,
to?
we can't. I just
well,
want to make
I feel
sure.
like we pivoted from.
No, we really didn't pivot. You
we
pivoted
did,
it here.
No. You said arbitrarily at 24 weeks. That's a different subject than what we were talking about.
Yeah, but
can-
I
we
just
can
want to.
table that, but
Can
I
we
wanna
just
get
finish
back to
this
the
real quick?
20
It'll only take 1 second. Consciousness, one who has experiences, is conscious. If you're having experience when you're unconscious, then you can't be unconscious. Then you must have consciousness even when you're unconscious, right?
Yes, there are aspects that you can have consciousness when you are unconscious. I
So
don't
are
think
you
that those
actually
are
unconscious?
synonyms. Yes, because I think unconscious and consciousness are different.
What?
Like,
What's different? I have no consciousness, or I do?
what is being conscious to you?
I don't. Well, it's not a thing again that's definable, really.
I'm just in terms of, so you when your wife is sleeping, that's as good as she's awake
What do you mean?
in terms of conscious and unconscious
Yeah, I think that she still has consciousness.
when she's sleeping,
Yes.
even though she's unconscious.
Right. Well,
we
no, she's not.
agree.
No, she's
Then
not.
we
I don't think
agree.
she's unconscious. I think she's knocked out.
What's the difference?
Well, this is the thing about consciousness. Like I said, it's not definable. I think therefore I am is the best we can come up with.
But we agree
On what?
that when you're sleeping, you're still have consciousness.
I agree with
even
that.
though you're not
From your worldview,
conscious.
yeah. From my worldview, that makes sense. From your worldview, that
Why
makes no
does that
sense.
make sense from your worldview?
Because you're the one who's making the determination as to when life begins. It's 24 weeks because of consciousness.
What do we mean by life?
Consciousness.
What do you mean by life?
Doesn't. I'm doing an internal critique. Then you can do your internal
It does,
critique.
because we do, like, obviously there's different there's different terms when we talk about, like, the mode of life. Like, I'm sure you would recognize that cellular division and metabolic life is very different than someone having a subjective
Yeah,
experience.
I agree. It's human life. You agree it's human life.
Yes.
Great. There's no disagreement there.
Right.
What I'm saying, that's before 24 weeks.
But it is different than someone having a conscious experience.
To you.
Or a subjective
Yeah,
experience.
to you, it's
Why is that not different
because for you, that's the thing you value, not the life itself.
for you? Well, yeah, without a subjective experience, there's no society, right?
Right. But the problem is that you can't demonstrate there's no
Oh,
subjective experience
God.
before 24 weeks. So that's one. And two, even if you could say there's no subjective experience before 24 weeks, consciousness
It's
itself
getting really
is the
late.
one thing that human beings
Clearly.
really don't understand very well.
Oh,
We just really don't understand it at all. So it's not easy to define. We don't know why we have it. It makes no real sense, right? It's a thing not well understood. So the reason I point out that it's arbitrary is because it's kind of impossible to prove that there's no subjective experience before 24 weeks in a fetus. It's just like impossible to prove that.
I mean, I agree. I guess it's in kind of I classify it as like the same as like puberty. Like obviously there are certain metrics that you hit when you have reached puberty, but when does someone like go through puberty or experience puberty or how long does puberty take is going to be different. So sure,
it's an
depending
arbitrary
on
metric, yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah, so that was my whole point. Is like
Oh,
you
okay.
came up with
Then-
a 24-week arbitrary metric.
I think in some instances, like there are going to be some instances where yes, things are arbitrary. It's just you just have to draw a line somewhere.
Okay, so we'll table that. We know it's arbitrary. I'm glad that we got the semantics taken care of so that we understand.
No, I'm sorry.
And then
It didn't seem like we agreed. I'm glad we do.
And then moving forward, well, we kind of do, but moving forward from there, right? I would still like to know why it is on the legislation end.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can just move the topic because there's a bunch of them I want to get to, and we only have so much time.
Sure.
But I just
I know
want
we
to
did spend a
know
lot on the
when it
force
comes
theory.
to legislation, they did not legislate there, and it did actually descriptively lead to an increase in the number of abortions that happen. There's no regulation on it, and it was
Mm-hmm.
the 3-to-1 against live births. That's obviously very unhealthy for everybody. That's not good, right?
So-
Since I have the descriptive
Sorry.
claim that already happened when there was no legislation, what would be your demonstration here? Like you see
I don't
in
think you
Colorado.
established like a causal that it.
Well, without abortions, there wouldn't have been abortions. Yeah, that's pretty causal.
Well, in terms of like what is the reason that people are terminating pregnancy? So let me put
Who
it.
cares why
one-
they're determined?
I think that really is a huge assessment that we have to make in terms of if we want abortion to reduce. So if you and I are on the same goal that we want to reduce abortions,
then having legislation against abortion does that.
no, I would just say it just limits access to safe abortions. If we're going to actually pragmatically reduce abortion, I would say that we would want to prevent unwanted pregnancy, which would be through comprehensive sex health education, which would be through long-acting reversible contraceptives. So that would be one way to prevent it. If we're going to, when people get pregnant, give them more options to
Oh,
where
fuck my
they
life.
want to or feel like they have the capability to take care of another child, that would be thing like access to health care, access to paid parental leave, access to subsidized daycare. Those things would actually meaningfully reduce abortion.
So
Just
with
restricting-
legislation.
Huh?
So with legislation.
It doesn't.
It does. And you actually conceded to this in the first statement you made. So here's what you said. You said it limits your access to safe abortions. Do you think that if abortions are unsafe, more or less people will have them?
If abortions are unsafe, more or less people will have them.
More or less women will have them if they're unsafe.
I think I don't. It's hard to gauge if it would be more or less because I think someone
Really?
who has an abortion, I would say less women would have an abortion.
Less, yeah.
Yeah.
So then necessarily legislating against abortions equals less abortions.
It just equals
Less abortions.
in some aspects yes, and in others no.
No,
'cause-
in all aspects, yes. Because if there's one less abortion than there was yesterday, and there would ordinarily have been one more abortion today, if that would not have happened had you not legislated yesterday, then there is less abortion.
Okay.
Correct?
Sure.
Yeah. So then legislating
I mean,
does.
it would really depend because I think like obviously in Texas, there has been restrictions on abortion, and we just see people flee to other states.
where abortion's legal.
And then also in Texas as well, I would argue that, like with the heartbeat bill, when it was 6 weeks, because people had such a short window to decide if they would want an abortion or have a child, that they erred on the side of caution and had an abortion.
Yeah, but
So the
Thank God the
legislation,
guards
in fact,
finally
increased
attacked it.
abortions because if people would have had more time.
But what if there
Jesus.
was no
Maybe they
heartbeat
would
bill
have
and it was just?
decided to actually carry the child to term.
Well, here's my refutation of both those arguments. The first is all that would do is signify to me that you put legislation at conception and don't give people an opportunity.
Well, you're not pregnant at conception.
Yeah, you can still make the legislation at conception.
So then would IUDs be illegal?
Well, no, just the conception of the pregnancy, whatever that is, right?
Well,
Whatever you want to term
conception
that.
is different from.
Okay, fine. Whatever the semantic distinction is, I'm just saying.
It's not a semantic distinction.
Okay, were you confused about what I said?
Yes.
Okay, when does a woman get pregnant?
Implantation.
Okay, so whenever that is, whenever a woman gets pregnant, maybe I misspoke. Whenever a woman gets pregnant, okay, you could just legislate right then and there. That's when life begins. You're not allowed to have an abortion. So you can legislate against abortion effectively before the 6-week marker. You could just say, nope, not allowed, period.
Okay.
Right? So that would significantly limit those, because you say people are just panicking because they have a narrower window. I'm saying take the window out, and then they won't panic. You just can't do it. So then you say, well, they flee to other states where abortion is legal. Okay, fair enough. So then if you made abortion illegal in those states, abortion would drastically reduce.
I'm definitely stopping, by the way.
Necessarily.
Sure.
I just gotta get to a resting
So in
area.
both cases, it seems like we can greatly reduce.
Does the entire city
abortion
count as a resting area?
regardless of
Or do I have to be
making it criminal.
in
fact,
the city?
It's going to reduce.
I would say that having a more pragmatic approach would be, number one, more effective because we would see better outcomes. And again, you just really lose me on regulating a woman's autonomy. I think if we're going to give anyone the choice to determine family planning, to determine health risks, to determine mental health, then it would be the person who's carrying the pregnancy.
I literally made the argument earlier that you care about the woman's autonomy, and you said no, the doctor also, he has the authority and say and this and that.
Wait, that was a different delineation we're talking about in terms of the procedure that you're having.
Which is an abortion. There's no different
There's
delineation.
different abortion procedures. So I thought that's what we were talking about, because obviously if you're in the third trimester, there are different methods that you can enact in order to terminate the pregnancy. So when it came to that method, yes, obviously the doctor can have the authority on that. But when it came to the decision, yes, that is the patient.
Yeah. Why shouldn't we be allowed to limit women's autonomy? Just like we limit men's autonomy by sending them off to war?
I just don't see the justification for it.
I don't see the justification for sending men off to war, but it is necessary.
We agree on that.
But it is necessary.
I disagree. I don't think it's necessary.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Got it. So then if your nation was invaded and men didn't want to fight, your nation gets taken over. That's that, right? Yeah. So basically there's no duty for men to in any way fight in a compelled way.
I mean, having a duty is different than being forced to do something. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I would think if this is central to your society, and then yeah, people would step up and want to do it. If they don't,
Fuck it. Tomorrow.
Because they're scared.
okay.
Yeah, they're scared.
All right,
I mean,
boys.
they're scared, right? But I mean, you do realize that
Thanks so much for hanging out.
many nations, they have compelled service.
I think
We'll be
again,
back
like
tomorrow.
when we
You know how it
when we
goes.
go back to this idea of like
Peace the
engaging
fuck out,
in war, I think
bitches.
we need to have a critique
Bye-bye.
on